Section 3. Fashion, or the enchanting spectacle of the code. The frivolity of the déjà vu. The astonishing privilege accorded to fashion is due to a unanimous and definitive resolve. The acceleration of the simple play of signifiers in fashion becomes striking, to the point of enchanting us, the enchantment and vertigo of the loss of every system of reference. In this sense, it is the completed form of political economy, the cycle wherein the linearity of the commodity comes to be abolished. There is no longer any determinacy internal to the signs of fashion, hence they become free to commute and permutate without limit. At the term of this unprecedented enfranchisement, they obey, as if logically, a mad and meticulous recurrence. This applies to fashion as regards clothes, the body, and objects the sphere of light signs. In the sphere of heavy signs, politics, morals, economics, science, culture, sexuality, the principle of commutation nowhere plays with the same abandon. We could classify these diverse domains according to a decreasing order of simulation, but it remains the case that every sphere tends, unequally but simultaneously, to merge with models of simulation, of differential and indifferent play, the structural play of value. In this sense, we could say that they are all haunted by fashion, since this can be understood as both the most superficial play and as the most profound social form, the inexorable investment of every domain by the code. In fashion, as in the code, signifieds come unthreaded se defiler, and the parades of the signifier les défilés du signifiant no longer lead anywhere. The signifier/signified distinction is erased, as in sexual difference, H.P. Judy, L.E. Signifiant est hermaphrodite in La Mort du Sens, L'idéologie des mots, Tours/Paris, Mame, 1973, where gender becomes so many distinctive oppositions, and something like an immense fetishism, bound up with an intense pleasure. Jouissance one and an exceptional desolation, takes hold, a pure and fascinating manipulation coupled with the despair of radical indeterminacy. Fundamentally, fashion imposes upon us the rupture of an imaginary order, that of referential reason in all its guises, and if we are able to enjoy jour or the dismantling or stripping of reason, démantèlement de la raison, enjoy the liquidation of meaning, particularly at the level of our body, hence the affinity of clothing and fashion, enjoy this endless finality of fashion, we also suffer profoundly. Page 87. Page 88. From the corruption of rationality it implies, as reason crumbles under the blow of the pure and simple alternation of signs. There is vehement resistance in the face of the collapse of all sectors into the sphere of commodities, and a still more vehement resistance concerning their collapse into the sphere of fashion. This is because it is in this latter sphere that the liquidation of values is at its most radical. Under the sign of the commodity, all labor is exchanged and loses its specificity. Under the sign of fashion, the signs of leisure and labor are exchanged. Under the sign of the commodity, culture is bought and sold. Under the sign of fashion, all cultures play like simulacra in total promiscuity. Under the sign of the commodity, love becomes prostitution. Under the sign of fashion, it is the object relation itself that disappears, blown to pieces by a cool and unconstrained sexuality. Under the sign of the commodity, time is accumulated like money. Under the sign of fashion, it is exhausted and discontinued in entangled cycles. Today, every principle of identity is affected by fashion, precisely because of its potential to revert all forms to non-origin and recurrence. Fashion is always retro, but always on the basis of the abolition of the passé, the past, the spectral death and resurrection of forms. Its proper actuality, its up-to-dateness, its relevance, is not a reference to the present, but an immediate and total recycling. Paradoxically, fashion is the inactual, the out-of-date, the irrelevant. It always presupposes a dead time of forms, a kind of abstraction whereby they become, as if safe from time, affective signs, which, as if by a twist of time, will return to haunt the present of their inactuality with all the charm of returning as opposed to becoming structures. The aesthetic of renewal, fashion draws triviality from the death and modernity of the déjà vu. This is the despair that nothing lasts, and the complementary enjoyment of knowing that, beyond this death, every form has always the chance of a second existence, which is never innocent since fashion consumes the world and the real in advance. It is the weight of all the dead labor of signs bearing on living signification within a magnificent forgetting, a fantastic ignorance mechaniscence. But let's not forget that the fascination exerted by industrial machinery and techniques is also due to its being dead labor watching over living labor, all the while devouring it. Our bedazzled misconstrual mechaniscence is proportionate to the progressive hold of the dead over the living. Dead labor alone is as strange and as perfect as the déjà vu. The enjoyment of fashion is therefore the enjoyment of a spectral and cyclical world of bygone forms endlessly revived as affective signs. As Koenig says, it is as though fashion were eaten away by a suicidal desire which is fulfilled at the moment when fashion attains its apogee. This is true, but it is a question of a contemplative desire for death, bound to the spectacle of the incessant abolition of forms. What I mean is that the desire for death is itself recycled within fashion, emptying it of every subversive phantasm and involving it, along with everything else, in fashion's innocuous revolutions. Having purged these phantasms which, in the depths of the imaginary, page 88, page 89, add the bewitchment and charm of a previous life to repetition, fashion dances vertiginously over the surface, on pure actuality. Does fashion recover the innocence that Nietzsche noted in the Greeks? They knew how to live. To stop at the surface, the fold, the skin, to believe in forms, tones, words. Those Greeks were superficial out of profundity. The Gay Science, Preface, 2nd edition, 1886 tr. Walter Kaufman, New York, Random House, 1974, p. 38. Fashion is only a simulation of the innocence of becoming, the cycle of appearances is just its recycling. That the development of fashion is contemporary with that of the museum proves this. Paradoxically, the museum's demand for an eternal inscription of forms and for a pure actuality function simultaneously in our culture. This is because in modernity both are governed by the status of the sign. Whereas styles mutually exclude each other, the museum is defined by the virtual coexistence of all styles, by their promiscuity within a single cultural super-institution, or, in other words, the commensurability of their values under the sign of the great gold standard of culture. Fashion does the same thing in accordance with its cycle, it commutes all signs and causes an absolute play amongst them. The temporality of works in the museum is perfect, it is perfection in the past, it is the highly specific state of what has been and is never actual. But neither is fashion ever actual, it speculates on the recurrence of forms on the basis of their death and their stockpiling, like signs, in an atemporal reserve. Fashion cobbles together, from one year to the next, what has been, exercising an enormous combinatory freedom. Hence its effect of instantaneous perfection, just like the museum's perfection, but the forms of fashion are ephemeral. Conversely, there is a contemporary look to the museum, which causes the works to play amongst themselves like values in a set. Fashion and the museum are contemporary, complicitous. Together they are the opposite of all previous cultures, made of inequivalent signs and incompatible styles. The structure of fashion. Fashion exists only within the framework of modernity, that is to say, in a schema of rupture, progress, and innovation. In any cultural context at all, the ancient and the modern alternate in terms of their signification. For us, however, since the Enlightenment and the Industrial Revolution, there exists only an historical and polemical structure of change and crisis. It seems that modernity sets up a linear time of technical progress, production, and history, and, simultaneously, a cyclical time of fashion. This only seems to be a contradiction, since in fact modernity is never a radical rupture. Tradition is no longer the preeminence of the old over the new, it. Page 89. Page 90. Is unaware of either modernity itself invents them both at once, at a single stroke, it is always and at the same time neo and retro, modern and anachronistic. The dialectic of rupture very quickly becomes the dynamics of the amalgam and recycling. In politics, in techniques, in art, and in culture it is defined by the exchange rate that the system can tolerate, without alteration to its fundamental order. Consequently, fashion doesn't contradict any of this, it very clearly and simultaneously announces the myth of change, maintaining it as the supreme value in the most everyday aspects, and as the structural law of change, since it is produced through the play of models and distinctive oppositions, and is therefore an order which gives no precedence to the code of the tradition. For binary logic is the essence of modernity, and it impels infinite differentiation and the dialectical effects of rupture. Modernity is not the transmutation but the commutation of all values, their combination and their ambiguity. Modernity is a code, and fashion is its emblem. This perspective allows us to trace only the limits of fashion, in order to conquer the two simultaneous prejudices which consist 1. In extending its field up to the limits of anthropology, indeed of animal behavior. 2. In restricting, on the other hand, its actual sphere to dress and external signs. Fashion has nothing to do with the ritual order, nor a fortiori with animal finery, for the good reason that it knows neither the equivalence/alternation of the old and the new, nor the systems of distinctive oppositions, nor the models with their serial and combinatory diffraction. On the other hand, fashion is at the core of modernity, extending even into science and revolution, because the entire order of modernity, from sex to the media, from art to politics, is infiltrated by this logic. The very appearance of fashion bears the closest resemblance to ritual fashion as spectacle, as festival, as squandering. It doesn't even affirm their differences, since it is precisely the aesthetic perspective that allows us to assimilate fashion to the ceremonial, just as it is precisely the concept of festival that allows us to assimilate certain contemporary processes to primitive structures. The aesthetic perspective is itself a concern of modernity, of a play of distinctive oppositions, utility/gratuity, etc., one which we project onto archaic structures so as to be better able to annex them under our analogies. Spectacle is our fashion, an intensified and reduplicated sociality enjoying itself aesthetically. The drama of change in place of change. In the primitive order, the ostentation of signs never has this aesthetic effect. In the same way, our festival is an aesthetics of transgression, which is not the primitive exchange in which it pleases us to find the reflection or the model of our festivals. To rewrite the aesthetics of potluck is an ethnocentric rewriting. It is as necessary to distinguish fashion from the ritual order as it is to radicalize the analysis of fashion within our own system. The minimal. Page 90. Page 91. Superficial definition of fashion restricts itself to saying, within language, the element subject to fashion is not the signification of discourse, but its mimetic support, that is, its rhythm, its tonality, its articulation. In gesture. This is equally true of intellectual fashions, existentialism or structuralism. It is the vocabulary and not the inquiry that is taken on. Edmund Radar, Diogene 50, Summer, 1965. Thus a deep structure, invulnerable to fashion, is preserved. Consequently it is in the very production of meaning sense, in the most objective structures, that it must be sought, in the sense that these latter also comply with the play of simulation and combinatory innovation. Even dress and the body grow deeper. Now it is the body itself, its identity, its sex, its status, which has become the material of fashion. Dress is only a particular case of this. Certainly scientific and cultural popularizations provide fertile soil for the effects of fashion. However, along with the originality of their procedures, science and culture themselves must be interrogated, to see if they are subject to the structure of fashion. If indeed popularization is possible, which is not the case in any other culture, the facsimile, the digest, the counterfeit, the simulation, the increased circulation of simplified material, is unthinkable at the level of ritual speech, of the sacred text or gesture. It is because there is, at the very source of innovation in these matters, a manipulation of analytic models, of simple elements and stable oppositions, which renders both levels, the original and the popularization, fundamentally homogeneous, and the distinction between the two purely tactical and moral. Hence radar does not see that, beyond discourse's gestures, the very meaning sense of discourse falls beneath the blow of fashion as soon as in an entirely self-referential cultural field, concepts are engendered and made to correspond to each other through pure specularity. It may be the same for scientific hypotheses. Nor does psychoanalysis avoid the fate of fashion in the very core of its theoretical and clinical practice. It too goes through the stage of institutional reproduction, developing whatever simulation models it had in its basic concepts. If formerly there was a work of the unconscious, and therefore a determination of psychoanalysis by means of its object, today this has quietly become the determination of the unconscious by means of psychoanalysis itself. Henceforth, psychoanalysis reproduces the unconscious, while simultaneously taking itself as its reference, signifying itself as fashion, as the mode. So the unconscious returns to its old habits, as it is generally required to do, and psychoanalysis takes on social force, just as the code does, and is followed by an extraordinary complexification of theories of the unconscious, all commutable and basically indifferent. Fashion has its society, dreams, phantasms, fashionable psychoses, scientific theories, fashionable schools of linguistics. Not to mention art and politics, but this is only small change. Fashion haunts the model disciplines more profoundly. Indeed, to the extent that they have successfully made their axioms autonomous for their greater glory, and have moved into an aesthetic, almost a play-acting stage where, as in certain mathematical page 91, page 92 formulae, only the perfect specularity of the analytic models counts for anything. The flotation of signs. Contemporary with political economy and like the market, fashion is a universal form. In fashion, all signs are exchanged. Just as, on the market, all products come into play as equivalents. It is the only universalizable sign system, which therefore takes possession of all the others, just as the market eliminates all other modes of exchange. So if in the sphere of fashion no general equivalent can be located, it is because from the outset fashion is situated in an even more formal abstraction than political economy, at a stage when there is not even any need for a perceptible general equivalent, gold or money, because there remains only the form of general equivalence, and that is fashion itself. Or even, a general equivalent is necessary for the quantitative exchange of value, whereas models are required for the exchange of differences. Models are this kind of general equivalent diffracted throughout the matrices which govern the differentiated fields of fashion. They are shifters, effectors, dispatchers, the media of fashion, and through them fashion is indefinitely reproduced. There is fashion from the moment that a form is no longer produced according to its own determinations, but from the model itself, that is to say, that it is never produced, but always and immediately reproduced. The model itself has become the only system of reference. Fashion is not a drifting of signs, it is their flotation, in the sense in which monetary signs are floated today. This flotation in the economic order is recent. It requires that primitive accumulation be everywhere finished, that an entire cycle of dead labor be completed. Behind money, the whole economic order will enter into this general relativity. Now, this process has been managed for a long time within the order of signs where primitive accumulation is indeed anterior, if not always already given, and fashion expresses the already archived stage of an accelerated and limitless circulation of a fluid and recurrent combinatory of signs, which is equivalent to the instantaneous and mobile equilibrium of floating monies. All cultures, all sign systems, are exchanged and combined in fashion, they contaminate each other, bind. Ephemeral equilibria, where the machinery breaks down, where there is nowhere any meaning sense. Fashion is the pure, speculative stage in the order of signs. There is no more constraint of either coherence or reference than there is permanent equality in the conversion of gold into floating monies. This indeterminacy implies the characteristic dimension of the cycle and recurrence in fashion, and no doubt soon in economy, whereas determinacy, of signs or of production, implies a linear and continuous order. Hence the fate of the economic begins to emerge in the form of fashion, which is further down the route of general commutations than money and the economy. Page 92. Page 93. The pulsion 4.2 of fashion. Were the attempt made to explain fashion by saying that it serves as a vehicle for the unconscious and desire, it would mean nothing if desire itself was in fashion. In fact, there is a pulsion of fashion which hasn't got a great deal to do with the individual unconscious, something so violent that no prohibition has ever exhausted it, a desire to have done with meaning, sense, and to be submerged in pure science, moving towards a raw, immediate sociality. In relation to mediated, economic, etc., social processes, fashion retains something of a radical sociality, not at the level of the psychical exchange of contents, but at the immediate level of the distribution of signs. As Baudrillard has already said, curiosity is not a taste for the good or the beautiful, but for the rare, for what one has and others have not. It is not an affection for the perfect, but for what is current, for the fashionable. It is not an amusement, but a passion, sometimes so violent that it only yields to love and ambition through the modesty of its object. De la mode 2 in J. Benda, ed., Over Completes, Paris, Gallimard, 1951, p. 386. For Baudrillard, the passion for fashion connects the passion for collecting with the object passion, tulips, birds, engravings by Collett. In fact, fashion draws nearer to the collection, in those terms, by means of subtle detours, each of which, for Oscar Wilde, gives man a security which not even religion has given him. Paying tribute to it, he finds salvation in fashion. Faire son salut dans la mode. A passion for collecting, passion for signs, passion for the cycle. The collection is also a cycle, one line of fashion put into circulation and distributed at dizzying speeds across the entire social body, sealing its integration and taking in all identifications, as the line in collection unifies the subject in one and the same infinitely repeated cyclic process. This force, this enjoyment, takes root in the sign of fashion itself. The semiurgy of fashion rebels against the functionalism of the economic sphere. Against the ethics of production 3 stands the aesthetics of manipulation, of the reduplication and convergence of the single mirror of the model. Without content, fashion then becomes the spectacle. Human beings grant themselves of their power to make the insignificant signify. Barth's, The Fashion System Tr. Matthew Ward and Richard Howard, Berkeley, University of California Press, 1983, p. 288. The Charm and Fascination of fashion derives from this, the decree it proclaims with no other justification but itself. The arbitrary is enjoyed like an election, like class solidarity holding fast to the discrimination of the sign. It is in this way that it diverges radically from the economic while also being its crowning achievement. In relation to the pitiless finality of production and the market, which, however, it also stages, fashion is a festival. It epitomizes everything that the regime of economic abstraction censures. It inverts every categorical imperative. In this sense, it is spontaneously contagious, whereas economic calculation isolates people from one another. Disinvesting signs of all value, it. Page 93. Page 94. Becomes passion again, passion for the artificial. It is the utter absurdity, the formal futility of the sign of fashion, the perfection of a system where nothing is any longer exchanged against the real. It is the arbitrariness of this sign at the same time as its absolute coherence, constrained to a total relativity with other signs, that makes for its contagious virulence and, at the same time, its collective enjoyment. Beyond the rational and the irrational, beyond the beautiful and the ugly, the useful and the useless, it is this immorality in relation to all criteria, the frivolity which at times gives fashion its subversive force, in totalitarian, Puritan or archaic contexts, which always, in contradistinction to the economic, makes it a total social fact, for which reason we are obliged to revive, as Moss did for exchange, a total approach. Fashion, like language, is aimed from the outset at the social. The dandy, in his provocative solitude, is the a contrario proof of this. But, as opposed to language, which aims for meaning sense and effaces itself before it, fashion aims for a theatrical sociality, and delights in itself. At a stroke, it becomes an intense sight from which no one is excluded, the mirror of a certain desire for its own image. In contradistinction to language, which aims at communication, fashion plays at it, turning it into the goal-less stake of a signification without a message. Hence its aesthetic pleasure, which has nothing to do with beauty or ugliness. Is it then a sort of festival, an increasing excess of communication? It is especially fashion in dress, playing over the signs of the body, that appears festive, through its aspect of wasteful consumption, of potluck. Again, this is especially true of haute couture. This is what allows vogue to make this tasty profession of faith. What is more anachronistic, more dream-laden than a sailing ship? Haute couture. It discourages the economist. Takes up a stance contrary to productivity techniques. It is an affront to democratization. With superb languor, a maximum number of highly qualified people produce a minimum number of models of complex cut, which will be repeated, again with the same languor, 20 times in the best of cases, or not at all in the worst. Perhaps 2 million dresses. But why this debauchery of effort, you say? Why not, answer the creators, the craftsmen, the workers and the 4,000 clients, all possessed by the same passion for seeking perfection. Couturiers are the last adventurers of the modern world. They cultivate the act gratuit. Why haute couture, a few detractors may think. Why champagne? Again, neither practice nor logic can justify the extravagant adventure of clothes. Superfluous and therefore necessary, the world is once more the province of religion. Potluck, religion, indeed the ritual enchantment of expression, like that of costume and animal dances, everything is good. For exalting fashion against the economic, like a transgression into a play act's sociality. We know, however, that advertising too wants a feast of consumption, the media a feast of information, the markets a feast of production, etc. The art market and horse races can also be taken for potluck. Why not? Asks Vogue. We would like to see a functional squandering everywhere so as to bring about symbolic destruction. Because of the extent to which. Page 94. Page 95. They. Economic, shackled to the functional, has imposed its principle of utility. Anything which exceeds it quickly takes on the air of play and futility. It is hard to acknowledge that the law of value extends well beyond the economic, and that its true task today is the jurisdiction of all models. Wherever there are models, there is an imposition of the law of value. Repression by signs and the repression of signs by themselves. This is why there is a radical difference between the symbolic ritual and the signs of fashion. In primitive cultures, signs openly circulate over the entire range of things. There has not yet been any precipitation of a signified, nor therefore of a reason or a truth of the sign. The real, the most beautiful of our connotations does not exist. The sign has no underworld, it has no unconscious, which is both the last and the most subtle of connotations and rationalizations. Signs are exchanged without phantasms, with no hallucination of reality. Hence they have nothing in common with the modern sign, whose paradox Barthes has defined. The overwhelming tendency is to convert the perceptible into a signifier, towards ever more organized, closed systems. Simultaneously and in equal proportion, the sign and its systematic nature is disguised as such. It is rationalized, referred to a reason, to an agency in the world, to a substance, to a function, cf. The Fashion System, p. 285. With simulation, signs merely disguise the real and the system of reference as a sartorial supersign. The real is dead, long live the realistic sign. This paradox of the modern sign induces a radical split between it and the magical or ritual sign, the same one as is exchanged in the mask, the tattoo, or the feast. Even if fashion is an enchantment, it remains the enchantment of the commodity, and, still further, the enchantment of simulation, the code, and the law. Sex refashioned. There is nothing less certain than that sexuality invests dress, makeup, etc., or rather it is a modified sexuality that comes into play at the level of fashion. If the condemnation of fashion takes on this Puritan violence, it is not aimed at sex. The taboo bears on futility, on the passion for futility and the artificial, which is perhaps more fundamental than the sexual drives. In our culture, tethered as it is to the principle of utility, futility plays the role of transgression and violence, and fashion is condemned for having within it the force of the pure sign which signifies nothing. Its sexual provocation is secondary with regard to this principle which denies the grounds of our culture. Of course, the same taboo is also brought to bear on futile and non-reproductive sexuality, but there is a danger in crystallizing on sex, a danger that Puritan tactics, which aim to change the stakes to sexuality, may be prolonged, whereas it is at the level of the reality principle itself, of page 95. Page 96. The referential principle in which the unconscious and sexuality still participate, that fashion confrontationally sets up its pure play of differences. To place sexuality at the forefront of this history is once again to neutralize the symbolic by means of sex and the unconscious. It is according to this same logic that the analysis of fashion has traditionally been reduced to that of dress, since it allows the sexual metaphor the greatest play. Consequences of this diversion, the game is reduced to a perspective of sexual liberation, which is quite simply achieved in a liberation of dress. And a new cycle of fashion begins again. Fashion is certainly the most efficient neutralizer of sexuality. One never touches a woman in makeup, see the body, or the mass grave of signs below, precisely because it is a passion which is not complicitous, but in competition with sex. And, as La Bruyere has already noted, fashion is victorious over sex. Therefore the passion for fashion, in all its ambiguity, will come to play on the body confused with sex. Fashion grows deeper as it stages the body, as the body becomes the medium of fashion. For formerly the repressed sanctuary, the repression rendering it undecodable, from now on it too is invested. The play of dress is effaced before the play of the body, which itself is effaced before the play of models. 5 All at once dress loses the ceremonial character, which it still had up until the 18th century, bound up with the usage of signs qua signs, eaten away by the body's signifieds. By this transparence of the body as sexuality and nature, dress loses the fantastic exuberance it has had since the primitive societies. It loses its force as pure disguise, it is neutralized by the necessity that it must signify the body, it becomes a reason. The body too is neutralized in this operation, however. It too loses the power of disguise that it used to have in tattooing and costume. It no longer plays with anything save its proper truth, which is also its borderline, its nudity. In costumery, the signs of the body, mixed openly with the signs of the not body, play. Thereafter, costume becomes dress, and the body becomes nature. Another game is set up, the opposition of dress and the body, designation and censure, the same fracture as between the signifier and the signified, the same play of displacement and illusion. Fashion, strictly speaking, begins with this partition of the body, repressed and signified in an elusive way. It also puts an end to all this in the simulation of nudity, in nudity as the model of the simulation of the body. For the Indian, the whole body is a face, that is, a promise and a symbolic act, as opposed to nudity, which is only sexual instrumentality. This new reality of the body as hidden sex is from the outset merged with woman's body. The concealed body is feminine. Not biologically, of course, rather mythologically. The conjunction of fashion and woman, since the bourgeois, Puritan era, reveals therefore a double indexation, that of fashion on a hidden body, that of woman on a repressed sex. This conjunction did not exist, or not so much, until the 18th century, and not at all, of course, in ceremonial societies, and for us today it is. Page 96. Page 97. Beginning to disappear. As for us, when the destiny of a hidden sex and the forbidden truth of the body arises, when fashion itself neutralizes the opposition between the body and dress, then the affinity of woman and fashion progressively diminishes. Fashion is generalized and becomes less and less the exclusive property of one sex or of one age. Be wary, for it is a matter neither of progress nor of liberation. The same logic still applies, and if fashion is generalized and leaves the privileged medium of woman so as to be open to all, the prohibition placed on the body is also generalized in a more subtle form than Puritan repression, in the form of general desexualization. For it was only under repression that the body had strong sexual potential, it then appeared as a captivating demand. Abandoned to the signs of fashion, the body is sexually disenchanted, it becomes a mannequin, a term whose lack of sexual discrimination suits its meaning well. 7 The mannequin is sex in its entirety, but sex without qualities. Fashion is its sex. Or rather, it is in fashion that sex is lost as difference but is generalized as reference, as simulation. Nothing is sexed any longer, everything is sexualized. The masculine and the feminine themselves rediscover, having once lost their particularity, the chance of an unlimited second existence. Hence, in our culture alone, sexuality impregnates all signification, and this is because signs have, for their part, invested the entire sexual sphere. In this way the current paradox becomes clear, we simultaneously witness the emancipation of woman and a fresh upsurge of fashion. This is because fashion has only to do with the feminine, and not with women. Society in its entirety is becoming feminine to the extent that discrimination against women is coming to an end, as it is for madmen, children, etc., being the normal consequence of the logic of exclusion. Hence prendre son pied, at once to find one's feet, and a familiar French expression of the female orgasm jouissance, has now become generalized, while simultaneously, of course, destabilizing its signification. We must also note, however, that woman can only be liberated and emancipated as force of pleasure and force of fashion, exactly as the proletariat is only ever liberated as the labor force. The above illusion is radical. The historical definition of the feminine is formed on the basis of the destiny of the body and sex, bound up with fashion. The historical liberation of the feminine can only be the realization of this destiny writ large, which immediately becomes the liberation of the whole world, without however losing its discriminatory character. At the same moment that woman accesses a universal labor modeled on the proletariat, the whole world also accesses the emancipation of sex and fashion, modeled on women. We can immediately, and clearly, see that fashion is a labor, to which it becomes necessary to accord equal historical importance to material labor. It is also of capital importance, which by the same token becomes part of capital, to produce commodities in accordance with the market, and to produce the body in accordance with the rules of sex and fashion. The division of labor won't settle where we think, or rather there is no. Page 97. Page 98. Division of labor at all, the production of the body, the production of death, the production of signs and the production of commodities. These are only modalities of one and the same system. Doubtless it is even worse in fashion, for if the worker is divided from himself under the signs of exploitation and of the reality principle, woman is divided from herself and her body under the signs of beauty and the pleasure principle. The insubvertible. History says, or so the story goes, that the critique of fashion, Oberg Ellen, was a product of conservative thinking in the 19th century, but that today, with the advent of socialism, this critique has been revived by the left. The one went with religion and the other with revolution. Fashion corrupts morals, fashion abolishes the class struggle. Although this critique of fashion may have passed over to the left, it does not necessarily signify an historical reversal. Perhaps it signifies that with regard to morality and morals, the left has quite simply taken over from the right, and that, in the name of the revolution, it has adopted the moral order and its classic prejudices. Ever since the principle of revolution entered into morals, quite a categorical imperative, the whole political order, even the left, has become a moral order. Fashion is immoral, this is what's in question, and all power, or all those who dream of it, necessarily hates it. There was a time when immorality was recognized, from Machiavelli to Stendhal, and when somebody like Mandeville could show, in the 18th century, that a society could only be revolutionized through its vices, that it is its immorality that gives it its dynamism. Fashion still holds to this immorality, it knows nothing of value systems, nor of criteria of judgment. Good and evil, beauty and ugliness, the rational/irrational it plays within and beyond these, it acts therefore as the subversion of all order, including revolutionary rationality. It is power's hell, the hell of the relativity of all signs which all power is forced to crush in order to maintain its own signs. Thus fashion is taken on by contemporary youth, as a resistance to every imperative, a resistance without an ideology, without objectives. On the other hand, there is no possible subversion of fashion since it has no system of reference to contradict, it is its own system of reference. We cannot escape fashion, since fashion itself makes the refusal of fashion into a fashion. Feature blue jeans are an historical example of this. While it is true that one can always escape the reality principle of the content, one can never escape the reality principle of the code. Even while rebelling against the content, one more and more closely obeys the logic of the code. Why so? It is the diktat of modernity. Fashion leaves no room for revolution except to go back over the very genesis of the sign that constitutes it. Furthermore, the alternative to fashion does not lie in a liberty or in some kind of step beyond towards a truth of the world and systems of. Page 98. Page 99. Reference. It lies in a deconstruction of both the form of the sign of fashion and the principle of signification itself, just as the alternative to political economy can only lie in the deconstruction of the commodity/form and the principle of production itself. Notes. 1. I have translated the French noun jouissance and the verb jouir, whose admixture of libidinal and political economy is well known in contemporary French theory, variously according to context. In the main I have translated it as enjoyment, sometimes as intense pleasure, with the French following in brackets. Tr. 2. Pulsion is the French translation of Freudstrieb, which the Standard Edition translates as instinct, a move which, for many reasons, has been found inadequate. The current translation is drive, which I have sometimes used for reasons of euphony. The French pulsion, however, seems preferable since it confers a less mechanistically dominated energetics than does drive. These are the only options used throughout the present text. Tr. 3. But we have seen that the economic today conforms with the same indeterminacy. Ethics drops out in aid of a finality without end of production whereby it rejoins the vertiginous futility of fashion. We may say then of production what Barthes says of fashion: the system then abandons the meaning yet does so without giving up any of the spectacle of signification. The fashion system, p. 288, J.B.'s emphasis. For the three modalities of the body of fashion cited by Barthes, cf. The Fashion System, pages 2589. 1. It is a pure form, with no attributes of its own, tautologically defined by dress. 2. Or, every year we decree that a certain body, a certain type of body, is in fashion. This is another way of making the two coincide. 3. We develop dress in such a way that it transforms the real body and makes it signify the ideal body of fashion. These modalities more or less correspond to the historical evolution of the status of the model, from the initial, but non-professional model, the high society woman, to the professional mannequin whose body also plays the role of a sexual model up until the latest, current, phase where everybody has become a mannequin. Each is called, summoned to invest their bodies with the rules of the game of fashion. The whole world is an agent of fashion, just as the whole world becomes a productive agent. General effusion of fashion to all and sundry and at every level of signification. It is also possible to tie these phases of fashion in with the phases of the successive concentration of capital, with the structuration of the economic sphere of fashion, variation of fixed capital, of the organic composition of capital, the speed of the rotation of commodities, of finance capital and industrial capital. Cf. Utopia, October 1971, number 4. However, the analytic principle of this interaction of the economic and science is never clear. More than in the direct relation with the economic, it is in a sort of movement homologous to the extension of the market that the historical extension of the sphere of fashion can be seen. 1. In the beginning fashion is concerned only with scattered details, minimal variations, supported by marginal categories, in a system which remains essentially homogeneous and traditional, just as in the first phase of political economy only the surplus of a yield is exchanged, which in other circumstances is largely exhausted in consumption. Within the group a very weak section of the free labor force and the salariate. Fashion then is what is outside culture, outside the group, the foreigner. It is the city dweller to the country dweller, etc. 2. Fashion progressively and virtually integrates all the signs of culture, and regulates. Page 99. Page 100. The exchange of signs, just as in a second phase all material production is virtually integrated by political economy. Both systems anterior to production and exchange are effaced in the universal dimension of the market. All cultures come to play within fashion's universality. In this phase fashion's reference is the dominant cultural class, which administers the distinctive values of fashion. 3. Fashion is diffused everywhere and quite simply becomes the way of life le mode de vie. It invests every sphere which had so far escaped it. The whole world supports and reproduces it. It recuperates its own negativity, the fact of not being in fashion, it becomes its own signified, like production at the stage of reproduction. In a certain way. However, it is also its end. 5. For it is not true that a dress or a supple body stocking which lets the body play frees something or other, in the order of signs, this is a supplementary adulteration. To denude structures is not to return to the 0 degree of truth, it is to wrap them in a new signification which gets added to all the others. So it will be the beginning of a new cycle of forms. So much for the cycle of formal innovation, so much for the logic of fashion, and no one can do anything about it. To liberate structures, of the body, the unconscious, the functional truth of the object in design, etc., still amounts to clearing the way for the universalization of the system of fashion. It is the only universalizable system, the only one that can control the circulation of every sign, including contradictory ones. A bourgeois revolution in the system of forms. With the appearance of a bourgeois political revolution, this too clears the way for the universalization of the system of the market. 6. There are of course other, social, and historical, reasons for this affinity, woman's, or youth's, marginality or her social relegation. But this is no different, social repression and a malefic sexual aura are always brought together under the same categories. 7. The French mannequin signifies a masculine, a feminine, and a neuter, a man with no strength of character who is easily led, a woman employed by a large couturier to present models wearing its new collection, and an imitation human. Its gender is masculine, le mannequin. Tr. Page 100. Page 101. 4. The body, or the mass grave of signs. A sex is a mass grave of signs. The sign is a disembodied sex. The marked body. The entire contemporary history of the body is the history of its demarcation, the network of marks and signs that have since covered it, divided it up, annihilated its difference and its radical ambivalence in order to organize it into a structural material for sign exchange, equal to the sphere of objects, to resolve its playful virtuality and its symbolic exchange, not to be confused with sexuality, into sexuality taken as a determining agency, a phallic agency entirely organized around the fetishization of the phallus as the general equivalent. In this sense, the body is, under the sign of sexuality as it is currently understood, that is, under the sign of its liberation, caught up in a process whose functioning and strategy themselves derive from political economics. Fashion, advertising, nude look, nude theater, striptease, the play script of erection and castration is everywhere. It has an absolute variety and an absolute monotony. Ankle boots and thigh boots, a short coat under a long coat, over the elbow gloves and stocking tops on the thigh, hair over the eyes or the stripper's G-string, but also bracelets, necklaces, rings, belts, jewels and chains. The scenario is the same everywhere, a mark that takes on the force of a sign and thereby even a perverse erotic function, a boundary to figure castration which parodies castration as the symbolic articulation of lack, under the structural form of a bar articulating two full terms, which then on either side play the part of the signifier and the signified in the classical economy of the sign. The bar makes a zone of the body work as its corresponding terms. Here, this is not an erogenous zone at all, but an erotic, eroticist zone, a fragment erected into the phallic signifier of a sexuality that has become a pure and simple concept, a pure and simple signified. In this fundamental schema, analogous to that of the linguistic sign, castration is signified, it passes into the state of a sign, and therefore subject to misrecognition mechanisms. The nude and the not nude play in a structural opposition and thus contribute to the designation of the page 101. Page 102. Fetish. The image of the stocking top on the thigh derives its erotic potential not from the proximity of the real genital and its positive promise. From this naive functionalist perspective, the naked thigh would have to play the same role, but from the apprehension surrounding the genitals, the panic of recognizing castration, being arrested in a staged castration, the innocuous mark, the line of the stocking above which, instead of lack, ambivalence, and the chasm, there is nothing more than a sexual plenitude. The naked thigh and, metonymically, the entire body has become a phallic effigy by means of this caesura, a fetishistic object to be contemplated and manipulated, deprived of all its menace. One is in fetishism. Desire can then be fulfilled at the cost of warding off castration and the death drive. Eroticization always consists in the erectility of a fragment of the barred body, in a phallic phantasmatization of everything beyond the bar in the position of the signifier and the simultaneous reduction of sexuality to the rank of the signified, represented value. A reassuring structural conjuring operation enables the subject to be recovered as phallus, to identify himself with and reappropriate this fragment of the body, or the entire positivist, fetishist body in the fulfillment of a desire that will forever misconstrue his proper loss. We can read this operation in the slightest detail. The tight-fitting bracelet round the arm or the ankle, the belt, the necklace and the ring establish the foot, the waist, the neck, or the finger as erectile parts. Ultimately there is no further need for a mark or a visible sign. Stripped of signs, it is nevertheless on the basis of a phantasmatic separation, thus tricking and eluding castration, that the body's eroticity functions exclusively in nudity. Even if the body is not structuralized by some mark, a jewel, some makeup or a wound can all work to this end, even if it is not fragmented. The bar is always there as the clothes come off, signaling the emergence of the body as phallus, even if, or, rather, especially if, it is a woman's body. This is the whole art of striptease, which we will come back to later. We should reinterpret so-called Freudian symbolism in this sense. It is not by virtue of their protuberant form that the foot, finger, nose, or some other part of the body may act as metaphors for the penis, in accordance with a schema of analogy between these diverse signifiers and the real penis. Rather, their phallic value rests solely on the basis of phantasmatic cut that erects them. The castrated penis is a penis because it is castrated. Full, phallicized terms marked out by the bar that makes them autonomous. Everything beyond this bar is the phallus, everything is resolved into a phallic equivalent, even the female genitals, or any gaping organ or object traditionally listed as a symbol of the feminine. The body is not arranged into masculine or feminine symbols. At a much deeper level, it is the site of the drama and the denial of castration, illustrated by the Chinese custom, cited by Freud in Fetishism in Standard Edition. Ed. N.T.R. James Strachey, London, Hogarth Press and the Institute of Psychoanalysis, Volume 21, 1961, where, beginning by mutilating a woman's foot, they. Page 102. Page 103. Then venerate the mutilated foot as a fetish. The entire body is susceptible to innumerable forms of marking and mutilation, too, followed by phallic veneration, erotic exaltation. This, rather than the anamorphosis of the genital organs, is where the body's secret lies. In this way, rouged lips are phallic, face paint and makeup are preeminent in the arsenal of the body's structural Enhancement. A made-up mouth no longer speaks, its beatified lips, half open, half closed, are no longer used for speaking, eating, vomiting or kissing. Beyond these always ambivalent exchange functions introjection and rejection, and on the basis of their denegation, the perverse erotic and cultural function is established. This fascinating mouth, like an artificial sign, like cultural labor, the game and the rules of the game, neither speaks nor eats, and no one kisses it. The painted mouth, objectified like a jewel, derives its intense erotic value not, as one might imagine, from accentuating its role as an erotogenic orifice, but conversely from its closure paint being as it were the trace of the phallic, the mark that institutes its phallic exchange value, an erectile mouth, a sexual tumescence whereby woman becomes erect and man's desire will be received in its own image. Point 3. Mediated by this structural labor, desire, implacable as it is when it is based on loss, on the void between one and the other, becomes negotiable in terms of signs and exchanged phallic values, indexed on a general phallic equivalent where each party operates in accordance with a contract and converts its own enjoyment into cash in terms of a phallic accumulation, a perfect situation for a political economy of desire. The same holds true for the gaze. The strand of hair falling over the eye, and every other ocular erotic artifact, implements the denegation of the gaze as the unending dimension of castration and, at the same time, as an amorous offering. When the eyes are metamorphosed by makeup, there is an ecstatic reduction of the threat and the gaze of the other where the subject may be reflected in his proper lack, but where he may also be vertiginously eliminated if these eyes open on him. These sophisticated eyes, these Medusa's 4 eyes, gaze at nobody, they don't open onto anything. Caught in the labor of the sign, they possess the sign's redundancy, they revel in their own fascination, and their seduction derives from this perverse onanism. We could go on. What is true of these privileged sites of symbolic exchange, the mouth and the gaze, is also true of any part of the body whatever when it is caught in the process of erotic signification. But the most beautiful object, which always epitomizes this mise en scene and seems to be the key to the vault of the political economy of the body, is the female body. The female body unveiled in the thousand variants of eroticism is obviously the emergence of the phallus. The fetish object, an immense labor of phallic simulation at the same time as the endlessly repeated spectacle of castration. With the immense diffusion of images in page 103, page 104. The meticulous ritual of the striptease, the smooth and faultless potency puissance of the exhibited female body always functions as a phallic display, a potency medusified, paralyzed by a relentless phallic demand, hence the profound imaginary affinity between the escalation of the erotic and productivist growth. The erotic privilege of the female body works for women just as much as for men. In fact, a single perverse structure works for everyone, centered on the denial of castration. It works with the female body as with the imminence of castration. 5. Thus the logical progression of the system, here once again homologous to political economy, leads to an erotic recrudescence of the female body because it best lends itself to phallic general equivalence, being deprived of a penis. The male body is not subject to the same erotic return, far from it, because it permits neither the fascinating reminder of castration, nor the spectacle of constantly overcoming it. It can never really become a smooth, closed and perfect object since it is stamped with the tree mark, the one the general system valorizes, and in consequence is less susceptible to demarcation, to this long task of phallic formation. Of course, it is by no means certain that one day it too may be actualized as a phallic variation. We are approaching a new order where there is no erectile advertising nor any erectile nudity. It is at this cost that there can be a controlled transfer of erectility across the entire spectrum of objects, including the female body. At the limit, the erection itself is not incompatible with the system. Point 6. We must see how, in woman's erotic privilege, historical and social subjection operate. Not by some mechanism of alienation like a double of social alienation, but by trying to see if the same process of misrecognition mechanisance works towards all political discrimination as towards sexual difference in fetishism, resulting in a fetishism of class or of the dominated group, along with a sexual overvaluation so as to better stave off the crucial examination that it conducts of the order of power. If such reflections are accurate, then all signifying material of the erotic order is made up of nothing but the outfits of slaves, chains, collars, whips, etc., savages, negritude, bronzed skin, nudity, tattooing, and all the signs of the dominated classes and races. This is how it is for the woman in her body, annexed to a phallic order which, when expressed in political terms, condemns her to a non-existence. Point 7. Secondary nudity. Any body or part of the body can operate functionally in the same way, provided that it is subject to the same erotic discipline. It is necessary and sufficient that it be as closed and as smooth as possible, faultless, without orifice and lacking nothing, every erogenous difference being conjured up by the structural bar that will design, 8, this body, in the double sense of designate and design, visible in clothing, jewelry or makeup, in vipage. Page 104. Page 105. Symbolic but always present in complete nudity, since it then envelopes the body like a second skin. The ubiquity of phrases such as almost naked, naked without being naked, as if you were naked, and the tights in which you are more naked than is natural in the discourse of advertising is characteristic of this. This is all in order to reconcile the naturalist ideal of living in touch with your body with the commercial imperative of surplus value. It is much more interesting, however, to note that in this discourse nudity is defined as secondary nudity, the nudity of tights X or Y, of the veils so transparent that their transparency even affects you. Moreover, this nudity is very often relayed by the mirror. In any case, it is in this reduplication that the woman is united with the body of her dreams, her own. And for once the advertising myth is absolutely right, there is no nudity other than that which is reduplicated in signs, which envelopes itself in its signified truth and reconstructs, like a mirror, the fundamental rule of the body as erotic matter, the nudity of becoming, in order to be phallically celebrated, the diaphanous, smooth, depilate substance of a glorious and unsexed body. The James Bond film Goldfinger provides a perfect example of this. In it, a woman is painted in gold, all her orifices are blocked up in a radical makeup, making her body a flawless phallus. That the makeup should be gold only emphasizes the homology with political economy, which of course amounts to death. The nude gold-varnished playgirl will die by having incarnated to an absurd extent the phantasm of the erotic, but this is the case for every skin in functional aesthetics, in the mass culture of the body. Body-hugging tights, girdles, stockings, gloves, dresses and clothes, not to mention suntans, the leitmotif of the second skin and the transparent pellicle always come to vitrify the body. The skin itself is defined not as nudity but as an erogenous zone, a sensuous medium of contact and exchange, a metabolism of absorption and excretion. The body does not stop at this porous skin, full of holes and orifices, only. Metaphysics institutes it as the borderline of the body. This body is denied in the interests of a second, non-porous skin that neither exudes nor excretes, 8 that is, neither hot nor cold, it is cool and warm, optimally air-conditioned, with no proper density, a clear or, in French, transparent complexion, and above all without orifices, it is smooth as functional as a cellophane wrapper. All these qualities, coolness, suppleness, transparency, one piece, are qualities of Closure, a 0 degree resulting from the denegation of ambivalent extremes. The same goes for the youth of the body, which will neutralize the old-young paradigm in an eternal youth of simulation. The vitrification of nudity is related to the obsessional function of the protective wax or plastic coating of objects and the labor of scrubbing and cleaning intended to keep them in a constant state of propriety, of flawless abstraction. In both cases, vitrification and protection, it is a matter of blocking secretions, patina, oxidization, dust, preventing them from collapsing and maintaining them in a sort of abstract immortality. Page 105. Page 106. Design, ed. Nudity implies that there is nothing behind the lattice of signs that it weaves, especially not a body, neither a body of labor, nor a body of pleasure, neither an erogenous body nor a broken body. It formally exceeds all that in a simulacrum of the pacified body, just like Brigitte Bardot, who is beautiful because she fits her dress exactly, a functional equation without any unknown factors. As opposed to the rent skin and torn muscles of the anatomical body. The modern body comes much more under the heading of the inflatable, a theme illustrated by a cartoon strip in Louis, where we see a stripper, her clothes scattered on the floor around her, making one final gesture, she uncorks her navel and deflates immediately, leaving only a small heap of skin on the stage. A utopia of nudity, of the body present in its truth, this is at most the ideology of the body that can be represented. The Indian, I no longer know which one, said, the naked body is an expressionless mask hiding each of our true natures. By this he meant that the body only has meaning when it is marked, covered in inscriptions. Alphonse Allais Raja, a fanatic for denotation and truth, translated this contrariwise, not content to have made the dancing girl undress, he flays her alive. The body is not at all the surface of being, a virginal beach without tracks, nature. It has only taken on this original value through repression, and so, to liberate the body as such in accordance with naturalist illusions is to liberate it as repressed. Even in nudity, the body turns back on itself, shrouding itself with an ethereal and ineluctable censorship, the second skin. For the skin, like every sign that takes on the value of a sign, is doubled through signification, it is always already the second skin, not the final skin, but always the only one. In the redundancy of the nudity sign, which works towards a reconstruction of the body as a phantasm of totalization, we again find the infinite speculation of the conscious subject through its mirror image, capturing and bringing a formal resolution to the insurmountable division of the subject in this reduplication. The signs inscribed on the body, where the death drive is also tangentially inscribed, merely repeat the metaphysical operations of the conscious subject on corporeal material. By beating our skins we beat metaphysics back into our brains, as Artaud said. Closure of the mirror, phallic reduplication of the mark, in both cases the subject is seduced by itself. It seduces its own desire and conjures it up in its own body, doubled in signs. Behind the exchange of signs, behind the labor of the code, which functions as a fortification of the phallic, the subject can hide away and recover its strength, shying away from the desire of the other, from its own lack, and, as it were, to see oneself, without being seen. The logic of the sign meets the logic of perversion. It is important here to make a radical distinction between the labor of inscription and the mark at the level of the body in primitive societies and that which takes place in our current system. They are too easily mixed up in the category of the symbolic expression of the body. As if the body had. Page 106. Page 107. Always been what it is, as if archaic tattooing had the same meaning as makeup, as if, beyond all the revolutions of the mode of production, there existed an unexchanged mode of signification at the basis of every age extending even into the sphere of political economy. In archaic society, as opposed to our own, where signs are exchanged under the regime of the general equivalent, where they have an exchange value in a system of phallic abstraction and of the imaginary saturation of the subject, marking the body as a masking practice, all have the function of immediately actualizing symbolic exchange, gift exchange with the gods or within the group. Here, negotiation is not a negotiation of identity by the subject behind the mask, nor the manipulation of the sign, on the contrary, it consumes the subject's identity and, like the subject, enters the game of possession and dispossession, the entire body becoming, just like gods and women, material for symbolic exchange. Finally, within this standard schema of signification, our transcendental signifier/signified, our phallus/subjectivity, which governs our entire political economy of the body, has not yet emerged. When the Indian, perhaps the same one, says everything is a face to me, in response to the white man's questions as to why he is naked, he is saying that his entire body, which, as we have seen is never nude, is given over to symbolic exchange, while for us, nudity has a tendency to be reduced to a single face and a single look. For the Indian, bodies gaze at each other and exchange all their signs. These signs are consumed in an incessant relaying and refer neither to a transcendental law of value, nor to a private appropriation of the subject. For us, the body is sealed in signs, increasing its value through a calculus of signs that it exchanges under the law of equivalence and the reproduction of the subject. The subject is no longer eliminated in the exchange, it speculates. The subject, not the savage, is enmeshed in fetishism, through the investment fair value of its body, it is the subject that is fetishized by the law of value. Striptease. Bernardine, manager of the Crazy Horse Saloon. You neither strip nor tease. You parody. I am a hoaxer, you give the impression of giving the naked truth. There could not be a greater hoax. This is the opposite of life, because when she is nude, she has many more adornments than when she is dressed. Bodies are made up with extremely beautiful special foundations, leaving the skin satin smooth. She has gloves that cut off on her arms, which is always so beautiful, green, red, or black stockings on her legs, also cut off at the thigh. Dream striptease, the space woman. She was dancing in the void. Because the more slowly a woman dies, the more erotic it is. So I believe that this would reach its apex with a woman in a state of weightlessness. Beach nudity has nothing to do with stage nudity. On stage the women are goddesses, they are untouchable. The wave of nudity sweeping through the page 107. Page 108. Theatre and elsewhere is superficial, it is limited to a mental act. I am going to take my clothes off, I am going to show nude actors and actresses. Precisely these limits make it uninteresting. Other people present reality, here, I am only suggesting the impossible. The reality of sex which is flaunted everywhere, diminishes the subjectivity of eroticism. Iridescent under intense lights, embellished by a voluminous orange wig, the whole thing set off with jewels. Usha Barak, an Austrian-Polish half-caste, will continue the tradition of the crazy horse, creating what you cannot hold in your arms. The striptease is a dance, perhaps the only one, and definitely the most original in the contemporary Western world. Its secret is a woman's autoerotic celebration of her own body, which becomes desirable in exact proportion to the intensity of this celebration. Without this narcissistic mirage that is the substance of every gesture, without this gestural repertoire of caresses that come to envelop the body, making it into an emblem as a phallic object, there would be no erotic effect. A sublime masturbation whose slow pace, as Bernardine said, is fundamental. This slow pace marks the fact that the gestures with which the girl covers herself, stripping, caressing, even as far as mimicking orgasm jouissance, come from the other. Her gestures weave a phantom sexual partner around her. By the same token, however, the other is excluded, since she replaces it and appropriates its gestures for herself following a work of condensation which is not in fact far removed from dream processes. The whole erotic secret, and labor, of the strip lies in this evocation and revocation of the other, through gestures so slow as to be poetic, as a slow motion film of explosions or falls, because something in this, before being completed, has time to pass you by, which, if such a thing exists, constitutes the perfection of desire. 9. The only good strip is the one that reflects the body in the mirror of gestures and follows this rigorous narcissistic abstraction, the gestural repertoire being the mobile equivalent of the panoply of signs and marks at work in situations such as erectile stagings of the body at every level of fashion, makeup, and advertising. Point 10. The bad strip is obviously a pure undressing, which simply restores a state of nudity, the alleged finality of the spectacle, lacking any hypnosis of the body, in order to give it directly over to the audience's lusts. It is not that the bad strip is unable to capture the audience's desire, on the contrary, but because the girl was unable to recreate her body as an object for herself, because she was unable to effect this transubstantiation of profane, realist, naturalist, nudity into sacred nudity, where a body describes its own contours, feels itself, but always across a kind of subtle void, a sensual distance, of a circumlocution which, once again, as in the dream, reflects the fact that gestures are like a mirror, that the body is turned back on itself by this mirror of gestures. The bad strip is threatened by nudity or immobility, or the absence of rhythm, the awkward gesture. All that remains on the stage is a woman and an obscene, in the strict sense of the term, body, rather than the page 108. Page 109. Closed sphere of a body which, by means of this aura of gestures, design, 8, s itself as a phallus and specifies itself as a sign of desire. To succeed is not at all to make love with the audience as is generally thought, it is rather precisely the opposite. The stripper is a goddess according to Bernardine, and the prohibition cast over her, which she traces around herself, does not signify that you cannot take anything from her, cannot pass into sexual acting out. This repressive situation belongs to the bad strip, but rather that you cannot give her anything, because she gives herself everything. Hence the complete transcendence that makes her fascinating. The slow pace of the gestures comes from the priesthood and from transubstantiation. Not bread and wine in this case, but the transubstantiation of the body into the phallus. Every piece of clothing that falls brings her no closer to nudity, to the naked truth of sex, although the entire spectacle is also fueled by the voyeuristic drive, haunted by a violent laying bare and the rape drive, but these phantasms run counter to the spectacle. As her clothes fall, she design, 8, s what she strips down as a phallus, she unveils herself as other, and the same game becomes profound, the body emerging more and more as a phallic effigy to the rhythm of the strip. This is not then a game of stripping signs away in order to reveal a sexual depth, but, on the contrary, an ascending play of the construction of signs, each mark deriving an erotic force by means of its labor as a sign, that is, by means of the reversal it effects of what has never been, loss and castration, into what it design, 8, s instead to take its place, the phallus. 11. This is why the striptease is slow, it ought to go as fast as possible if it is simply a matter of preparing for sex. It is slow because it is discourse, the construction of signs, the meticulous elaboration of deferred meaning. The gaze too testifies to this phallic transfiguration. A fixed gaze is an essential asset of the good stripper. This is commonly interpreted as a distantiation technique, a coolness intended to Mark the limits of this erotic situation. Yes and no, the fixed gaze that merely marks a prohibition would once more turn the strip into a kind of repressive pornodrama. That is not a good strip. The mastery of the gaze has nothing to do with a willed cool. If it is cool, as with mannequins, it is on condition that cool is redefined as a very specific quality of the whole contemporary media and body culture, and no longer belongs to the order of the hot and the cold. This gaze is the neutralized gaze of autoerotic fascination, of the woman object gazing at herself with her eyes wide open, then closing her eyes on herself. This is not the effect of desire undergoing censorship, it is the peak of perfection and perversion. It is the fulfillment of the entire sexual system that has it that a woman is never more completely herself, and therefore never so seductive, as when she accepts giving herself pleasure first of all, taking pleasure in herself, having no other desire or transcendence than that of her own image. The ideal body, as outlined in this statute, is that of the mannequin. The mannequin offers the model of every phallic instrumentalization of the page 109. Page 110. Body. The word itself states this: mannequin, little man, the child, or the penis. The woman wraps her own body in a sophisticated manipulation, a flawless and intense narcissistic discipline, which effectively makes it the paradigm of seduction. And doubtless it is here, in this perverse process that turns her and her sacralized body into a living phallus, that we find the real castration of woman, also of man, but according to a model which tends to crystallize around the woman. To be castrated is to be covered with phallic substitutes. The woman is covered in them, she is summoned to produce a phallus from her body, on pain of perhaps not being desirable. And if women are not fetishists, it is because they perform this labor of continual fetishization on themselves, they become dolls. We know that the doll is a fetish, produced in order to be continually dressed and undressed, dressed up and dressed down. It is this play of covering and uncovering that gives the doll its childhood symbolic value. It is in this play, conversely, that every object and symbolic relation regresses when the woman turns herself into a doll, becomes her own fetish and the fetish of the other. 12. As Freud says, pieces of underclothing, which are so often chosen as a fetish, crystallize the last moment of undressing, the last moment in which the woman could still be regarded as phallic. Fetishism, in Standard Edition, Volume 21, p. 155. Thus the fascination of the striptease as a spectacle of castration derives from the imminence of discovering, or rather, seeking and never managing to discover, or better still searching by all available means without ever discovering, that there is nothing there. An aversion, which is never absent in any fetishist, to the real female genitals remains a stigma indelible of the repression that has taken place. Ibid, p. 154. The experience of this unthinkable absence, which subsequently remains constitutive of every revelation, every unveiling, and in particular the sexual status of truth, the obsession with the whole is changed into the converse fascination with the phallus. From this mystery of the denied, barred, gaping void, a whole population of fetishes surges forth, objects, phantasms, body objects. The fetishized woman's body itself comes to bar the point of absence from which it arose, it comes to bar this vertigo in all its erotic presence, a token of a triumph over the threat of castration and a protection against it. Ibid, p. 154. There is nothing behind this succession of veils, there never has been, and the impulse which is always pressing forward in order to discover this is strictly speaking the process of castration, not the recognition of lack, but the fascinating vertigo of this nihilating substance. The entire march of the West, ending in a vertiginous compulsion for realism, is affected by this myopia of castration. Pretending to restore the ground of things, we unconsciously eye up the void. Instead of a recognition of castration, we establish all kinds of phallic alibis, then, following a fascinated compulsion, we seek to dismiss these alibis one by one in order to uncover the truth, which is always castration, but which is in the last instance always revealed to be castration denied. Page 110. Page 111. Planned narcissism. All this leads us to repeat the question of narcissism in terms of social control. There is a passage in Freud that brings out everything we have been discussing up to this point. Women, especially if they grow up with good looks, develop a certain self-contentment which compensates them for the social restrictions that are imposed on them in their choice of object. Strictly speaking, it is only themselves that such women love with an intensity comparable to that of the man's love for them. Nor does their need lie in the direction of loving, but of being loved, and the man who fulfills this condition is the one who finds favor with them. Such women have the greatest fascination for men, not only for aesthetic reasons, since as a rule they are the most beautiful, but also because of a combination of interesting psychological factors. On Narcissism, an Introduction, in Standard Edition, Volume 14, 1957, pages 889. There follows a question of children, cats, and certain animals which we envy for maintaining an unassailable libidinal position, and for the narcissistic consistency they manage, Ibid, p. 89. In the current system of erotics. However, it is not a question of primary narcissism bound to a sort of polymorphous perversity. It is rather a matter of the displacement of the narcissism enjoyed in childhood by the actual ego onto the ego ideal, or, more precisely, the projection of the narcissistic perfection of childhood, Ibid, p. 94, as the ideal ego which, as we know, is bound up with repression and sublimation. The gratification the woman takes from her body and the rhetoric of beauty reflect, in fact, a fierce discipline, an ethics which parallels the one that governs the economic order. Neither can one distinguish, in the framework of this functional aesthetics of the body, the process by which the subject submits to its narcissistic ideal ego from that by which society enjoins the subject to conform to this ideal, leaving it no other alternative but to love itself, to invent itself and invest itself in accordance with socially imposed rules. This narcissism is therefore radically distinct from that of the cat or the child in that it is placed under the sign of value. This is a planned narcissism, a managed and functional exaltation of beauty as the exploitation and exchange of signs. Self-seduction is only apparently gratuitous, in fact its every detail is finalized by the norm of the optimal management of the body on the market of signs. Modern erotics, whatever phantasms are in play in it, is organized around a rational economy of value, differentiating it absolutely from primary or infantile narcissism. Thus fashion and advertising sketch the autoerotic carte du tendre 13 and plan its exploration. You are responsible for your body and must invest in it and make it yield benefits not in accordance with the order of enjoyment but with the signs reflected and mediated by mass models, and in accordance with an organization chart of prestige, etc. A strange strategy is operative here. There is a diversion and transfer of investments from the body and the erogenous zones towards staging the body in erotogeneity. From now on, narcissistic seduction becomes associated with page 111. Page 112. The body or with parts of the body objectified by a technique, by objects, gestures, and a play of marks and signs. This neo-narcissism is associated with the manipulation of the body as value. This is a planned economy of the body based on a schema of libidinal and symbolic destructuration, an administered dismantling and restructuration of investments, a reappropriation of the body according to models of management and hence under the control of meaning, transferring The fulfillment of desire onto the code. 14. All this is established as a synthetic narcissism which must be distinguished from the two classical forms of narcissism. 1. Primary, fusional narcissism. 2. Secondary narcissism, the investment of the body as distinct, the mirror of the ego. Integration of the ego by specular recognition and the gaze of the other. 3. Tertiary, synthetic, narcissism, rewriting the body, deconstructed as a personalized eros, that is, indexed on collective functional models. The homogenist body as the site of the industrial production of signs and differences, mobilized under the sign of programmatic seduction. The interception of ambivalence in the interests of a total positivization of the body as the schema of seduction, satisfaction, and prestige. The body as a summation of partial objects, the subject of which is the second person plural of consumption. 15. The interception of the subject's relation to its proper lack in its body, by the body which has itself become the medium of totalization. This was made admirably apparent in the film Elle Méprise, with Brigitte Bardot, examining her own body in a mirror, offering each part of it to the erotic approval of the other, the finished product being a formal addition as object. So, do you love every bit of me? The body becomes a total system of signs arranged by models under the general equivalent of the phallic cult, just as capital becomes the total system of exchange value under the general equivalent of money. Incestuous manipulation. The current liberation of the body necessarily undergoes this narcissism. The liberated body is a body where law and prohibition, which once used to censor sex and the body from the outside, are somehow interiorized as a narcissistic variable. External constraints have changed into the constituency of the sign, a closed simulation. And if, in the name of the Father, the Puritan law was initially and in a violent manner brought to bear on genital sexuality, the current phase corresponds to a mutation of all these characteristics. 1. It is no longer a violent repression, it has been pacified. 2. It is no longer fundamentally oriented towards genital sexuality, but is subsequently sanctioned by morality. This infinitely more subtle and radical stage of repression and control is oriented towards the level of symbolic exchange itself. That is to say, that repression, overcoming secondary sexuation, genitality and the social bisexual model, reaches page 112. Page 113. Primary sexuation, erogenous difference and ambivalence, the subject's relation to his own lack on which the virtuality of all symbolic exchange is based. 16. The body is characterized as fetishization. Now, fetishistic perversion is defined by the fact that it has never gotten over the desire for the mother, making the fetish the replacement for what the fetishist lacked. All the labor of the perverse subject consists in settling into the mirage of himself as the living phallus of the mother so as to find a fulfillment of desire there. This is in fact the fulfillment of the desire for the mother, whereas traditional genital repression signifies the fulfillment of the word of the father. We can see that this creates a strictly incestuous situation. The subject is no longer divided, he no longer abandons his phallic identity, and no longer divides, he no longer relinquishes any part of himself. In a relation of symbolic exchange, this is fully defined by identification with the mother's phallus. Exactly the same process as in incest, where it never leaves the family. Today, generally speaking, the same goes for the body. If the law of the father or Puritan morality has been, relatively speaking, avoided here, it is according to a libidinal economy characterized by the destructuration of the symbolic and the raising of the incest barrier. This general model of the fulfillment of desire, circulated by the mass media, always comes with an obsessional and anxious quality that is utterly different from the basically hysterical Puritan neurosis. It is no longer a matter of an anxiety bound up with Oedipal prohibition, but of an anxiety bound up with the fact, even at the breast of satisfaction and multiplied phallic enjoyment, in the heart 17 of the gratifying, tolerant, soothing, permissive society, of being only the living marionette of the desire for the mother. A deeper anxiety than that of genital frustration, since it entails the abolition of the symbolic and of exchange, as well as the incestuous position where the subject comes to lack even his own lack. This anxiety is translated into and betrayed everywhere today as the phobic obsession with manipulation. We are all, at every level, living with this subtle form of repression and alienation. Its sources are elusive, its presence insidious and total, and the forms that a struggle might take remain undiscovered and perhaps cannot be found. This is because manipulation refers to the original manipulation of the subject by the mother as much as by his own phallus. We can no longer stand against this fusional and manipulatory plenitude, this dispossession, as we could against the transcendental law of the Father. Every future revolution must take account of this fundamental condition and, between the law of the Father and the desire for the mother, between the cycle of repression and transgression and the cycle of regression and manipulation, rediscover the form of the articulation of the symbolic. Point 18. Page 113. Page 114. Models of the body. 1. For medicine, the body of reference is the corpse. In other words, the corpse is the ideal limit of the body in its relation to the system of medicine. The accomplished practice of the corpse produces and reproduces medicine under the sign of the preservation of life. 2. For religion, the ideal reference of the body is the animal instincts and appetites of the flesh. The corpse as a mass grave, and its reincarnation beyond death as a carnal metaphor. 3. For the system of political economy, the ideal type of the body is the robot. The robot is the accomplished model of the functional liberation of the body as labor power. It is the extrapolation of absolute, asexual, rational productivity. This may be a cerebral robot. The computer is always the extrapolation of the brain and labor power. 4. For the system of the political economy of the sign, the reference model of the body is the mannequin, along with all its variations. Contemporary with the robot, this is the ideal pair of science fiction. Barbarella, the mannequin also represents a totally functionalist body under the law of value, but this time as the site of the production of the value sign. It is no longer labor power, but models of signification that are produced, not only sexual models of fulfillment, but sexuality itself as a model. Behind the ideality of its ends, health, resurrection, rational productivity, liberated sexuality, every system thus alternately reveals the reductive phantasm on which it is articulated, and the delirious vision of the body that provides its strategy. Corpse, animal, machine, and mannequin, these are the negative ideal types of the body, the fantastic reductions under which it is produced and written into successive systems. The strange thing is that the body is nothing other than the models in which different systems have enclosed it, and at the same time every other thing, their radical alternative, the irreducible difference that denies them. We may still call the body this inverse virtuality. For this, however, for the body as material of symbolic exchange, there is no model, no code, no ideal type, no controlling phantasm, since there could not be a system of the body as anti-object phallus exchange standard. Since the Industrial Revolution, a single immense mutation has enveloped material goods, language, and sexuality, the body, in accordance with a process that marks either the progressive generalization of political economy, or the entrenchment of the law of value. 1. Products become commodities, use value and exchange value. Intended on the one hand for the abstract finality of the needs that they, page 114. Page 115. Satisfy, and on the other hand to the structural form that governs their production and exchange. 2. Language becomes a means of communication, a field of signification. It is arranged into signifiers and signifieds. Just like the separation of the commodity into a referential finality, language as a medium has the goal of expression, and is separated into the order of signifieds and a structural form that governs the exchange of signifiers, the code of langue. In both cases, the passage to a functional finality, the rational assignation of an objective content, use value or signified referent, seals the assignation of a structural form that is the form of political economy itself. In the neo-capitalist, techno- and semiocratic framework, this form is systematized at the expense of objective reference, signifieds and use values. Progressively disappear to the great advantage of the operation of the code and exchange value. At the term of this process, a term which today remains only an outline for us, the two sectors of production and signification are merging. Products and commodities are produced as signs and messages and are regulated on the basis of the abstract configuration of language, transporting contents, values, finalities, their signifieds, they circulate according to an abstract general form organized by models. Commodities and messages both culminate in the same sign status. Thereby, moreover, their reference is blurred in the face of the play of signifiers which can also in this way attain structural perfection. With the acceleration and proliferation of messages, information, signs, and models, it is in fashion as a total cycle that the linear world of the commodity will reach completion. The body and sexuality can be analyzed in terms of everything that preceded it, use value and exchange value, signifier and signified. 1. We can show how sexuality is reduced, in its current mode of liberation, to use value, the satisfaction of sexual needs, and exchange value, the play and calculation of the erotic signs governed by the circulation of models. We can also show that sexuality becomes separated as a function, from the collective function of the reproduction of the species. It passes to the individual functions of physiological equilibrium, part of a general hygiene, mental equilibrium, self-expression, or the expression of subjectivity, unconscious emanations, the ethics of sexual pleasure, what else? In any case, sexuality becomes an element of the economy of the subject, an objective finality of the subject itself obedient to an order of finalities, whatever they might be. 2. The more it is functionalist, the more it submits to some transcendent reference that speaks through it, even if it were its own idealized principle, the libido, the signified's last subterfuge. The more sexuality takes on a structural form, like the products of industry or the language of communication, it reverts to the great oppositions, male/female, in whose disjunctions it is imprisoned, and crystallizes around the exercise of a particular sexual model, attested to by a particular sexual organ, and closes the play of the body's signifiers. Page 115. Page 116. 3. The male/female structure becomes confused with the privilege granted to the genital function, whether reproductive or erotic. The privilege of genitality over all the body's erogenous virtualities reverberates in the structure of a male-dominated social order, for structure hinges on biological difference. This is not merely in order to maintain a genuine difference, but, on the contrary, to establish a general equivalence, the phallus becoming the absolute signifier around which all erogenous possibilities come to be measured, arranged, abstracted, and become equivalent. The phallus exchange standard governs contemporary sexuality in its entirety, including its revolution. 4. The emergence of the phallus as the general equivalent of sexuality, combined with the emergence of sexuality itself as the general equivalent of the virtualities of symbolic exchange, delineates the emergence of a political economy of the body which is established on the ruins of the body's symbolic economy. In the context of a general liberalization, reveling in the current sexual revolution is only the expression of the accession of the body and sexuality to the stage of political economy, a sign of their integration with the law of value and general equivalence. 5. From both angles, the promotion of sexuality as function or the promotion of sexuality as structural discourse. The subject turns out to be back with the fundamental norm of political economy. It thinks itself and locates itself sexually in terms of equilibrium, an equilibrium of functions under the sign of the identity of the ego, and coherence, the structural coherence of a discourse under the sign of the infinite reproduction of the code. Just as design, ed objects seized by the political economy of the sign obey an imperative of deprivation that reflects an ascetic economy of calculated functions, just as the sign in general has a functional tendency to divest itself in order to translate, as closely as possible, the ad-equation, of the signifier and the signified, which is its law and its reality. Principle, so the body seized by political economy also tends towards a formal nudity as if towards its absolute imperative. This nudity embodies all the labor of inscription and marks, fashion, and makeup at the same time as the whole idealist perspective of liberation makes no discoveries or rediscoveries concerning the body. It translates the logical metamorphosis of the body in the historical process of our societies. It translates the modern status of the body in its relation to political economy. Just as the divestment of objects characterizes their assignation to a function, that is to say, their neutralization by the function, so the body's nudity defines its assignation to the sex/function, its assignment to sex as function, that is to say, the reciprocal neutralization of the body and sex. Demagogy of the body. Under the sign of the sexual revolution, the transfiguration of the pulsion as revolutionary substance and the unconscious as the subject of history. Page 116. Page 117. Liberating the primary processes as the poetic principle of social reality, liberating the unconscious as use-value, such is the imaginary that crystallizes under the slogan of the body. Sex and the body are able to bear all these hopes because, repressed under whatever order used to our historic societies, they have become metaphors of radical negativity. They want to make these metaphors pass into the state of a revolutionary fact. Error. To take the side of the body is a trap. We cannot take the side of the primary processes, this remains a secondary illusion. 19. At best, the body will remain, theoretically too, eternally ambivalent, object and anti-object cutting across and annulling the disciplines that claim to unify it, sight and non-sight, the sight of the unconscious as the non-sight of the subject, and so on. Even after the partition of the body into the anatomical and the erogenous, contemporary psychoanalysis, Leclerc continues to set down the movement of desire in its name, under the regime of the letter. Always the body, since there are no words to express the non-sight, the best is doubtless still that which, throughout a long history, has designated what has no, or does not take, place, the repressed. We must, however, be aware of the risks this inherited word involves. The subversive privilege the body was given since it was always in a state of repression is now coming to an end in the process of its emancipation. 20, not entirely due to the actions of a repressive politics of desublimation, psychoanalysis 2 plays its part in the officialization of sex and the body. Here again we find an inextricable confusion between sex and the body as the crucial event of the subject, as process, labor, and also as an historical advent in the order of concepts and values. We must ask ourselves if this body we are liberating does not forever negate the symbolic potentialities of the old repressed body, if the body everybody's talking about is not precisely the converse of the speaking body. In the current system, the body as the site of the primary processes is contrasted to the body as secondary process, erotic use and exchange value, a rationalization under the sign of value. The pulsional body menaced by desire is contrasted to the semiurgic, structural body, theatricized in nudity, functionalized by operational sexuality. The secondary body of sexual emancipation and repressive desublimation is set under the sign of eros alone. There is a confusion with sex and the mere principle of eros, that is to say, a neutralization of one by the other with the X inscription of the death drive. The pleasure principle is thus established as the rationality of a liberated subjectivity, a new political economy of the subject. Eros redefines reason in his own terms. Reasonable is what sustains the order of gratification. Herbert Marcuse, Eros and Civilization, London, Sphere, 1970, p. 180. From now on, liberated subjectivity is exhausted in inscribing itself as positivity in the exercise of eros, the pleasure principle, which is simply the reification of the libido as the model of fulfillment. There is a new reason here, opening the way to an unlimited finality of the subject, and so there is no longer any difference between sexual escalation and the schema of indefinite societal. Page 117. Page 118. Growth, of the liberation of the forces of production, both evolve according to the same movement, both equally destined for failure in accordance with the irrevocable reflux of a death drive they thought they could conjure away. The body organized under the sign of eros represents a more advanced phase of political economy. Here the reabsorption of symbolic exchange is as radical as the alienation of human labor in the classical system of political economy. If Marx has described the historical phase where the alienation of labor power and the logic of the commodity necessarily resulted in a reification of consciousness, today we could say that the inscription of the body, and of all symbolic domains, into the logic of the sign is necessarily doubled by a reification of the unconscious. Instead of being cut through by desire, nudity operates as the equivalent to enstaging of desire. Instead of sex cutting through the body, it operates as the signifier and the equivalent of sex. Instead of ambivalence dividing sexuality, it operates throughout the structural combination of the male and the female as the equivalent of this ambivalence. The sexual duopoly operates as the scenario of difference. The libido is structurally divided into two terms and operates as the reductive equivalent of the death drive. In this way nudity, sex, the unconscious, etc., instead of opening up a more profound difference, are linked metonymically to one another as a constellation of representative equivalents in order to define, term by term, a discourse of sex as value. This is the same operation as in psychometaphysics, where the subject, as ideal referent, is nothing in fact but circulation, a metonymic exchange interrupted by terms of consciousness, will, representation, etc. Apologue. So ultimately, why are there two sexes? What are you complaining about? Do you want 12 of them or just one? A modern novel. The margin could be wider, why not 0 or an infinity of sexes? The question of the total is absurd here, whereas we can logically ask why not 6 fingers on each hand. It is absurd because sexualization is precisely the partition that cuts across every subject, making the one or several unthinkable. The two also becomes unthinkable, however, since the two is already a total. Besides, the above dialogue operates on the figure of the two. Now sex, understood radically, cannot accede to the stage of the sum total nor to a calculable status. It is a difference, and the two sides of difference, which are not terms, cannot be added together nor become parts of a series. They cannot be calculated on the basis of units. By contrast, the dialogue is logical in the context of the imposed bisexual model, male/female, since from the outset it sets sex up as two structurally. Page 118. Page 119. Opposed terms. The possibility of an absurd passage to the limit of serial numeration, to sex as accumulation, is implied by the bisexual structure from the moment male and female are set up as whole terms. In this way the ambivalence of sex is reduced by bivalence, the two poles in their sexual roles. Today, when bivalence is undergoing the metamorphoses of the sexual revolution, and where we see, as they say, a blurring of the differences between the male and the female, the ambivalence of sex is reduced by the ambiguity of the unisex. Against the metaphor of the sex principle. Today, our way lit by Freud, we know very well, too well, how to discern the sublimation and secondary rationalization of the pulsional processes behind any given social practice, ethics, or politics. It has become a cultural cliché to decode every discourse in terms of repression and phantasmatic determination. This is only right, however, they are now only terms, and the unconscious is merely a language to which to refer. Sexual discourse too becomes entirely phantasmatic when sex itself, the critical reduction of moral and social mystification that it used to be, becomes the mode of rationalization of a problem situated at the level of the total symbolic destruction of social relations, an examination the sexualist discourse contributes to locking away under a security code. It is easy today to read in the Sunday papers that frigidity in so many women is due to their overbearing fixation on the father, and that they punish themselves for this by prohibiting pleasure. This psychoanalytic truth now becomes a part of culture and social rationalization, hence the ever-increasing impasse in the analytic cure. The sexual or analytic interpretation has no privilege. It too can become the phantasm of the definitive truth, and immediately therefore can also become the revolutionary theme. This is what is happening today. The collusion between the revolution and psychoanalysis results from the same imaginary and the same distortion as the bourgeois recuperation of psychoanalysis. Both result from the inscription of sex and the unconscious as the determining agency, that is to say, their reduction to a rationalist causality. There is mystification from the moment there is a rationalization in the name of some agency or other. As soon as the sexual is sublimated and rationalized into the political, the social, and the moral, but equally as soon as the symbolic is censored and sublimated into a dominant sexual parole. Zhuangzi's butcher. Hey! Prince Wenhui said to him, how can your art reach such a level? The butcher put his knife down and said, I love the Tao and so I progress in my art. At the start of my career, I saw only the ox. After 3 years experience, I no longer saw the ox. Now my mind works more than my eyes do. My senses no longer act, only my mind. I knew the natural conformation of the ox and only attacked it at the interstices. If I do not damage the arteries, veins, muscles and page 119, page 120, nerves, then I shouldn't damage the major bones. A good butcher uses 1 knife in a year since he cuts only flesh. An ordinary butcher uses 1 knife in a month since he shatters bones with it. I have used the same knife for 19 years. It has carved up many thousands of oxen and its cutting edge seems as if it has been newly sharpened. Strictly speaking, the joints of the bones have gaps in them and the cutting edge of the knife has no width. Whoever knows how to drive the extremely fine blade into the gaps manages his knife with ease because it is working in empty spaces. That is why I have used my knife for 19 years and its cutting edge always appears newly sharpened. Every time I have cut the joints of the bones, I notice particular difficulties to be solved. And I hold my breath, fix my gaze and work slowly. I wield my knife very gently and the joints separate as easily as we disturb the earth on the ground. I am taking up my knife again and getting back to work. Zhuangzi, the Principle of Hygiene 3. A perfect example of analysis and its prodigious operationality when it exceeds the full, substantial, and opaque vision of the object. At the start, I saw only the ox, the anatomical vision of the body as a full edifice of bone, flesh and organs, unified by external representations, that can be carved up at will. This is the body on which the ordinary butcher labors, cutting by brute force, getting as far as to be able to recognize the articulation of the void and the structure of the void where the body is articulated. I only attacked it at the interstices. Zhuangzi's butcher knife is not a mass. Passing though a mass, it is itself the void, with ease because it is working in empty spaces. The knife that works in line with the analytic mind does not therefore work in spaces filled by oxen to which the senses and the eyes attest, but in accordance with the internal logical organization of the rhythm and the intervals. If it does not wear out, it is because it does not set out to conquer a substance of the density of flesh and bone, because it is pure difference operating on difference in order to disassemble a body, a practical operation, which, as we can clearly see, rests on a symbolic economy which is neither objective knowledge nor a relation of forces, but a structure of exchange. The knife and the body are exchanged, the knife articulates the body's lack and thereby deconstructs it in accordance with its own rhythm. This knife is also Leclerc's letter. The latter comes to divide a particular site on the body erotogenically in accordance with the logic of desire. A receptive, hard-wearing and useless inusable symbolic inscription, when the letter, due to its extremely fine thread, disjoins the anatomical body and works in the void articulated by the body. This instead of the poor butcher's full discourse that merely cuts anatomically and according to material evidence. The Milnile brother of Lichtenberg's knife, 21. The logical paradox of which, the knife with no blade which is missing a handle, sets up the symbolic configuration of an absent phallus instead of the full phallus and its f, ph, antaz, ma, tick evidence. This knife does not work on the body, it resolves it, circling it attentively and dreamily, free-floating attention. I hold my breath, fix my gaze and work slowly, proceeding anagrammatically, that is to say, it does not advance from one term to another, from one. Page 120. Page 121. Organ, juxtaposed and connected to another like words by the thread of a functional syntax, this is how the bad butcher and the linguist of signification proceed. Here, the thread of meaning is quite different, it splits the manifest body and follows the body beneath the body, like the anagram which follows the model of the dispersal and resolution of a first term or corpus whose secret is another articulation than that which runs beneath discourse and traces something, a name, a formula, whose absence haunts the text. It is this formula of the body which defies the anatomical body, that the knife describes and resolves. It is certain that the efficacy of the sign, its symbolic efficacy in primitive societies, far from being magical, is bound up with this extremely precise labor of anagrammatical resolution. Hence the architecture of the erogenous body, which is only ever the anagrammatic articulation of a formula lost without ever having been a formula whose thread of desire reforms the disjunctive synthesis that it retraces without saying. Desire itself is nothing other than the resolution of the signifier in the Orphic dispersal of the body, in the anagrammatical dispersal of the poem. According to the musical rhythm of the knife of Zhuangzi's butcher. Notes. 1. The genitals themselves, the object sex, are never fetishized, only the phallus as the general equivalent, just as in political economy, the product or the commodity in itself is never fetishized, but rather the form of exchange value and its general equivalent. 2. There is an affinity between the ceremonial of signs surrounding the erotic body and the ceremonial of suffering that surrounds sadomasochistic perversion. The marks of fetishism, necklaces, bracelets, chains, always mimic and evoke the marks of sadomasochism, mutilation, wounds, cuts. These two perversions electively crystallize around this system of marks. Certain marks, and only these are suggestive, render the body more nude than if it were really nude. Here the body's nudity is the perverse nudity associated with the ceremonial. These marks may be clothes or accessories, but also gestures, music, or technique. All perversions need effects in the widest sense of the term. In sadomasochism, suffering becomes the emblem of the body, just as jewels or rouge may in fetishist passion. All perversions revel in something. In the erotic system we are describing, the body revels in indulgence, self-seduction. In sadomasochism, it revels in suffering, painful autoeroticism. There is, however, an affinity between the two, since whether the other suffers or indulges in himself, he is radically objectified. Every perversion acts out death. 3. The sexual act is often only possible at the cost of this perversion. The other's body is fantasized as a mannequin, a phallus mannequin, a phallic fetish, cherished, caressed and possessed as the fantasizer's own penis. 4. Against the thesis of the phallic mother who terrifies because she is phallic, Freud said that the paralysis produced by the Medusa's head worked because the snakes that replaced her hair came, as many times as there were snakes, to deny castration. Whoever wished to annul castration was repeatedly reminded of it through this reversal, A. Green. The same goes for the fascination with makeup and the striptease, each fragment of the body highlighted or phallically enhanced by the mark also happens to deny castration, which nevertheless re-emerges everywhere in the very separation of these part objects so that, like the fetish object, they only ever appear to testify to and veil the castrated genitals. Lacan. Page 121. Page 122. 5. If the line of the stocking is more erotic than the shawl covering the eye or the line of the glove on the arm, it is not due to the promiscuity of the genitals, it is simply because castration is played out and denied here at close range, as near as possible and in the greatest possible imminence. Thus in Freud it is the last perceived object, the closest to the discovery of the absence of the penis in women that will become the fetish object. 6. Only the annulment of phallus value and the eruption of the radical play of difference remain unthinkable and inadmissible. 7. That said, the fact that one of the terms of sexual binomialism, the male, although it has become the marked term and although this in turn has become the general equivalent in the system, this structure which to us appears ineluctable is in fact without biological foundation. Like every great structure, its goal is precisely to break with nature. Levi Strauss. We can imagine a culture where the terms are reversed, a male striptease in a matriarchal culture. All that is required is that the female become the marked term and operate as the general equivalent. We must see, however, that even if these terms are alternated, which largely encapsulates women's liberation, the structure remains unchanged as does the refusal of castration and phallic abstraction. So we can see that the real problem is not whether the system carries within it any possibility for structural alteration, but rather lies in a radical alternative, which puts into question the very abstraction of this political economy of sex, based on making one of the terms a general equivalent and on the misrecognition mechanisms of castration and the symbolic economy. 8. Except for the noble excretion of tears, but with incredible precautions. Cf. this admirable text for a cosmetics firm called L'Oncle. When an emotion overwhelms you to the point that only looks can translate its depth, at this moment, more than any other, you don't want your eyeshadow to betray you. At this moment more than any other, L'Oncle is irreplaceable. Especially in moments like these, it takes care of your looks to protect and improve them. So that now, you need only put on your makeup and not give it a second thought. 9. The gestural narrative, or, technically speaking, the bump and grind, realizes here what Baudrillard called the ruse of opposition feint du contraire, because it is continuously covered and concealed by the same gestures that denude it. The body here acquires its poetic meaning by force of ambivalence. On the other hand, we see how naive nudists and others are, their superficial beach nudity that Bernardine speaks of, who believe they are laying reality entirely bare and fall into the equivalence of the sign, reality is nothing more than the equivalent signifier to a natural signified. This naturalist unveiling is only ever a mental act, as Bernardine put it so well, it is an ideology. In this sense the strip, through its perverse play and its sophisticated ambivalence, is as opposed to a liberation through nudity as it is to a liberal rationalist ideology. The escalation of the nude is the escalation of rationalism, the rights of man, formal liberation, liberal demagogy, and petty bourgeois free-thinking. This realistic aberration was put perfectly back into its place by a little girl's words when she was offered a doll that pisses. My little sister can do that too. Couldn't you give me a real one? 10. A play of transparent veils can play the same role as this play of gestures. Advertising is of the same order when it frequently puts two or several women on stage. It is only in appearance that this is a homosexual thematic, since it is in fact a variant of the narcissistic model of self-seduction, a play of reduplication centered on the self by means of the detour of a sexual simulation, which may be homosexual. Besides, there are only ever men in advertising to act as a narcissistic warning, to help the woman to take pleasure in herself. 11. Even when the last piece of clothing falls away, the integral strip does not alter its logic. We know that gestures are enough to trace an enchanted line around the body, a much more subtle marker than panties. In any case, it is not a sexual organ that this structural marker, panties or gesture, bars, but the very sexualization that crosses the body, the spectacle of the organ and, at the limit, of the orgasm do not therefore eliminate this at all. Page 122. Page 123. 12. The perverse desire is the normal desire imposed by the social model. If the woman avoids autoerotic regression, she is no longer an object of desire, she becomes a subject of desire, and thereby resistant to the structure of the perverse desire. But she too could very well seek to fulfill her desire in the fetishistic neutralization of the desire of the other, so that the perverse structure, that kind of division of the labor of desire between the subject and the object which is the secret of perversion and its erotic yield, remains unchanged. The only alternative is that everyone should break down this phallic fortress and open up the perverse structure which surrounds the sexual system, instead of fixing their eyes on a phallic identity, on its absence in the place of the other, leave the white magic of phallic identification in order to recognize their own perilous ambivalence, so that the play of desire as symbolic exchange becomes possible once more. 13. In the 17th century a certain MLLE de Scudery imagined a map card of the country or kingdom she conceived and called tendra, following the contemporary usage of the word tendra to designate the tender emotions and sentiments, as opposed to the military virtues of strength, toughness, coldness, and cruelty, etc. L. Petit Robert. Tr. 14. If we refer to the function of the letter in Leclerc's work, an erotic function of differential inscription and the annulment of difference, we can see that the current system is characterized by the abolition of the opening function of the letter and by augmenting its closure property. The literal function has broken with the alphabet of desire, symbolic inscription disappeared to the great advantage of structural inscription, in favor of the alphabet of the code. Even in analysis, the ambivalence of the letter has been replaced by an equivalence within the system of the code, its literal function as linguistic value. The letter is then reduplicated and reflects itself like a full sign, it is fetishistically invested as a single line instead and in place of erogenous difference. The letter is invested as a phallus in which all differences are eliminated. The scansion of the subject by the letter in enjoyment is eliminated in favor of the fulfillment of desire in the fetishist letter alone. Thus not only the anatomical body is opposed to Leclerc's erogenous body, but also and especially the semiurgic body, made up of a lexis of full, coded signifiers, signifying models of the fulfillment of desire. 15. The subject of consumption, in particular the consumption of the body, is neither the ego, nor the unconscious subject, it is the second person plural, the you of advertising, i.e. the intercepted, fragmented subject reconstituted by the dominant models, personalized and brought into play in the sign exchange. Being no more than the simulation model of the second person of exchange, the you is effectively no one, only a fictive term maintained by the discourse of the model. This you is no longer the one that speaks, but the effect of the division of the code, a phantom that appeared in the mirror of signs. 16. We really must appreciate that the liberation and revolution of the body works essentially at the level of secondary sexualization, i.e. a bisexual rationalization of sex. They are therefore operative in a late phase, where a Puritan repression used to be, while at the same time they are caught at the level of contemporary, symbolic, repression. This revolution is one war too late as regards the mode of repression. Put better, or worse, there is an insidious and widespread progression of primary repression which, by the mere fact of the sexual revolution, disturbingly merges with the gentle repression under the sign of the management of narcissism discussed above. 17. In this passage, Baudrillard is punning on the maternal function of the breast sen and being in the midst or at the heart of au sein de the maternal society he here claims has displaced that of the law of the father. Tr. 18. This presupposes a type of exchange that has remained outside the dominance of incest prohibition and the law of the father, such as the type of economic and linguistic exchange that we are familiar with, which is based on value and culminates in the system of exchange value. This type of exchange exists, it is symbolic exchange which, by contrast, is based on the annulment of value, and hence cancels the prohibition on which it is based and overcomes the law of the father. Symbolic exchange is neither a page 123, page 124 regression within the law, towards incest, nor a pure and simple transgression, always dependent on the law, it is the revolution of this law. 19 cf. Jean-François Lyotard, Discours, Figure Paris, Klink-Seek, 1971, p. 23. 20. After the history of the body's negativity comes the history of its positivity. The ambiguity of the current revolution derives entirely from the fact that centuries of repression have based the body on value. Repressed, the body is charged with the transgressive virtuality of all values. Similarly, however, we must understand that a long-lasting and inextricable confusion between the body and a series of materialist values, health, well-being, sexuality, liberty, has been at work in the shadows of repression. The concept of the body has grown up in the shadow of a certain transcendental materialism, which has slowly matured in the shadow of idealism as its revitalizing solution, even bringing about its resurrection in accordance with determinate finalities, and operates as a dynamic element in the equilibrium of the new system of values. Nudity becomes the emblem of radical subjectivity. The body becomes the standard of the pulsions. But this liberation has something of the ambiguity of every liberation, in that it is here liberated as value. Just as labor is never liberated as anything other than labor power in a system of forces of production and exchange value, subjectivity is only ever liberated as a phantasm and sign value in the framework of planned signification, a systematics of signification, whose coincidence with the systematics of production is clear enough. In the final analysis, subjectivity is only ever liberated in the sense that it is once again seized by political economy. 21. And the opposite of Occam's razor, which castrates and traces the taut thread of abstraction and reason. Page 124. Page 125. 5. Political economy and death. The extradition of the dead. As soon as savages began to call men only those who were members of their tribe, the definition of the human was considerably enlarged, it became a universal concept. This is precisely what we call culture. Today all men are men. Universality is in fact based exclusively on tautology and doubling, and this is where the human takes on the force of a moral law and a principle of exclusion. This is because the human is from the outset the institution of its structural double, the inhuman. This is all it is. The progress of humanity and culture are simply the chain of discriminations with which to brand others with inhumanity, and therefore with nullity. For the savages who call themselves men, the others are something else. For us, by contrast, under the sign of the human as a universal concept, others are nothing. In other cases, to be man is, like being a gentleman, a challenge, a distinction experienced as a great struggle, not merely giving rise to an exchange of quality or status amongst different beings, gods, ancestors, foreigners, animals, nature, but imposing its stakes universally, being praised and prohibited. We are happy to be promoted to the universal, to an abstract and generic value indexed on the equivalence of the species, to the exclusion of all the others. In some sense, therefore, the definition of the human inexorably contracts in accordance with cultural developments. Each objective, progressive step towards the universal corresponded to an ever stricter discrimination, until eventually we can glimpse the time of man's definitive universality that will coincide with the excommunication of all men, the purity of the concept alone radiant in the void. Racism is modern. Previous races or cultures were ignored or eliminated, but never under the sign of a universal reason. There is no criterion of man, no split from the inhuman, there are only differences with which to oppose death. But it is our undifferentiated concept of man that gives rise to discrimination. We must read the following narrative by Jean de Larry, from the 16th century, Histoire d'un voyage en la terre de Brésil, the history of a journey to the land of Brazil, to see that racism did not exist in this period when the idea of man does not yet cast its shadow over all the metaphysical purity of Western culture. This Reformation Puritan from Geneva, landing amongst Brazilian cannibals, is not racist. It is due to the extent of our progress that we have since become racists, and not only. Page 125. Page 126. Towards Indians and cannibals, the increasing hold of rationality on our culture has meant the successive extradition of inanimate nature, animals, and inferior races one into the inhuman, while the cancer of the human has invested the very society it claimed to contain within its absolute superiority. Michel Foucault has analyzed the extradition of madmen at the dawn of Western modernity, but we also know of the extradition and progressive confinement of children, following the course of reason itself, into the idealized state of infancy, the ghetto of the infantile universe and the abjection of innocence. But the old have also become inhuman, pushed to the fringes of normality. Like so many others, the mad children and the old have only become categories under the sign of the successive segregations that have marked the development of culture. The poor, the underdeveloped, those with subnormal IQs, perverts, transsexuals, intellectuals, and women form a folklore of terror, a folklore of excommunication on the basis of an increasingly racist definition of the normal human quintessence of normality. Ultimately all these categories will be excluded, segregated, exiled in a finally universal society, where the normal and the universal will at last fuse under the sign of the human. Point 2. Foucault's analysis, amongst the masterpieces of this genuine cultural history, takes the form of a genealogy of discrimination in which, at the start of the 19th century, labor and production occupy a decisive place. At the very core of the rationality of our culture, however, is an exclusion that precedes every other, more radical than the exclusion of madmen, children, or inferior races, an exclusion preceding all these and serving as their model, the exclusion of the dead and of death. There is an irreversible evolution from savage societies to our own. Little by little, the dead cease to exist. They are thrown out of the group's symbolic circulation. They are no longer beings with a full role to play, worthy partners in exchange, and we make this obvious by exiling them further and further away from the group of the living. In the domestic intimacy of the cemetery, the first grouping remains in the heart of the village or town, becoming the first ghetto, prefiguring every future ghetto, but are thrown further and further from the center towards the periphery, finally having nowhere to go at all, as in the new town or the contemporary metropolis, where there are no longer any provisions for the dead, either in mental or in physical space. Even madmen, delinquents, and misfits can find a welcome in the new towns, that is, in the rationality of a modern society. Only the death function cannot be programmed and localized. Strictly speaking, we no longer know what to do with them, since, today, it is not normal to be dead, and this is new. To be dead is an unthinkable anomaly, nothing else is as offensive as this. Death is a delinquency, and an incurable deviancy. The dead are no longer inflicted on any place or space-time, they can find no resting place, they are thrown into a radical utopia. They are no longer even packed in and shut up, but obliterated. But we know what these hidden places signify. The factory no longer exists because labor is everywhere, the prison no longer exists because. Page 126. Page 127. Arrests and confinements pervade social space-time, the asylum no longer exists because psychological control and therapy have been generalized and become banal, the school no longer exists because every strand of social progress is shot through with discipline and pedagogical training, capital no longer exists, nor does its Marxist critique, because the law of value has collapsed into self-managed survival in all its forms, etc., etc. The cemetery no longer exists because modern cities have entirely taken over their function, they are ghost towns, cities of death. If the great operational metropolis is the final form of an entire culture, then, quite simply, ours is a culture of death. 3. Survival, or the equivalent to death. It is correct to say that the dead, hounded and separated from the living, condemn us to an equivalent death, for the fundamental law of symbolic obligation is at play in any case, for better or worse. Madness, then, is only ever the dividing line between the mad and the normal, a line which normality shares with madness and which is even defined by it. Every society that internalizes its mad is a society invested in its depths by madness, which alone and everywhere ends up being symbolically exchanged under the legal signs of normality. Madness has for several centuries worked hard on the society which confines it, and today the asylum walls have been removed, not because of some miraculous tolerance, but because madness has completed its normalizing labor on society. Madness has become pervasive, while at the same time it is forbidden a resting place. The asylum has been reabsorbed into the core of the social field, because normality has reached the point of perfection and assumed the characteristics of the asylum, because the virus of confinement has worked its way into every fiber of normal existence. So it is with death. Death is ultimately nothing more than the social line of demarcation separating the dead from the living, therefore, it affects both equally. Against the senseless illusion of the living of willing the living to the exclusion of the dead, against the illusion that reduces life to an absolute surplus value by subtracting death from it, the indestructible logic of symbolic exchange re-establishes the equivalence of life and death in the indifferent fatality of survival. In survival, death is repressed, life itself, in accordance with that well-known ebbing away, would be nothing more than a survival determined by death. The ghetto beyond the grave. The concept of immortality grew alongside the segregation of the dead. For the flip side of death, This eminent status, which is the mark of the soul and superior spiritualities, is only a story that conceals the real extradition of the dead and the rupturing of a symbolic exchange with them. When the dead are there, life like vivants but different from the living. Vivants. Page 127. Page 128. Whom they partner in multiple exchanges, they have no need to, and neither is it necessary that they should, be immortal. Since this fantastic quality shatters all reciprocity, it is only to the extent that they are excluded by the living that they quietly become immortal, and this idealized survival is only the mark of their social exile. We must get rid of the idea of progress in religions, leading from animism to polytheism and then to monotheism, in the course of which an immortal soul progressively emerges. It is to the precise extent that the dead are confined that they are conferred an immortality, just as, in a similar way, we see life expectancy grow simultaneously with the segregation of pensioners, deemed asocial, in our societies. Immortality is progressive, and this is one of the strangest things. It progresses in time, passing from limited to eternal survival. In social space, immortality becomes democratic and passes from being the privilege of a few to being everyone's virtual right. This is relatively recent, however. In Egypt, certain members of the group, pharaohs, then priests, chiefs, the wealthy, the initiates of the dominant class, according to the degree of their power, slowly broke away as immortals, others having only the right to death and the double. Towards the year 2000 BC, everyone accedes to immortality in a sort of social conquest, perhaps the outcome of a great struggle. Without attempting a social history or constructing a fiction, we can well imagine, in Egypt and the great dynasties, revolts and social movements demanding the right to immortality for all. In the beginning, then, immortality was a matter of an emblem of power and social transcendence. Where, in primitive groups, there were no structures of political power, there was no personal immortality either. Consequently, in the least segmented societies, a relative soul and a restricted immortality correspond to a similarly relative transcendence of power structures. Then, with the grand empires, despotic societies of total transcendence of power, immortality is generalized and becomes eternal. The king or the pharaoh is the first to benefit from this advancement, but then, at a more advanced stage, issuing from God himself who is immortality par excellence, immortality is democratically redistributed. But the phase of the immortal God, which coincides with the great universalist religions, and Christianity in particular, is already a phase of a huge abstraction of social power in the Roman Imperium. If the Greek gods were mortals, it is because they were bound to a specific culture and were not yet universal. In its initial stages, Christianity was not in accord over immortality, which was a late acquisition. The Church Fathers still admitted the provisional elimination of the soul awaiting resurrection. Even when St. Paul preached the idea of resurrection, the pagans mocked him for it and even the Church Fathers had a deep resistance to it. In the Old Testament, Daniel, resurrection is promised only to those who have not received retribution during their lifetime for good or evil. The beyond of life, survival, is only the settling of all accounts, existing only according to what? Page 128. Page 129. Remained unexchanged in life. Resurrection, or immortality, is a fine example of the last resort as regards the symbolic possibility of the archaic group's immediate regulation of all its accounts, annulling all its symbolic debt without reference to an afterlife. Originally the distinctive emblem of power, the immortality of the soul acts, throughout Christianity, as an egalitarian myth, as a democratic beyond as opposed to worldly inequality before death. It is only a myth. Even in its most universalist Christian version, immortality only belongs to every human being by right, in fact, it is sparingly granted. Remaining the privilege of a culture, and within this culture, the privilege of a specific social and political caste. Have the missionaries ever believed in the immortal soul of the natives? Has woman ever really had a soul in classical Christianity? What about madmen, children, and criminals? In fact, it always comes down to this: only the rich and powerful have a soul. Social, political, and economic inequality, life expectancy, prestigious funerals, glory, and living on in men's memories, before death is only ever the effect of this fundamental discrimination. Some, the only real human beings, have the right to immortality, others have only the right to death. Nothing has changed greatly since Egypt and the great dynasties. What does immortality matter? The naive materialist will say, it's all imaginary. Yes, and it is exciting to see that this is where the basis of the real social discrimination lies, and that nowhere else are power and social transcendence so clearly marked than in the imaginary. The economic power of capital is based in the imaginary just as much as is the power of the Church. Capital is only its fantastic secularization. We can also see that democracy changes nothing here. We used to be able to fight in order to gain immortality for the souls of all, just as generations of proletarians fought in order to gain equality in terms of goods and culture. It is the same fight, the former for survival in the beyond, and the latter for survival here. It is the same trap, the personal immortality of a few resulting, as we have seen, in the breakup of the group. So what's the point of demanding immortality for all? It is simply to generalize the imaginary. The revolution can only consist in the abolition of the separation of death, and not in equality of survival. Immortality is only a kind of general equivalent bound to the abstraction of linear time, taking form as soon as time becomes this abstract dimension bound to the process of political economic accumulation and, in short, to the abstraction of life. Death power. The emergence of survival can therefore be analyzed as the fundamental operation in the birth of power. Not only because this setup will permit the necessity of the sacrifice of this life and the threat of recompense in the page 129. Page 130. Next, this is exactly the priest caste's strategy, but more profoundly by instituting the prohibition of death and, at the same time, the agency that oversees this prohibition of death, power. Shattering the union of the living and the dead, and slapping a prohibition on death and the dead, the primary source of social control. Power is possible only if death is no longer free, only if the dead are put under surveillance, in anticipation of the future confinement of life in its entirety. This is the fundamental law, and power is the guardian at the gates of this law. It is not the repression of unconscious pulsions, libido, or whatever other energy that is fundamental, and it is not anthropological, it is the repression of death. The social repression of death in the sense that this is what facilitates the shift towards the repressive socialization of life. Historically, we know that sacerdotal power is based on a monopoly over death and exclusive control over relations with the dead. For the dead are the first restricted area, the exchange of whom is restored by an obligatory mediation by the priests. Power is established on death's borders. It will subsequently be sustained by further separations, the soul and the body, the male and the female, good and evil, etc., that have infinite ramifications, but the principal separation is between life and death. 5 When the French say that power holds the bar 6, it is no metaphor, it is the bar between life and death. The decree that suspends exchange between life and death, the tollgate and border control between the two banks. This is precisely the way in which power will later be instituted between the subject separated from its body, between the individual separated from its social body, between man separated from his labor. The agency of mediation and representation flourishes in this rupture. We must take note, however, that the archetype of this operation is the separation between a group and its dead, or between each of us today and our own deaths. Every form of power will have something of this smell about it, because it is on the manipulation and administration of death that power, in the final analysis, is based. All the agencies of repression and control are installed in this divided space, in the suspense between a life and its proper end, that is, in the production of a literally fantastic and artificial temporality, since at every instant every life has its proper death there already, that is to say, in this same instant lies the finality it attains. The first abstract social time is installed in this rupture of the indivisible unity of life and death, well before abstract social labor time. All the future forms of alienation that Marx denounces, the separations and abstractions of political economy, take root in this separation of death. The economic operation consists in life taking death hostage. This is a residual life which can from now on be read in the operational terms of calculation and value. For example, in Chamiso's The Man Who Lost His Shadow, Peter School-Emile becomes a rich and powerful capitalist once his. Page 130. Page 131. Shadow has been lost. Once death is taken hostage, the pact with the devil is only ever a political economic pact. Life given over to death, the very operation of the symbolic. The exchange of death in the primitive order. Savages have no biological concept of death. Or rather, the biological fact, that is, death, birth or disease, everything that comes from nature and that we accord the privilege of necessity and objectivity, quite simply has no meaning for them. This is absolute disorder, since it cannot be symbolically exchanged, and what cannot be symbolically exchanged constitutes a mortal danger for the group. 7. They are unreconciled, unexpiated, sorcerous, and hostile forces that prowl around the soul and the body, that stalk the living and the dead, defunct, cosmic energies that the group was unable to bring under control through exchange. We have dissocialized death by overturning bioanthropological laws, by according it the immunity of science and by making it autonomous, as individual fatality. But the physical materiality of death, which paralyzes us through the objective credence we give it, does not stop the primitives. They have never naturalized death, they know that death, like the body, like the natural event, is a social relation, that its definition is social. In this they are much more materialist than we are, since for them the real materiality of death, like that of the commodity for Marx, lies in its form, which is always the form of a social relation. Instead, all our idealism converges on the illusion of a biological materiality of death, our discourse of reality, which is in fact the discourse of the imaginary, surpasses the primitives in the intervention of the symbolic. Initiation is the accented beat of the operation of the symbolic. It aims neither to conjure death away, nor to overcome it, but to articulate it socially. As R. Jolin describes in La Mort Sera Paris, Plon, 1967, the ancestral group swallows the coys, young initiation candidates, who die symbolically in order to be reborn. Above all, we must avoid understanding this according to the degraded meaning we attach to it, but in the sense that their death becomes the stakes of a reciprocal antagonistic exchange between the ancestors and the living. Further, instead of a break, a social relation between the partners is established, a circulation of gifts and counter-gifts as intense as the circulation of precious goods and women, an incessant play of responses where death can no longer establish itself as end or agency. By offering her a piece of flesh, the brother gives his wife to a dead member of the family, in order to bring him back to life. By nourishing her, this dead man is included in the life of the group. But the exchange is reciprocal. The dead man gives his wife, the clan's land, to a living member of the family in order to come back to life by assimilating himself to her and to bring her back to life by assimilating her to himself. The important moment is when the grand priests, put the koi. Page 131. Page 132. The initiates, to death, so that the latter are then consumed by their ancestors, then the earth gives birth to them as their mother had given birth to them. After having been killed, the initiates are left in the hands of their initiatory, cultural parents, who instruct them, care for them and train them. Initiatory birth. It is clear that the initiation consists in an exchange being established where there had been only a brute fact. They pass from natural, aleatory, and irreversible death to a death that is given and received, and that is therefore reversible in the social exchange, soluble in exchange. At the same time the opposition between birth and death disappears, they can also be exchanged under the form of symbolic reversibility. Initiation is the crucial moment, the social nexus, the darkroom, where birth and death stop being the terms of life and twist into one another again, not towards some mystical fusion, but in this instance to turn the initiate into a real social being. The uninitiated child has only been born biologically, he has only one real father and one real mother. In order to become a social being he must pass through the symbolic event of the initiatory birth/death, he must have gone through the circuit of life and death in order to enter into the symbolic reality of exchange. It is not, in this initiatory test, a matter of staging a second birth to eclipse death. Jolin himself leans towards this interpretation. Society conjured death away, or even opposed it dialectically, in the initiation, to a term of his invention, which it uses and overcomes. To the life and death they are given, men have added initiation, by means of which they transcend the disorder of death. This formula is very beautiful and very ambiguous at the same time, since initiation is not added to the other terms, and it doesn't play life off against death towards a rebirth. We are extremely suspicious of those who triumph over death. It is the splitting of life and death that initiation conjures away, and with it the concomitant fatality which weighs down on life as soon as it is split in this way. For life then becomes this biological irreversibility, this absurd physical destiny. Life has then been lost in advance, since it is condemned to decline with the body. Hence the idealization of one of these terms, birth, and its doubling in resurrection, at the expense of the other, death. This, however, is simply one of our ingrained prejudices concerning the sense or meaning of life. For birth, as an irreversible individual event, is as traumatizing as death. Psychoanalysis puts this differently: birth is a sort of death. And with baptism, Christianity has done nothing more than, through a collective ritual, to define the mortal event of birth. The advent of life is a crime of sorts, if it is not repeated and expiated by a collective simulacrum of death. Life is only a benefit in itself within the calculable order of value. In the symbolic order, life, like everything else, is a crime if it survives unilaterally, if it is not seized and destroyed, given and returned to death. Initiation effaces this crime by resolving the separate event of life and death in one and the same social act of exchange. Page 132. Page 133. Symbolic/real/imaginary. The symbolic is neither a concept, an agency, a category, nor a structure, but an act of exchange in a social relation, which puts an end to the real, which resolves the real, and, at the same time, puts an end to the opposition between the real and the imaginary. The initiatory act is the reverse of our reality principle. It shows that the reality of birth derives solely from the separation of life and death. Even the reality of life itself derives solely from the disjunction of life and death. The effect of the real is only ever therefore the structural effect of the disjunction between two terms, and our famous reality principle, with its normative and repressive implications, is only a generalization of this disjunctive code to all levels. The reality of nature, its objectivity and its materiality, derives solely from the separation of man and nature, of a body and a non-body, as Octavio Paz put it. Even the reality of the body, its material status, derives from the disjunction of a spiritual principle. From discriminating a soul from a body, the symbolic is what puts an end to this disjunctive code into separated terms. It is the utopia that puts an end to the topologies of the soul and the body, man and nature, the real and the non-real, birth and death. In the symbolic operation, the two terms lose their reality. 8. The reality principle is never anything other than the imaginary of the other term. In the man/nature partition, nature, objective, material, is only the imaginary of man thus conceptualized. In the sexual bipartition masculine/feminine, an arbitrary and structural distinction on which the sexual reality, and repression, principle is based, woman thus defined is only ever man's imaginary. Each term of the disjunction excludes the other, which eventually becomes its imaginary. So it is with life and death in our current system, the price we pay for the reality of this life, to live it as a positive value, is the ever-present phantasm of death. For us, defined as living beings, death is our imaginary point 9. So, all the disjunctions on which the different structures of the real are based, this is not in the least abstract, it is also what separates the teacher from the taught, and on which the reality principle of their relation is based. The same goes for all the social relations we know, have their archetype in the fundamental disjunction of life and death. This is why, in whatever field of reality, every separate term for which the other is its imaginary is haunted by the latter as its own death. Thus the symbolic everywhere puts an end to the fascination with the real and the imaginary, to the closure of the phantasm drawn up by psychoanalysis, but where, at the same time, psychoanalysis locks itself up by establishing, through a considerable quantity of disjunctions, primary and secondary processes, unconscious and conscious, etc., a psychical reality principle of the unconscious inseparable from psychoanalysis's own reality principle, the unconscious as psychoanalysis's reality principle, and thus in which the symbolic cannot but put an end to psychoanalysis. 2.10. Page 133. Page 134. The inevitable exchange. The real event of death is imaginary. Where the imaginary creates a symbolic disorder, initiation restores symbolic order. Incest prohibition does the same thing in the domain of filiation. The group responds to the real, natural, a social event of biological filiation by a system of alliance and the exchange of women. It is essential that everything, women in this case, but otherwise birth and death, becomes available for exchange, that is, comes under the jurisdiction of the group. Incest prohibition, in this sense, is interdependent with and complementary to initiation, in that in the one case young initiates circulate amongst the living adults and the dead ancestors, they are given and returned, whereby they accede to symbolic recognition. In the other case, it is women who circulate, they too only attain real social status once given and returned, instead of being retained by the father or brothers for their own use. Whosoever gives nothing, whether his daughter or his sister, is dead. 11. Incest prohibition lies at the basis of alliances amongst the living. Initiation lies at the basis of alliances amongst the living and the dead. This is the fundamental fact that separates us from the primitives. Exchange does not stop when life comes to an end. Symbolic exchange is halted neither by the living nor by the dead, nor by stones or beasts. This is an absolute law. Obligation and reciprocity are insurmountable. None can withdraw from it, for whom or whatever sake. On pain of death. Death is nothing other than this, taken hostage by the cycle of symbolic exchanges, cf. Marcel Mauss. L'effet physique chez l'individu de l'idée de mort suggérée par la collectivité, in sociologie et anthropologie 4th ed. Paris, PUF, 1968.12. But we could also say that this does not separate us from the primitives, and that it is exactly the same for us. Throughout the entire system of political economy, the law of symbolic exchange has not changed one iota. We continue to exchange with the dead, even those denied rest, those for whom rest is prohibited. We simply pay with our own death and our anxiety about death for the rupture of symbolic exchanges with them. It is profoundly similar with inanimate nature and beasts. Only an absurd theory of liberty could claim that we are quits with the dead, since the debt is universal and unceasing. We never manage to return what we have taken for all this liberty. This huge litigation, involving all the obligations and reciprocities that we have denounced, is properly the unconscious. No need for a libido, for desire, for an energetics or for the pulsions and their destinations to give an account of this. The unconscious is social in the sense that it is made up of all that could not be exchanged socially or symbolically. And so it is with death, it is exchanged in any case, and, at best, it will be exchanged in accordance with a social ritual, as with the primitives. At worst, it will be redeemed by an individual labor of mourning. The unconscious is subject in its entirety to the distortion of the death of a symbolic process, exchange, ritual, into an economic process. Page 134. Page 135. Redemption, labor, debt, individual. This entails a considerable difference in enjoyment. We trade with our dead in a kind of melancholy, while the primitives live with their dead under the auspices of the ritual and the feast. The unconscious and the primitive order. The reciprocity of life and death, which entails their exchange in a social cycle instead of being cut up according to biological linearity or the repetition of the phantasm, the reabsorption of the prohibition separating the living from the dead that rebounds so violently on the living. All this puts the very hypothesis of the unconscious into question again. In his Oedipus africain Paris, Plon, 1969, Edmond Ortiz asks what it means to marry one's mother and to kill one's father. The verb to marry has a different meaning in different contexts. It has not got the same social and psychological content. As for the verb to kill, apparently so clear-cut, are we quite certain that it holds no surprises? What then? Is a dead father in a country where the ancestors are so close to the living? Everything changes, requiring us to re-examine the meaning of each term. In a society under the sway of ancestral law, it is impossible for the individual to kill the father, since, according to the customs of the ancients, the father is always already dead and always still living. To take the father's death upon oneself or to individualize the moral consciousness by reducing paternal authority to that of a mortal, a substitutable person separable from the ancestral altar and from custom, would be to leave the group, to remove oneself from the basis of tribal society. When we talk of the dissolution of the Oedipus complex, we think of an individually experienced drama. But what might this be in a tribal society where the religion of fertility and the ancestors proposes as the explicit basis of the collective tradition? What, for us, the young Oedipus is condemned to live out in his personal phantasms? Therefore, the symbolic function in primitive societies is articulated not through the law of the father and the individual psychical reality principle, but from the outset through a collective principle, through the collective movement of exchanges. In the initiation, we have seen how, by means of a social process, the biological figures of filiation break up in order to make way for the initiatory parents. These parents are symbolic figures who refer to the socius, that is, to all the fathers and mothers of the clan, and ultimately to the dead fathers, the ancestors, and to the clan's earth mother. The instance of the father does not appear, it is broken down into the collectivity of rival brothers, initiates. Aggressivity will be displaced along a horizontal line, into fraternal rivalry, overcompensated by an extremely powerful solidarity. Ortigs, ibid. Y will be displaced, as if it were normally directed onto the father. Opposed to the Oedipus principle, which corresponds to the negative aspect of incest prohibition, prohibited with the mother and imposed by the father, is, in the positive sense, a principle of the exchange of sisters by brothers. It is the sister, and not the mother, who is at the center of this apparatus, and it is at the level. Page 135. Page 136. Of brothers that the whole social act of exchange is organized. Therefore, no de-socialist Oedipal triangle, no closed familial structure sanctioned by prohibition and the dominant word of the father, but a principle of exchange between peers, on the basis of the challenge and reciprocity, an autonomous principle of social organization. The appearance of the concept of the gift was implemented at the core of one and the same age group in an atmosphere of equality. The sacrifice to which the child consents in the nursery to benefit another child is not of the same order as separation from the mother. Ortigs, ibid. All this tells of a social principle of exchange opposed to a psychical principle of prohibition. All this tells of a symbolic process opposed to an unconscious process. Nowhere in the primitive order, since it is well ventilated and resolutely social, does there emerge the psychically overdetermined biological triad of the family, with the psychical apparatus and the intertwined phantasms, as its double, the whole thing crowned by the fourth purely symbolic term, the phallus. The phallus is strictly necessary in order to introduce a relation to the level of speech, and to make it into a reciprocal law of recognition amongst subjects. It is here, in fact, at least in psychoanalytic theory, that the name of the father, the signifier of the law, is inscribed for us, and alone introduces us into exchange. The famous ploy of the word of the father protects us against mortal fusion with, and absorption by, the desire for the mother. Without the phallus, there is no salvation. The necessity of this law and of a symbolic agency barring the subject, thanks to which the primary repression at the basis of the formation of the unconscious is implemented, by the same token gives the subject access to his own desire. Without this agency to arrange exchanges, without the mediation of the phallus, the subject, incapable of repression, no longer even gains access to the symbolic and sinks into psychosis. Because they were effectively ignorant of this law, and the structure of repression and the unconscious which it entails, we were able to say that primitive societies were psychotic societies. Of course, this is simply our fierce way of abandoning them to their gentle madness, if not to see, as begins to happen in the psychoanalytic West itself, whether psychosis might not conceal a more radical meaning, a more radical symbolicity than we have ever glimpsed under the sign of psychoanalysis. Yes, these societies have access to the symbolic. 13. No, they do not gain access to the symbolic. By means of the intercession of an immutable law, the image of which is sketched in the social order itself, the father, the chief, the signifier and power. The symbolic is not an agency here, so that access to it would be regulated by the mediation of a phallus, an uppercase figure to embody all the metonymic figures of the law. The symbolic is precisely this cycle of exchanges, the cycle of giving and returning, an order born of the very reversibility which escapes the double jurisdiction, the repressed psychical agency, and the transcendent social instance. Point 14. When fathers are exchanged, given, received, and transmitted from one. Page 136. Page 137. Generation of initiates to the other in the form of already dead and always living ancestors, the biological father is Himself inexchangeable, no one can stand in for him, and his symbolic figure, his word, is immutable, it too remains unexchanged, a word with no response, when the mother, the ancestral grounds put at stake with each successive initiation, is given, received and transmitted. This is also the tribal language, the secret language to which the initiate gains access, by the fathers. Then everything the father, the mother, and the word loses its character as a fatal end. Indecipherable agency, even its position in a structure controlled by prohibition, just as birth and death lose their status as fatal events, as necessity, and as law, in the symbolic hyper-event of initiation. If we can speak of a society with neither repression nor unconscious, it is not in order to rediscover some miraculous innocence where the flows of desire roam freely and the primary processes are realized without prohibition. This is an order of the dis pures de foul, an idealism of desire and the libido such as haunts Freudo-Reichian, Freudo-Marxist, and even schizonomadic imaginations, the phantasm of a desire or a machined, unconscious naturalized in order to be liberated. The phantasm of liberty has today been transferred from the spheres of rational thought to those of the irrational, the brute, the primary and the unconscious while, however, remaining a bourgeois problematic, namely the Cartesian and Kantian problematic of freedom and necessity. To put the theory of the unconscious into question is also to put the theory of desire into question, in that here, at the level of an entire civilization, it is always simply a matter of a negative phantasm of the rational order. Hence desire becomes an integral part of our reigning prohibition, its dreamt materiality becomes part of our imaginary. Whether it is dialectically related to the prohibition, as with Oedipus and psychoanalysis, or whether it is exalted in its brute productivity, as in Deleuze and Guattari's Anti-Oedipus, it remains the promise of a savage naturality, the phantasm of an objective, liberatory pulsional energy to be liberated, a force of desire inherited from the mobile field of revolutions. Good old labor force. As we know, the effect of force is always the effect of repression, as the effect of reality is always the effect of the imaginary. We must write the mirror of desire as we have written the mirror of production. An example, primitive cannibalism. Apart from the question of sustenance, this is a problem of the oral drive of devouring, on which there weighs a fundamental, perhaps even the most fundamental, prohibition for us, whereas certain primitives would naively transgress and fulfill their desire through this very process. A postulate, every man would like to devour his fellow man, and when, due to necessity, a Catholic rugby team did just this after their plane crashed in the Cordillera de Andes, the whole world was astonished at this divine resurgence of a nature they thought dead and buried. Even the Pope blessed and exculpated them, so as not to make them into an example. Nevertheless, this is no longer. Page 137. Page 138. Absolutely a crime. And why not, if only by reference to a nature whose consecration, unconscious and psychoanalytic, whose libidinal consecration is today in competition with the sanctity of the divine and the religious. Cannibals themselves do not claim to live in a state of nature, nor in accordance with their desire at all, they quite simply claim, through their cannibalism, to live in a society, the most interesting case being a society that eats its own dead. This is neither due to a vital necessity nor because the dead no longer count for anything, quite the contrary, it is in order to pay homage to them and thus to prevent those left to rot in accordance with the natural order, escaping from the social order, turning against the group and persecuting it. This devouring is a social act, a symbolic act, that aims to maintain a tissue of bonds with the dead man or the enemy they devour. In any case they don't just eat anybody, as we know, whoever is eaten is always somebody worthy, it is always a mark of respect to devour somebody since, through this, the devoured even becomes sacred. We scorn what we eat, we can only eat what we despise, that is, death, the inanimate, the animal or the vegetable condemned to biological assimilation. We think of anthropophagia as despicable in view of the fact that we despise what we eat, the act of eating and ultimately even our own bodies. Primitive devouring is ignorant of the abstract separation of the eater and the eaten into the active and the passive. Between the two there is a dual mode, combining honor and reciprocity, perhaps even a challenge and a dual tout court, which the eaten can eventually win, cf. the whole ritual of propitiation as regards nourishment. In any event, it is not a mechanical act of absorption. 15. It is not even an absorption of the vital forces, as ethnologists, following the natives, communally claim, merely passing from an alimentary to a magical functionalism. The psychoanalysts adhere to a psychical functionalism of the pulsion. Devouring. No longer just an act of subsistence, nor a transubstantiation of mana benefiting the eater, is a social act, a sacrificial process where the metabolism of the whole group is at stake. Neither the fulfillment of desire nor the assimilation of something or other, it is on the contrary an act of expenditure, consumption or consummation, and of the transmutation of the flesh into a symbolic relation, the transformation of the body in social exchange. We find the same thing in the Eucharist, but in the abstract form of the sacrament, using the general equivalence of bread and wine. The accursed share consumed here is already considerably sublimated and evangelized. Killing no longer has the same meaning for us. The ritual murder of the king has nothing to do with the psychoanalytic murder of the father. Behind the obligation to expiate the privilege the king retains through death, his murder aims to keep what threatened to accumulate and become fixed on the king's person, status, wealth, women, and power, within the flow of exchanges, within the group's reciprocal movements. His death prevents this accident. This is the essence and function of sacrifice, to extinguish what threatens to fall out of the group's symbolic control and to page 138. Page 139. Bury it under all the weight of the dead. The king must be killed from time to time, along with the phallus which began to rule over our social life. The king's murder does not therefore come from the depths of the unconscious or from the figure of the father. On the contrary, it is our unconscious and its peripeteia that result in the loss of sacrificial mechanisms. We now only conceive of murder within a closed economy, as the phantasmatic murder of the father, that is, as the balance of repression and the law, as the fulfillment of desire and as the regulation of the accounts. The stake is phallic, and it is certain that it is on the basis of repression that, with the death of the father, the phallic peripeteia of the seizure of power enters the game. This is an extremely simplified rewriting of death and murder as repressed aggression, as a violence equivalent to the violence of repression. In the primitive order, murder is neither violence nor an acting out of the unconscious. So for those who kill the king, there is no seizure of power nor any increase in guilt, as there is in the Freudian myth. Neither does the king simply endure this. Instead, he gives his death, returns it in exchange, and marks it with the feast, whereas the phantasmatic murder of the father is lived as the experience of guilt and anxiety. Thus, neither killing nor eating have the same meaning for us, they do not result in a murder pulsion, in an oral sadism, nor in a structure of repression, which alone gives them the meaning they have for us today. They are social acts that rigorously follow the apparatus of symbolic obligation. Amongst other things, they never have the unilateral meaning in which all the aggression at the basis of our culture is expressed: killing, eating, I kill, I eat, you are killed, you are eaten. The unconscious and all its phantasms, and their psychoanalytic theory, presuppose the acknowledgement of this disjunction, the repression of ambivalence, the restitution of which, under whatever form it may be, in the symbolic process, puts an end to the jurisdiction of the unconscious. Killing, possessing, devouring, the entirety of our individual unconscious is organized around these terms and the phantasmas that surround them, under the sign of repression. Giving, returning, exchanging with the primitives, everything operates in the manifest collective exchange. Around these three terms, in the myths that underlie them. Each of these verbs of the unconscious presupposes a break, a rupture, the bar we find everywhere in psychoanalysis. Along with the guilt it gives rise to, the play and the repetition of the prohibition. The verbs of the symbolic assume on the contrary a reversibility, an indefinite cyclical transition. Above all, however, the radical difference lies in the autonomization of a psychical sphere. Something operates collectively in primitive societies, the repression of which works for us solely on the agency of the psychical apparatus and the unconscious. The ritual is utterly different to the phantasm, as is the myth from the unconscious. All the analogies on which anthropology and psychoanalysis play are profound mystifications. Page 139. Page 140. The distortion that psychoanalysis submits primitive societies to is of the same order, but in the opposite sense than what they have to endure under Marxist analysis. 1. For the anthropo-Marxists, the economic instance is also present and determinant in the type of society, it is merely hidden, latent, whereas for us it is manifest. This difference is judged to be secondary, however, the analysis does not stop and passes without meeting any opposition onto its materialist discourse. 2. For the anthropo-psychoanalysts, the agency of the unconscious is also present and determinant in this type of society. It is simply manifested, externalized, whereas for us it is latent, repressed. This difference remains inessential, however. And the analysis continues without disguising its discourse in terms of the unconscious. On both sides there is the same misrecognition mechanism of this apparently minuscule difference, for one and the same structure, the economy, or the unconscious, we pass from primitive formations to our own, now from the manifest to the hidden, now the reverse. Only our own metaphysics could neglect this detail, in the illusion that the content remains the same. But this is radically false. When the economic is hidden behind other structures, it quite simply ceases to exist, it provides no account of anything, it is nothing. On the other hand, when the unconscious is manifest, when it becomes a manifest and articulated structure, it is no longer unconscious at all. A psychical structure and a process based on repression have no meaning in the other, ritual and non-psychical configuration of an overt resolution of signs. Everything changes when we pass from the latent to the manifest, and from the manifest to the latent. 16. This is why, against Marxist and psychoanalytic misrecognition, we must start over again beginning from this displacement. We will come to see that the impossibility of locating and specifying the economic is due precisely to the symbolic, and that the possibility of overtly manifesting something unconscious, but which by this very fact ceases to be so, is also due to the symbolic. The double and the split. The figure of the double, intimately bound up with figures of death and magic, poses in itself all the problems of psychological and psychoanalytic interpretation. Shadow, specter, reflection, image, a material spirit almost remains visible. The primitive double generally passes for the crude prefiguration of the soul and consciousness in accordance with an increasing sublimation and a spiritual hominization, as in Teilhard de Chardin, towards the apogee of a single God and a universal morality. But this single God has everything to do with the form of a unified political power, and nothing to. Page 140. Page 141. Do with the primitive gods. In the same way, soul and consciousness have everything to do with the principle of the subject's unification, and nothing to do with the primitive double. On the contrary, the historical advent of the soul puts an end to a proliferating exchange with spirits and doubles which, as an indirect consequence, gives rise to another figure of the double, wending its diabolical way just beneath the surface of Western reason. Once again, this figure has everything to do with the Western figure of alienation, and nothing to do with the primitive double. The telescoping of the two under the sign of psychology, conscious or unconscious, is only a misleading rewriting. Between the primitive and its double, there is neither a mirror relation nor one of abstraction, as there is between the subject and its spiritual principle, the soul, or between the subject and its moral and psychological principle, consciousness. There is no sign of such a reason common to both the primitive and its double, no relation of ideal equivalence that structures the subject for us to the point of splitting it. The double is no longer a fantastic ectoplasm, an archaic resurgence issuing from guilt and the depths of the unconscious. We will come back to this. The double, like the dead man is the double of the living, the double is the familiar living figure of the dead, is a partner with whom the primitive has a personal and concrete relationship, sometimes happy, sometimes not, a certain type of visible exchange, word, gesture, and ritual, with an invisible part of himself. We cannot speak of alienation here, for the subject is only alienated, like we are, when he internalizes an abstract agency, issuing from the other world, as Nietzsche said, whether psychological, the ego and the ego ideal, religious, God and the soul, or moral, conscience and the law, an irreconcilable agency to which everything else is subordinated. Historically then, alienation begins with the internalization of the master by the emancipated slave. There is no alienation as long as the dual relation of the master and the slave lasts. The primitive has a non-alienated dual relation with his double. He really can trade, as we are forever forbidden to do, with his shadow, the real shadow, not a metaphor, as with some original, living thing, in order to converse, protect and conciliate this tutelary or hostile shadow. The shadow is precisely not the reflection of an original body, it has a full part to play, and is consequently not an alienated part of the subject, but one of the figures of exchange. In another context, this is precisely what poets find when they question their own body, or interpellate words in language. To speak to one's body and to speak to language in a dual mode beyond the active and the passive, my body speaks to me, language speaks to me, to make each fragment of the body and each fragment of language autonomous, like a living being, capable of responding and exchanging, is to bring about the end of separation and the split, which is only the submissive equivalence of each part of the body to the principle of the subject, and the submissive equivalence of each fragment of language to the code of language. Page 141. Page 142. The status of the double, as well as that of spirits and gods, which are also real, living, and different beings, not idealized essences, in primitive society is therefore the inverse of our alienation. One being multiplies into innumerable others just as alive as the first, whereas the unified, individual subject can only confront itself in alienation and death. With the internalization of the soul and consciousness, the principle of identity and equivalence, the subject undergoes a real confinement, similar to the confinement of the mad in the 17th century as described by Foucault. It is at this point that the primitive thought of the double as continuity and exchange is lost, and the haunting double comes to the fore as the subject's discontinuity in death and madness. Whoever sees his double, sees his death. A vengeful and vampiric double, an unquiet soul, the double begins to prefigure the subject's death, haunting him in the very midst of his life. This is Dostoevsky's double, or Peter Schlemil's, the man who lost his shadow. We have always interpreted this double as a metaphor of the soul, consciousness, native soil, and so on. Without this incurable idealism and without being taken as a metaphor, the narrative is so much more extraordinary. We have all lost our real shadows, we no longer speak to them, and our bodies have left with them. To lose one's shadow is already to forget one's body. Conversely, when the shadow grows and becomes an autonomous power, as with the mirror image in the Student of Prague, which has the effect of the devil and dementia, it is so as to devour the subject who has lost it. It is a murderous shadow, the image of all the rejected and forgotten dead who, as is quite normal, never accept being nothing in the eyes of the living. Our entire culture is full of this haunting of the separated double, even in its most subtle form, as Freud gave it in Das Unheimlich, the uncanny, disturbing strangeness or disturbing familiarity, the anxiety that wells up around the most familiar things. Here the vertigo of separation builds up to its greatest intensity, since this is its simplest form. There comes a moment, in fact, when the things closest to us, such as our own bodies, the body itself, our voice and our appearance, are separated from us to the precise extent that we internalize the soul, or any other equivalent agency or abstraction, as the ideal principle of subjectivity. This is what kills off the proliferation of doubles and spirits, consigning them once again to the spectral, embryonic corridors of unconscious folklore, like the ancient gods that Christianity felt, that is, transformed into demons. By a final ruse of spirituality, this internalization also psychologizes doubles. In fact, it is interpretation in terms of an archaic psychical apparatus that is the very last form of the Verterhöflung, the demonic corruption and elimination of the primitive double, projection of the guilt attached to the phantasmatic murder of the other, the close relative, in accordance with the magic of the omnipotence of ideas, Allmacht der Gedanken, the return of the repressed, etc. In the uncanny, Freud writes. Page 142. Page 143. Our analysis of instances of the uncanny has led us back to the old, animistic conception of the universe. This was characterized by the idea that the world was peopled with the spirits of human beings, by the subject's narcissistic overvaluation of his own mental processes, by the belief in the omnipotence of thoughts and the technique of magic based on that belief, by the attribution to various outside persons and things of carefully graded magical powers, or mana, as well as by all the other creations with the help of which man, in the unrestricted narcissism of that stage of development, strove to fend off the manifest prohibitions of reality. It seems as if each one of us has been through a phase of individual development corresponding to the animistic stage in primitive men, that none of us has passed through it without preserving certain residues and traces of it, which are still capable of manifesting themselves, and that everything which now strikes us as uncanny fulfills the condition of touching those residues of animistic mental activity within us and bringing them back to expression. Standard Edition, Volume 17, 1955, pages 2401. This is how psychology, our authority in the depths, our own next world, this omnipotence, magical narcissism, fear of the dead, 17 this animism or primitive psychical apparatus, is quietly palmed off on the savages in order then to recuperate them for ourselves as archaic traces. Freud does not think this is what he said in speaking of narcissistic overvaluation of mental processes. If there is such an overvaluation of one's own mental processes, to the point of exporting this theory, as we have done with our morality and techniques, to the core of every culture, then it is Freud's overvaluation, along with our whole psychologistic culture. The jurisdiction of the psychological discourse over all symbolic practices, such as the dazzling practices of the savages, death, the double and magic, but also over our current symbolic practices, is even more dangerous than that of the economistic discourse. It is of the same order as the repressive jurisdiction of the soul and consciousness over the body's entire symbolic potential. Psychoanalysis says, reinterpretation of the symbolic is a reductive operation. Since we live under the unconscious, but is this the case? Isn't it? Our own myth, marking out and even participating in repression, a repressed thought of repression, we believe that we are justified in extending the jurisdiction of psychical history as we used to do with history itself, to every possible configuration. The unconscious, and the psychical order in general, becomes the insurmountable agency, giving the feudal right of trespass over every previous individual and social formation. This imaginary also spreads into the future. However, if the unconscious is our modern myth, and psychoanalysis its prophet, the liberation of the unconscious, desiring revolution, is its millennial heresy. The idea of the unconscious, like the idea of consciousness, remains an idea of discontinuity and rupture. Put simply, it substitutes the irreversibility of a lost object and a subject forever missing itself, for the positivity of the object and the conscious subject. However decentered, the subject remains within the orbit of Western thought, with its successive topologies, hell/heaven subject/nature conscious/unconscious, where the fragmented subject can only dream of a lost continuity. 18 It will never get back to, or catch up with rejoinder utopia, which is not at all the phantasm. Page 143. Page 144. Of a lost order, but, contrary to all the topologies of discontinuity and repression, the idea of a dueling order, of reversibility, of a symbolic order, in the strong etymological sense of the term, where, for example, death is not a separate space, where neither the subject's own body nor its own shadow are separate spaces, where there is no death putting an end to the history of the body, where there is no bar putting an end to the ambivalence of the subject and the object, where there is neither a beyond, survival and death, nor an on this side, the unconscious and the lost object. Only an immediate, non-phantasmatic actualization of symbolic reciprocity. This utopian idea is not fusional, only nostalgia engenders fusional utopias. There is no nostalgia here, nor is anything lost, separated, or unconscious. Everything is already there, reversible and sacrificed. Political economy and death. We do not die because we must, we die because it is a habit, to which one day, not so long ago, our thoughts became bound. Raoul Vanezium. Den Goitern ist der Tod nur im Vorurteil. To the gods, death is only ever a prejudice. F.W. Nietzsche. As a universal of the human condition, death exists only when society discriminates against the dead. The institution of death, like that of the afterlife and immortality, is a recent victory for the political rationalism of castes, priests, and the Church. Their power is based on the management of the imaginary sphere of death. As regards the disappearance of the religious afterlife, it is the even more recent victory for the state's political rationality. When the afterlife fades in the face of the advances made by materialist reason, it is quite simply because it has crossed over into life itself. The power of the state is based on the management of life as the objective afterlife. In this, it is more powerful than the Church, since the abstract power of the state is increased not by an imaginary beyond, but by the imaginary of life itself. It relies on secularis death, the transcendence of the social, and its force derives from the mortal abstraction it embodies. Just as medicine is the management of the corpse, so the state is the management of the dead body of the socius. From the start, the Church was established on the bipartition of survival, or the afterlife, from life, the earthly world and the kingdom of heaven. It kept a jealous watch over this partition, for if the distance disappeared, its power would be at an end. The Church lives in the deferred eternity, as the state lives in deferred society, as revolutionaries live in the deferred revolution. All are living in death, that it had so much trouble imposing. All primitive Christianity, and later Popular, messianic, and heretical Christianity lived in the hope of parousia, in the necessity of the immediate realization of the kingdom of God. Cf. W. E. Mohlman. Page 144. Page 145. Les Messianismes Revolutionnaires TRJB, 1968. The mad Christians did not at first believe in a heaven and hell and the beyond. Their vision implied the pure and simple resolution of death in the collective will for immediate eternity. They great Manichaean heresies that threatened the foundations of the Church hold the same principle, since they interpret this world as an antagonistic duality, a here and a there, of the principles of good and evil. Impiously, they bring heaven and hell down to earth. For having effaced the glaze of the beyond, they were ferociously suppressed, as were the spiritualist heretics of the Saint Francis of Assisi or the Joachim of Fiore type, whose radical charity amounted to establishing a total community on this earth and thus sparing the Last Judgment. The Cathars also set their sights a little too much on achieved perfection in the inseparability of body and soul, the imminence of salvation in collective faith, which made a joke of the Church's power of death. Throughout its history, the Church has had to dismantle the primitive community, which had a tendency to seek salvation in the intense reciprocity with which it was shot through and on which it drew for its own energy. Against the abstract universality of God and the Church, sects and communities practiced the self-management of salvation, which then consisted in the group's symbolic exaltation, finally turning into a deadly vertigo. The Church's sole condition of possibility is the incessant elimination of this symbolic demand. This is also the state's sole condition of possibility. At this point, political economy enters the arena. To counter the dazzling sight of earthly communities, the Church imposes a political economy of individual salvation. First through faith, which became the soul's personal relation to God instead of the effervescent community, then through the accumulation of works and merits, that is, an economy in the strict sense of the term, with its final account and its equivalences. It is then, as always since the appearance of processes of accumulation, 19 that death really arose at the horizon of life. It is then that the kingdom really passes to the other side of death, before which everyone finds themselves alone once again. Wherever it goes, Christianity trails with it the fascination with suffering, solitude and death involved in the destruction of archaic communities. In the completed form of the religious universal, as in the economic capital, everyone finds themselves alone again. With the 16th century, the modern figure of death was generalized. The Counter-Reformation, the funereal and obsessional games of the Baroque, and especially Protestantism, by individualizing conscience before God and disinvesting collective ceremonials, brought about the progress of the individual's anguish of death. It also gave rise to the immense modern enterprise of staving off death, the ethics of accumulation and material production, sacralization. Through investment, the labor and profit collectively called the spirit of capitalism. Max Weber, The Protestant Work Ethic. T. Parsons, London, Routledge, 1992, constructed a salvation machine from which interworldly ascesis is little by. Page 145. Page 146. Little withdrawn in the interests of worldly and productive accumulation, without changing the aim of protecting itself against death. With the turn of the 16th century, the vision and iconography of death in the Middle Ages was still folkloric and joyous. There is a collective theatre of death, which was not yet buried in individual consciousness, nor, as later, in the unconscious. In the 15th century, death also inspired the great messianic and egalitarian festival of the Dance of Death. Kings, bishops, princes, townsfolk, and villagers are all equal in the face of death, by way of a challenge to the unequal order of birth, wealth, and power. This was the last great movement that death was able to appear as an offensive myth, and as collective speech, since, as we know, death has become an individual, tragic 20 thought of the law de droit, a reactionary thought as regards revolt and social revolutionary movements. Our death was really born in the 16th century. It has lost its scythe and its clock, it has lost the apocalyptic horseman and the grotesque and macabre plays of the Middle Ages. Again, all this came from folklore and festival, in which death was still exchanged, not of course with the primitive's symbolic efficacy, but at least as the collective phantasm on cathedral pediments and in the divided operations of hell. We could even say that pleasure is possible, insofar as there is a hell. Its disappearance from the imaginary is only the sign of its psychological interiorization. Death ceases to be the grim reaper, and becomes an anguish concerning death. More subtle and more scientific generations of priests and sorcerers will flourish on this psychological hell. With the disintegration of traditional Christian and feudal communities through bourgeois reason and the nascent system of political economy, death is no longer divided. It is cast in the image of the material goods which, as in previous exchanges, begin to circulate less between inseparable partners. It is always more or less a community or a clan who exchange, and increasingly under the sign of a general equivalent. In the capitalist mode, everyone is alone before the general equivalent. It is no coincidence that, in the same way, everyone finds themselves alone before death, since death is general equivalence. From this point on, the obsession with death and the will to abolish death through accumulation become the fundamental motor of the rationality of political economy. Value, in particular time as value, is accumulated in the phantasm of death. Deferred, pending the term of a linear infinity of value. Even those who no longer believe in a personal eternity believe in the infinity of time as they do in a species capital of double compound interests. The infinity of capital passes into the infinity of time, the eternity of a productive system no longer familiar with the reversibility of gift exchange, but instead with the irreversibility of quantitative growth. The accumulation of time imposes the idea of progress, as the accumulation of science imposes the idea of truth. In each case, what is accumulated is no longer symbolically exchanged, but becomes an objective dimension. Ultimately, the total objectivity of time, like total accumulation, is the page 146. Page 147. Total impossibility of symbolic exchange, that is, death. Hence the absolute impasse of political economy, which intends to eliminate death through accumulation. The time of accumulation is the time of death itself. We cannot hope for a dialectical revolution at the end of this process of spiraling hoarding. We already know that the economic rationalization of exchange, the market, is the social form which produces scarcity. Marshall Solons, The Original Affluent Society, in Stone Age Economics, Chicago, Aldine and Atherton, 1972. Similarly, the infinite accumulation of time as value under the sign of general equivalence entails the absolute scarcity of time, that is death. A contradiction in capitalism? No, communism in this instance is in solidarity with political economy, since, in accordance with the same fantastic schema of an eternal accumulation of productive forces, communism too aims for the abolition of death. Only its total ignorance of death, save perhaps as a hostile horizon to be conquered by science and technics, has protected it up to now from the worst contradictions. For nothing can will the abolition of the law of value. If you want to abolish death, that is, to preserve life as absolute value, at the same time, life itself must leave the law of value and achieve a successful exchange against death. The materialists, with their idealistic life expurgated of death, a life free at last of all ambivalence, hardly trouble themselves with this. 21. Our whole culture is just one huge effort to dissociate life and death, to ward off the ambivalence of death in the interests of life as value, and time as the general equivalent. The elimination of death is our phantasm, and ramifies in every direction, for religion, the afterlife, and immortality, for science, truth, and for economics, productivity and accumulation. No other culture had this distinctive opposition of life and death in the interests of life as positivity, life as accumulation, death as due payment. No other culture had this impasse. As soon as the ambivalence of life and death and the symbolic reversibility of death comes to an end, we enter into a process of accumulation of life as value, but by the same token, we also enter the field of the equivalent production of death. So life become value is constantly perverted by the equivalent death. Death, at the same instant, becomes the object of a perverse desire. Desire invests the very separation of life and death. This is the only way that we can speak of a death drive. This is the only way we can speak of the unconscious, for the unconscious is only the accumulation of equivalent death, the death that is no longer exchanged and can only be cashed out in the phantasm. The symbolic is the inverse dream of an end of accumulation and a possible reversibility of death in exchange. Symbolic death, which has not undergone the imaginary disjunction of life and death which is at the origin of the reality of death, is exchanged in a social ritual of feasting. Imaginary real death, our own, can only be redeemed through the individual work of mourning, which the subject carries out over the death of others and over himself from the start. Page 147. Page 148. Of his own life. This work of mourning has fueled Western metaphysics of death since Christianity, even in the metaphysical concept of the death drive. The death drive. With Freud we pass from philosophical death and the drama of consciousness to death as a pulsional process inscribed in the unconscious order, from a metaphysics of anguish to a metaphysics of the pulsion. It's just as if death, liberated from the subject, at last gained its status as an objective finality, the pulsional energy of death or the principle of psychical functioning. Death, by becoming a pulsion, does not cease to be a finality, it is even the only end. From this standpoint, the proposition of the death drive signifies an extraordinary simplification of finalities, since even eros is subordinate to it. But this finality sinks, and is inscribed in the unconscious. Now this sinking of death into the unconscious coincides with the sinking of the dominant system. Death becomes simultaneously a principle of psychical functioning and the reality principle of our social formations, through the immense repressive mobilization of labor and production. In other words, with the death drive, Freud installs the process of repetition at the core of objective determinations, at the very moment when the general system of production passes into pure and simple reproduction. This coincidence is extraordinary, since we are much more interested in a genealogy of the concept of the death drive than in its metaphysical status. Is the death drive an anthropological discovery which supplants all the others, and which can from now on provide a universal explanatory principle? We can imagine political economy entirely governed and engendered by the death drive, or is it produced at a given moment in relation to a particular configuration of the system? In this case, its radical nature is simply the radical nature of the system itself, and the concept merely sanctions a culture of death by giving it the label of a trans-historical pulsion. This operation is characteristic of all idealist thought, but we refuse to admit this with Freud. With Freud, as with Marx, Western reason will stop rationalizing and idealizing its own principles, it will even stop idealizing reality through its critical effect of objectivity. Ultimately, reality will designate unsurpassable pulsional or economic structures, thus the death drive as the eternal process of desire. But how is it that this proposition is itself not a matter of a secondary elaboration? It is true that, at first, the death drive breaks with Western thought. From Christianity to Marxism and existentialism. Either death is openly denied and sublimated, or it is dialecticized. In Marxist theory and practice, death is already conquered in the being of the class, or it is integrated as historical negativity. In more general terms, the whole Western practice of the domination of nature and the sublimation of. Page 148. Page 149. Aggression in production and accumulation is characterized as constructive eros. Eros makes use of sublimated aggression for its own ends and, in the movement of becoming, this applies just as much to political economy. Death is distilled as negativity into homeopathic doses. Not even the modern philosophies of being towards death reverse this tendency. Here death serves as a tragic haunting of the subject, sealing its absurd liberty. 22. In Freud it is quite another matter. A dialectic with the death drive is no longer possible, there is no longer any sublimation, even if it is tragic. For the first time, death appeared as an indestructible principle, in opposition to eros. The subject, class and history are irrelevant in this regard, the irreducible duality of the two pulsions, eros and thanatos, ruicans the ancient Manichaean version of the world, the endless antagonism of the twin principles of good and evil. This very powerful vision comes from the ancient cults where the basic intuition of a specificity of evil and death was still strong. This was unbearable to the Church, who will take centuries to exterminate it and impose the preeminent principle of the good, God, reducing evil and death to a negative principle, dialectically subordinate to the other, the devil. But there is always the nightmare of Lucifer's autonomy, the archangel of evil, in all their forms, as popular heresies and superstitions that always have a tendency to take the existence of a principle of evil literally and hence to form cults around it, even including black magic and Jansenist theory, not to mention the Cathars, which will haunt the Church day and night. It opposes the dialectic as an institutional theory and as a deterrent to a radical, dualistic and Manichaean concept of death. History will bring victory to the Church and the dialectic, including the materialist dialectic. In this sense, Freud breaks quite profoundly with Christian and Western metaphysics. The duality of the life and death instincts corresponds more precisely to Freud's position in Beyond the Pleasure principle. In civilization and its discontents, the duality completes itself in a cycle dominated solely by the death drive. Eros is nothing but an immense detour taken by culture towards death, which subordinates everything to its own ends. But this last version does not, however, revert to an inverted dialectic between the two terms of the duality, since dialectics can only be the constructive becoming of Eros, whose goal is to establish ever larger unities and to bind and regulate energies. Two principal characteristics oppose the death drive to this. 1. It dissolves assemblages, unbinds energy, and undoes Eros's organic discourse by returning things to an inorganic, ungebunden state, in a certain sense, to utopia as opposed to the articulate and constructive topics of Eros. Entropy of death, negentropy of Eros. 2. This power of disintegration, disarticulation, and defection implies a radical counterfinality in the form of an involution towards the prior, inorganic state. The compulsion to repeat, Wiederholungswang, or the tendency to reproduce and revive even those past events that involve no satisfaction whatsoever, is primarily, for every living being, the tendency. Page 149. Page 150. To reproduce the non-event of a prior inorganic state of things, that is to say, death. It is thus always as a repetitive cycle that death comes to dismantle the constructive, linear, or dialectical finalities of Eros. The viscosity of the death drive and the elasticity of the inorganic is everywhere victorious in its resistance to the structuration of life. In the proposed death drive therefore, whether in its dual form or in the incessant and destructive counterfinality of repetition, there is something irreducible to all the intellectual apparatuses of Western thought. Freud's thought acts fundamentally as the death drive in the Western theoretical universe. But then, of course, it is absurd to give it the constructive status of truth. The reality of the death instinct is indefensible. To remain faithful to the intuition of the death drive, it must remain a deconstructive hypothesis, that is, it must be adopted solely within the limits of the deconstruction that it carries out on all prior thought. As a concept, however, it too must be immediately deconstructed. We cannot think, other than as the ultimate subterfuge of reason, that the principle of deconstruction is all that escapes it. The death drive must be defended against every attempt to redialecticize it into a new constructive edifice. Marcuse is a good example of this. Concerning repression through death, he writes, theology and philosophy today compete with each other in celebrating death as an existential category. Perverting a biological fact into an ontological essence, they bestow transcendental blessing on the guilt of mankind which they help to perpetuate. Eros and Civilization, London. Sphere, 1970, p. 188. Thus it is for surplus repression. As for fundamental repression, the brute fact of death denies once and for all the reality of a non-repressive existence. For death is the final negativity of time, but joy wants eternity. Time has no power over the ID, the original domain of the pleasure principle. But the ego, through which alone pleasure becomes real, is in its entirety subject to time. The mere anticipation of the inevitable end, present in every instant, introduces a repressive element into all libidinal relations. Ibid, p. 185. We will overlook the brute fact of death. It is never a brute fact, only a social relation is repressive. What is most curious is the way in which death's primal repression exchanges signs with the liberation of Eros. The death instinct operates under the nirvana principle, it tends towards a state without want. This trend of this instinct implies that its destructive manifestations would be minimized as it approached such a state. If the instinct's basic objective is not the termination of life but of pain, the absence of tension, then paradoxically, in terms of the instinct, the conflict between life and death is the more reduced, the closer life approximates the state of gratification. Eros, freed from surplus repression, would be strengthened, and the strengthened Eros would, as it were, absorb the objective of the death instinct. The instinctual value of death would have changed. Ibid, p. 187, J.B.S. emphasis. Thus we will be able to change the instinct and triumph over the brute fact, in accordance with good old idealist philosophy of freedom and necessity. Death can become a token of freedom. The necessity of death does not refute. Page 150. Page 151. The possibility of final liberation. Like the other necessities, it can be made rational painless. Ibid, p. 188. The Marcusean dialectic therefore implies the total restoration of the death drive, in Eros and Civilization. However, this passage is immediately followed by the critique of Neo-Freudian revisionism, thus limiting the resistances this concept provokes in pious souls. Here again, it is not too much for dialectics the liberation of Eros in this instance, in others the liberation of the forces of production to bring about the end of death. The death drive is irritating, because it does not allow of any dialectical recovery. This is where its radicalism lies. But the panic it provokes does not confer the status of truth on it. We must wonder if, in the final instance, it is not itself a rationalization of death. This is first of all the conviction that we hear in Freud. Elsewhere he will talk of a speculative hypothesis. The dominating tendency of mental life is the effort to reduce, to keep constant or to remove internal tension. Due to stimuli, the nirvana principle, to borrow a term from Barbara Lowe. which is one of our strongest reasons for believing in the existence of death instincts. Beyond the Pleasure Principle, in Standard Edition, Vol. 18, 1955, pages 55-6. Why, then, all Freud's efforts to ground the death instinct in biological rationality, Weissmann's analysis, etc.? This positivist effort is generally deplored, a little like Engels' attempt to dialecticize nature that we agree to ignore out of affection for him. However, if we are to take it as a truth that knows no exception that everything living dies for internal reasons becomes inorganic once again, then we shall be compelled to say that the aim of all life is death and, looking backwards, that inanimate things existed before living ones. Thus these guardians of life instincts, too, were originally the myrmidons of death. Ibid, p. 38. It is difficult to rid the death drive of positivism here in order to turn it into a speculative hypothesis or purely and simply a principle of psychical functioning. J. B. Pont Alice, Lark, 34, 1968. Moreover, at this level there is no longer any real pulsional duality, death alone is finality. But it is this finality that in turn poses a crucial problem, since it inscribes death as anterior, as psychical and organic destiny, almost like programming or genetic code, in short, as a positivity that, unless we believe in the scientific reality of this pulsion, we can only take it as a myth. We can only set Freud against what he himself says. The theory of the drives is, so to say, our mythology. Drives are mythical entities, magnificent in their indefiniteness. New Introductory Lectures, in Standard Edition, Volume 22, 1964, p. 95. If the death drive is a myth, then this is how we will interpret it. We will interpret the death drive, and the concept of the unconscious itself, as myths, and no longer take account of their effects or their efforts at truth. A myth recounts something, not so much in the content as in the form of its discourse. Let's make a bet that, under the metaphoric species of sexuality, page 151, page 152, and death, psychoanalysis tells us something concerning the fundamental organization of our culture, that when the myth is no longer told, when it establishes its fables as axioms, it loses the magnificent indefiniteness that Freud spoke of. The concept is only the residue of a metaphor, as Nietzsche said. Let's bet then on the metaphor of the unconscious, on the metaphor of the death drive. Eros in the service of death, all cultural sublimation as a long detour to death, the death drive nourishing repressive violence and presiding over culture like a ferocious superego, the forces of life inscribed in the compulsion to repeat, all. This is true, but true of our culture. Death undertakes to abolish death and, for this very purpose, erects death above death, and is haunted by it as its own end. The term pulsion or drive is stated metaphorically, designating the contemporary phase of the political economic system. Does it then remain political economy, where the law of value, in its most terroristic structural form, reaches completion in the pure and simple compulsive reproduction of the code, where the law of value appears to be a finality as irreversible as a pulsion, so that it takes on the figure of a destiny for our culture? Stage of the imminent repetition of one and the same law, insisting on its own end, caught, totally invested by death as objective finality, and total subversion by the death drive as a deconstructive process. The metaphor of the death drive says all of this simultaneously, for the death drive is at the same time the system and the system's double, its doubling into a radical counter-finality, see the double, and its worrying strangeness, das Unheimlich. This is what the myth recounts. But let's see what happens when it sets itself up as the objective discourse of the pulsion. With the term pulsion, which has both a biological and a psychical definition, psychoanalysis settles down into categories that come straight from the imaginary of a certain Western reason, Far from radically contradicting this latter, it must then interpret itself as a moment of Western thought. As for the biological, it is clear that scientific rationality produces the distinction of the living and the non-living on which biology is based. Science, producing itself as a code, on the one hand literally produces the dead, the non-living, as a conceptual object, and, on the other, produces the separation of the dead as an axiom from which science can be legitimated. The only good, scientific, object, just like the only good Indian, is a dead one. Now it is this inorganic state to which the death drive is oriented, to the non-living status that only comes about through the arbitrary decrees of science and, when all's said and done, through its own phantasm of repression and death. Ultimately, being nothing but the cyclical repetition of the non-living, the death drive contributes to biology's arbitrariness, doubling it through a psychoanalytic route. But not every culture produces a separate concept of the non-living, only our culture produces it, under the sign of biology. Thus, suspending the discrimination would be enough to invalidate the concept of the death drive, which is ultimately only a theoretical agreement between the living and the dead, with the sole result that page 152. Page 153. Science loses its footing amongst all the attempts at articulation. The non-living is always permanently sweeping science along into the axiomatics of a system of death. C. J. Monod, Chance and Necessity. T. R. Austin Wainhouse, London. Collins, 1970. The problem is the same as regards the psychical, putting the whole of psychoanalysis into question. We must ask ourselves when and why our system began to produce the psychical. The psychical has only recently become autonomous, doubling biology's autonomy at a higher level. This time the line passes between the organic, the somatic, and something else. There is nothing psychical save on the basis of this distinction. Hence the ensuing insoluble difficulty of linking the two parts together again. The precise result of this is the concept of the pulsion, which is intended to form a bridge between the two, but which merely contributes to the arbitrariness of each. Here the metapsychology of the pulsion reverts to mind-body metaphysics, rewriting it at a more advanced stage. The separated order of the psychical results from our precipitate desire, in our conscious or unconscious heart of hearts, for everything that the system prohibits from collective and symbolic exchange. It is an order of the repressed. It is hardly astonishing that this order is governed by the death drive, since it is nothing but the precipitate individual of an order of death. Psychoanalysis, like every other discipline, theorizes the death drive as such within its own order, and so merely sanctions this mortal discrimination. Conscious, unconscious, superego, guilt, repression, primary and secondary processes, phantasm, neurosis and psychosis. Yes, all this works very well if we consent to the circumscription of the psychical as such, which circumscription produces our system, not just any system, as the immediate and fundamental form of intelligibility, that is to say, as code. The omnipotence of the code is precisely the inscription of separate spheres, which then justifies a specialized investigation in a sovereign science, but it is undoubtedly the psychical that has the best future. All the savage, errant, transversal, and symbolic processes will be inscribed and domesticated within it, in the name of the unconscious itself, which, like an unexpected joke, is generally considered today as the leitmotif of radical liberation. Death itself will be domesticated under the sign of the death drive. In fact, the death drive must be interpreted against Freud and psychoanalysis if we wish to retain its radically. The death drive must be understood as acting against the scientific positivity of the psychoanalytic apparatus as developed by Freud. The death drive is not just the limit of psychoanalysis's formulations nor its most radical conclusion, it is its reversal, and those who have rejected the concept of the death drive have, in a certain sense, a more accurate view than those who take it, as even Freud himself did, in their psychoanalytic stride without, perhaps, understanding what he had said. The death drive effectively goes far beyond all previous points of view and renders all previous apparatuses, whether page 153, page 154, economic, energetic, topological, or even the psychical apparatus itself, useless. All the more reason, of course, for the pulsional logic it draws on, inherited from the scientific mythology of the 19th century. Perhaps Lacan guessed this when he spoke of the irony of the concept of the death drive, of the unheard of and insoluble paradox that it poses. Historically, psychoanalysis has taken the view that this is its strangest offspring, but death does not allow itself to be caught in the mirror of psychoanalysis. It acts as a total, radical, functional principle, and has no need of the mirror, repression, nor even a libidinal economy. It merely meanders through successive topologies and energetic calculi, ultimately forming the economics of the unconscious itself, denouncing all that as well as Eros's positive machinery, as the positive interpreting machine that it disrupts and dismantles like any other. A principle of counter-finality, a radical, speculative hypothesis, meta-economic, metapsychical, meta-energetic, metapsychoanalytic, the death drive is beyond the unconscious, it must be wrested from psychoanalysis and turned against it. Death inbitally. Despite its radically, the psychoanalytic vision of death remains an insufficient vision, the pulsions are constrained by repetition, its perspective bears on a final equilibrium within the inorganic continuum, eliminating differences and intensities following an involution towards the lowest point, an entropy of death, pulsional conservatism, equilibrium in the absence of nirvana. This theory manifests certain affinities with Malthusian political economy, the objective of which is to protect oneself against death. For political economy only exists by default, death is its blind spot, the absence haunting all its calculations. And the absence of death alone permits the exchange of values and the play of equivalences. An infinitesimal injection of death would immediately create such excess and ambivalence that the play of value would completely collapse. Political economy is an economy of death, because it economizes on death and buries it under its discourse. The death drive falls into the opposite category, it is the discourse of death as the insurmountable finality. This discourse is oppositional but complementary, for if political economy is indeed nirvana, the infinite accumulation and reproduction of dead value, then the death drive denounces its truth, at the same time as subjecting it to absolute derision. It does this, however, in the terms of the system itself, by idealizing death as a drive, as an objective finality. As such, the death drive is the current system's most radical negative, but even it simply holds up a mirror to the funereal imaginary of political economy. Instead of establishing death as the regulator of tensions in an equilibrium function, as the economy of the pulsion bitterly introduces it in the opposite sense, as the paroxysm of exchanges, superabundance, and excess. Death is excess. Always already there, proves that life is only. Page 154. Page 155. Defective when death has taken it hostage, that life only exists in bursts and in exchanges with death, if it is not condemned to the discontinuity of value and therefore to absolute deficit. To will that there be life only is to make sure that there is only death. The idea that death is not at all a breakdown of life, that it is willed by life itself, and that the delirial, economic, phantasm of eliminating it is equivalent to implanting it in the heart of life itself, this time as an endless mournful nothingness. Biologically, the idea of a world where human life might be artificially prolonged has a nightmare quality about it, bitterly, Eroticism 2nd ed., T.R.M. Dalwood, London, Marion Boyars, 1987, p. 101, but symbolically above all, and here the nightmare is no longer a simple possibility, but the reality we live at every instant. Death, excess, ambivalence, gift, sacrifice, expenditure and the paroxysm, and so real life is absent from it. We renounce dying and accumulate instead of losing ourselves. Not only do we renounce death, but also we let our desire, which is really the desire to die, lay hold of its object. And we keep it while we live on. We enrich our life instead of losing it. Eroticism, p. 142. Here, luxury and prodigality predominate over functional calculation, just as death predominates over life as the unilateral finality of production and accumulation. On a comprehensive view, human life strives towards prodigality to the point of anguish, to the point where the anguish becomes unbearable. The rest is mere moralizing chatter. A febrile unrest within us asks death to wreak its havoc at our expense. Ibid, p. 60. Death and sexuality, instead of confronting each other as antagonistic principles, Freud, are exchanged in the same cycle, in the same cyclical revolution of continuity. Death is not the price of sexuality, the sort of equivalence one finds in every theory of complex living beings. The infusorium is itself immortal and asexual, nor is sexuality a simple detour on the way to death. As in civilization and its discontents, they exchange their energies and excite each other. Neither has its own specific economy. Life and death only fall under the sway of a single economy if they are separated. Once they are mixed, they pass beyond economics altogether, into festivity and loss. Eroticism according to Baudrillard. We can no longer differentiate between sexuality and death, which are simply the culminating points of the festival nature celebrates, with the inexhaustible multitude of living beings, both of them signifying the boundless wastage of nature's resources as opposed to the urge to live on characteristic of every living creature. Eroticism. p. 61. This festivity takes place because it reinstates the cycle where penury imposes the linear economy of duration, because it reinstates a cyclical revolution of life and death where Freud augurs no other issue than the repetitive involution of death. In Baudrillard, then, there is a vision of death as a principle of excess and an anti-economy. Hence the metaphor of luxury and the luxurious character of death. Only sumptuous and useless expenditure has meaning. The page 155. Page 156. Economy has no meaning, it is only a residue that has been made into the law of life, whereas wealth lies in the luxurious exchange of death, sacrifice. The accursed share, escaping investment and equivalence, can only be annihilated. If life is only a need to survive at any cost, then annihilation is a priceless luxury. In a system where life is ruled by value and utility, death becomes a useless luxury, and the only alternative. In Baudrillard, this luxurious conjunction of sex and death figures under the sign of continuity, in opposition to the discontinuous economy of individual existences. Finality belongs in the discontinuous order, where discontinuous beings secrete finality, all sorts of finalities, which amount to only one, their own death. We are discontinuous beings, individuals who perish in isolation in the midst of an incomprehensible adventure. But we yearn for our lost continuity. Eroticism, p. 15. Death itself is without finalities. In eroticism, the finality of the individual being is put back into question. What does physical eroticism signify if not a violation of the very being of its practitioners? The whole business of eroticism is to destroy the self-contained character of the participants as they are in their normal lives. Ibid, p. 17. Erotic nakedness is equal to death insofar as it inaugurates a state of communication, loss of identity and fusion. The fascination of the dissolution of constituted forms, such as Eros, pays Freud, for whom Eros binds energies, federates them into ever larger unities. In death, as in Eros, it is a matter of introducing all possible continuity into discontinuity, a game of complete continuity. It is in this sense that death, the rupture of the discontinuous individualities to which we cleave in terror, stands there before us more real than life itself. Ibid. p. 19. Freud says exactly the same thing, but by default. It is no longer a question of the same death. What Freud missed was not seeing the curvature of life in death, he missed its vertigo and its excess, its reversal of the entire economy of life, making it, in the form of a final pulsion, into a belated equation of life. Freud stated life's final economy under the sign of repetition and missed its paroxysm. Death is neither resolution nor involution, but a reversal and a symbolic challenge. For once they travel down their allotted paths, with open eyes, self-oblivious, too ready to comply with what the gods have wished them. Only too gladly will mortal beings speed back into the all by the shortest way. So rivers plunge not movement, but rest they seek. Drawn on, pulled down against their will from boulder to boulder abandoned, helmless by that mysterious yearning toward the chasm. Chaotic deeps attract, and whole peoples too may come to long for death. By Xanthos once, in Grecian times, there stood the town. Page 156. Page 157. The kindness of Brutus provoked them. 4. When fire broke out, most nobly he offered them his help, although he led those troops which stood at their gates to besiege the township. Yet from the walls they threw all the servants down, whom he had sent. Much livelier than at once. The fire flared up, and they rejoiced, and Brutus extended his arms towards them. All were beside themselves. And great crying there. Great jubilation sounded. Then into flames leapt man and woman, boys came hurtling down from the roofs or their fathers stabbed them. It is not wise to fight against heroes. But events long prepared it. Their ancestors, when they were quite encircled once and strongly the Persian forces pressed them, took rushes from the river's end, that their foes might find a desert there, set ablaze the town. And house and temple breathed to holy ether and men did the flame carry off there. So their descendants heard Hölderlin, voice of the people. Second version, in Friedrich Hölderlin, Poems and Fragments, Tr. and ed. Michael Hamburger, London, Routledge and Kegan Paul, 1966, pages 17883. The proposition according to which life and death are exchanged, and exchanged at the highest price with death, no longer belongs to the order of scientific truth, since it is a truth that science is forever forbidden. If the union of two lovers comes about through love, it involves the idea of death, murder, or suicide. A continuous violation of discontinuous individuality. The orifices, gulfs, and abysses whereby beings are absorbed into continuity, somehow assimilates it to death. Baudrillard, Eroticism, pages 21 ff. When Baudrillard says this, concerning eroticism, there is no objective relation, no law, and no natural necessity in any of this. Luxury and excess are not functions, they are inscribed neither in the body nor in the world. Nor on the other hand, is death sumptuous, symbolic death, which belongs to the order of the challenge inscribed in a body or a nature any longer. The symbolic can never be confused with the real or with science. But even Baudrillard commits the following error. The desire to produce at cut prices is niggardly and human. Nature, for its part, is boundlessly prodigious, and sacrifices in good spirits. Ibid. p. 60. Why seek the security of an ideally prodigious nature, as opposed to the economist's ideally circulating nature. Luxury is no more natural than economics. Sacrifice and sacrificial expenditure are not of the order of things. This error leads Baudrillard to confuse reproductive sexuality with erotic expenditure. The excess from which reproduction springs can only be understood with the aid of the excess of death, and vice versa. Ibid. p. 101. But reproduction as such has no excess even if it implies the individual's death, it is still a matter of a positive economy, and a functional death from which the species might benefit. Sacrificial death, however, is anti-page 157. Page 158. Productive and anti-reproductive. It is true that it aims at continuity, as Baudrillard says, but not that of the species, which is only the continuity of an order of life, whereas the radical continuity in which the subject is ruined by sex and death always signifies the fabulous loss of an order. It is no more supported by the reproductive act than desire is supported by need, no more than sumptuary expenditure prolongs the satisfaction of needs. This biological functionalism is annihilated in eroticism. To look for the secret of sacrifice, sacrificial destruction, play and expenditure in the law of the species, is to reduce it all to a functionalism. There is not even a contiguity between sacrifice and the law of the species. Erotic excess and the reproductive sexual function have nothing in common. The symbolic excess of death has nothing in common with the body's biological losses. 23. Baudrillard, here, labors the influence of the temptation of naturalism, if not biologism, leading him, conversely, to naturalise a tendency to discontinuity, the urge to live on characteristic of every living creature. Ibid. p. 61. The living creature protects itself against the living energies of a debauched nature, an orgy of annihilation by means of prohibitions, resisting the excess of the death drive that comes from nature by every available means. Its resistance, however, is only ever provisional. Men have never definitively said no to violence and death. Ibid. p. 62. Thus, on the basis of a natural definition of expenditure, nature as the model of prodigality, and a substantial and ontological definition of economics, the subject wishes to live on in his being. But where does this basic desire come from? Baudrillard sets up a kind of subjective dialectic of prohibition and transgression, where the initially high-spirited character of sacrifice and death is lost in the delights of Christianity and perversion. 24. A kind of objective dialectic between continuity and discontinuity, where the challenge posed by death to economic organization is effaced in the face of a great metaphysical alternation. Nevertheless, something remains in Baudrillard's excessive and luxuriant vision of death that removes it from psychoanalysis and its individual and psychical domain. This something provides the opportunity to disturb every economy, shattering not only the objective mirror of political economy, but also the inverse psychical mirror of repression, the unconscious and libidinal economy. Beyond all mirrors, or in their fragments, shattered like those of the mirror where the student of Prague rediscovered his real image at the moment of death, something appears for us today, a fantastic dispersal of the body, of being, and wealth. Baudrillard's figure of death is the closest premonition of this. My death is everywhere, my death dreams. Punctual death, biological death. The irreversibility of biological death, its objective and punctual character, is a modern fact of science. It is specific to our culture. Every other culture says that death begins before death, that life goes on after life, and that it is. Page 158. Page 159. Impossible to distinguish life from death. Against the representation which sees in one the term of the other, we must try to see the radical indeterminacy of life and death, and the impossibility of their autonomy in the symbolic order. Death is not a due payment essence, it is a nuance of life, or, life is a nuance of death. But our modern idea of death is controlled by a very different system of representations, that of the machine and the function. A machine either works or it does not. Thus the biological machine is either dead or alive. The symbolic order is ignorant of this digital abstraction. And even biology acknowledges that we start dying at birth, but this remains with the category of a functional definition. 25. It is quite another thing to say that death articulates life, is exchanged with life and is the apogee of life, for then it becomes absurd to make life a process which expires with death, and more absurd still to make death equivalent to a deficit and an accelerated repayment. Neither life nor death can any longer be assigned a given end, there is therefore no punctuality nor any possible definition of death. We are living entirely within evolutionist thought, which states that we go from life to death. This is the illusion of the subject that sustains both biology and metaphysics. Biology wishes to reverse metaphysics, but merely prolongs it. But there is no longer even a subject who dies at a given moment. It is more real to say that whole parts of ourselves, of our bodies, our language, fall from life to death, while the living are subjected to the work of mourning. In this way, a few of the living manage to forget them gradually, as God managed to forget the drowned girl who was carried away by the stream of water in Brecht's song. Undes Gesche, das Gott sie allmalig vergess. Sie Urst das Gesicht, dann die Hand, und zuletzt das Haar. It happened, very slowly, that it gently slid from God's thoughts. First her face, then her hands, and right at the end her hair. The Drowned Girl in Bertolt Brecht, Poems and Songs, ed. and Tr. John Willett. London, Methuen, 1990, p. 14. The subject's identity is continually falling apart, falling into God's forgetting. But this death is not at all biological. At one pole, biochemistry, asexual protozoa are not affected by death, they divide and branch out, nor is the genetic code, for its part, ever affected by death, it is transmitted unchanged beyond individual fates. At the other, symbolic, pole, death and nothingness no longer exist, since in the symbolic, life and death are reversible. Only in the infinitesimal space of the individual conscious subject does death take on an irreversible meaning. Even here, death is not an event, but a myth experienced as anticipation. The subject needs a myth of its end, as of its origin, to form its identity. In reality, the subject is never there, like the face, the hands, and the hair, and even before no doubt, it is always already somewhere else, trapped in a senseless distribution, an endless cycle impelled by death. This death, everywhere in life, must be conjured up and localized in a precise point of time and a precise place, the body. Page 159. Page 160. In biological death, death and the body neutralize instead of stimulating each other. The mind-body duality is biology's fundamental presupposition. In a certain sense, this duality is death itself, since it objectifies the body as residual, as a bad object which takes its revenge by dying. It is according to the mind that the body becomes the brute, objective fact, fated for sex, anguish, and death. It is according to the mind, this imaginary skis, that the body becomes the reality that exists only in being condemned to death. Therefore the mortal body is no more real than the immortal soul, both result simultaneously from the same abstraction. And with them the two great complementary metaphysics, the idealism of the soul, with all its moral metamorphoses, and the materialist idealism of the body, prolonged in biology. Biology lives on as much by the separation of mind and body as from any other Christian or Cartesian metaphysics, but it no longer declares this. The mind or soul is not mentioned any more, as an ideal principle. It has entirely passed into the moral discipline of science, into the legitimating principle. of technical operations on the real and on the world, into the principles of an objective materialism. In the Middle Ages, those who practiced the discourse of the mind or soul were closer to the bodily signs, Octavio Paz, conjunctions and disjunctions. Tr. Helen Lane, New York, Arcade, 1990, than biological science, which, techniques and axioms, has passed entirely over to the side of the non-body. The accident and the catastrophe. There is a paradox of modern bourgeois rationality concerning death. To conceive of it as natural, profane and irreversible constitutes the sign of the Enlightenment and reason, but enters into sharp contradiction with the principles of bourgeois rationality, with its individual values, the unlimited progress of science, and its mastery of nature in all things. Death, neutralized as a natural fact, gradually becomes a scandal. Octavio Paz has analyzed this brilliantly in his Theory of the Accident. Modern science has eliminated epidemics and has given us plausible explanations of other natural catastrophes. Nature has ceased to be the depository of our guilt feelings. At the same time, technology has extended and widened the notion of accident and, what is more, it has given it an absolutely different character. Accidents are part of our daily life and their shadow peoples our dreams. The uncertainty principle in contemporary physics and Gödel's proof in logic are the equivalent of the accident in the historical world. Axiomatic and deterministic systems have lost their consistency and revealed an inherent defect. But it is not really a defect, it is a property of the system, something that belongs to it as a system. The accident is not an exception or a sickness of our political regimes, nor is it a correctable defect of our civilization, it is the natural consequence of our science, our politics, and our morality. The accident is part of our idea of progress. The accident has become a paradox of necessity, it possesses the fatality of necessity and at the same time the uncertainty of freedom. The non-body, transformed into a materialist science, is a synonym for terror. The accident is one of the attributes of reason that we adore. Page 160. Page 161. Christian morality has given its powers of repression over to it, but at the same time this superhuman power has lost any pretension to morality. It is the return of the anguish of the Aztecs, without any celestial signs or presages. Catastrophe has become banal and laughable because in the final analysis the accident is only an accident. Conjunctions and disjunctions, pages 11113. Just as society gives rise to madmen and anomalies at its peripheries in the process of normalization, so reason and the technical mastery of nature, as they become more entrenched, become surrounded by the catastrophic breakdown of the inorganic body of nature they give rise to as unreason. This unreason is intolerable, since reason wants to be sovereign, and can no longer even think of what escapes it. It is unresolvable since for us there are no longer any propitiating or reconciling rituals. The accident, like death, is absurd, that's all there is to it. It is a piece of sabotage. An evil demon is there to make this beautiful machine always break down. Hence this rationalist culture suffers, like no other, from a collective paranoia. Something or someone must have been responsible for the least accident, the slightest irregularity, the least catastrophe, an earth tremor, a house in ruins, bad weather, everything is an assassination attempt. Thus the new wave of sabotage, terrorism, and banditism is less interesting than the fact that what happens is interpreted this way. Accident or not? Undecidable. Nor is it important, since the category of the accident analyzed by Octavio Paz has fallen under that of the assassination attempt. And this is normal in a rational system, since chance can only be left to a human will. Every breakdown is interpreted as a curse, an evil spell, or, politically, as a breach of the social order. 26. And it is True that a natural catastrophe is a danger to the established order, not only because of the real disorder it provokes, but by the blow it strikes to every sovereign rationality, politics included. Hence the state of siege for the earth tremor. Nicaragua, hence the police presence at the scenes of catastrophes, which, at the time of the Hermenonville DC-10 catastrophe, is more important than at a demonstration. For no one knows to what extent the death drive, primed by the accident or the catastrophe, may be unleashed on this occasion and turn against the political order. It is remarkable that we have returned, in the heyday of the rational system and as a full logical consequence of this system, to the primitive vision where we impute a hostile will to every event, and particularly to death. But it is ourselves and ourselves alone who are full primitives, which nickname we attach to the primitives in order to exorcise it. For the primitives themselves, this conception corresponded to the logic of their reciprocal and ambivalent exchanges involving everything around them. Even natural catastrophes and death were easily intelligible through the categories of their social structures, whereas for us it is plainly paralogical. This is irrational paranoia, the axioms of which give rise to an increasingly ubiquitous and absolute unintelligibility. Death as unacceptable and insoluble, the accident as persecution, as the absurd and spiteful resistance of a matter or a nature that will not abide by the objective laws with which we. Page 161. Page 162. Have pursued it. Hence the ever-increasing fascination with the catastrophe, the accident, and the assassination attempt. Reason itself is pursued by the hope of a universal revolt against its own norms and privileges. Natural death. An ideal or standard form of death, natural death, corresponds to the biological definition of death and the rational, logical will. This death is normal since it comes at life's proper term. Its very concept issues from the possibility of pushing back the limits of life. Living becomes a process of accumulation, and science and technology start to play a role in this quantitative strategy. Science and technology do not manage to fulfill an original desire to live as long as possible. Through the symbolic disintegration of death, life passes into life capital, into a quantitative evaluation, which alone gives rise to a biomedical science and technology of prolonging life. Natural death therefore signifies not the acceptance of death within the order of things, but a systematic denegation of death. Natural death is subject to science, and death's call is to be exterminated by science. This clearly signifies that death is inhuman, irrational, and senseless. Like untamed nature, the Western concept of nature is always the concept of a repressed or domesticated nature. The only good death is a death that has been defeated and subjected to the law. This is the ideal of natural death. It should be possible for everyone to reach the term of their biological capital, to enjoy life to the end without violence or premature death. As if everyone had their own little printout of a life plan, their normal expectation of life, basically a contract of life. Hence the social demand for a quality of life that makes up part of a natural death. The new social contract, society as a whole, with its science and technology, becomes collectively responsible for the death of each individual. 27. This demand could moreover involve calling the existing order into question, as do quantitative, wage demands, to demand a just lifespan just as one demands just rewards for one's labor power. Essentially, this right, like every other, conceals a repressive jurisdiction. Everyone has a right, but also a duty, to a natural death, for this death is characteristic of the system of political economy, its typical obligation to die. One is a system of maximalization of the forces of production. In an extensive system of manpower, slaves have no natural death, they are made to work themselves to death. 2. More importantly, that everyone should have a right to their life, habeas corpus habeas vitam, extends social jurisdiction over death, Death is socialized like everything else, and can no longer be anything but natural, since every other death is a social scandal. We have not done what is necessary. Is this social progress? No, it is rather the progress of the social, which even annexes death to itself. Everyone is dispossessed of their death, and will no longer be able to die as it is now understood. One will know. Page 162. Page 163. Longer be free to live as long as possible. Amongst other things, this signifies the ban on consuming one's life without taking limits into account. In short, the principle of natural death is equivalent to the neutralization of life. 28. The same goes for the question of equality in death. Life must be reduced to quantity, and death therefore to nothing, in order to adjust it to democracy and the law of equivalences. Old age and retirement. The third age. Here too, science's conquest of death enters into contradiction with the system's rationality. Retirement becomes a dead weight on social self-management. An entire portion of social wealth, money and moral values, is sunk into it without being able to give it a meaning. A third of society is thus segregated and placed in a situation of economic parasitism. The lands conquered on this death march are socially barren. Recently colonized, old age in modern times burdens society with the same weight as colonized native populations used to. Retirement, or the third age, says precisely what it means. It is a sort of third world. Old age has merely become a marginal and ultimately a social slice of life, a ghetto, a reprieve, and the slide into death. Old age is literally being eliminated. In proportion as the living live longer, as they win over death, they cease to be symbolically acknowledged. Condemned to a forever receding death, this age group loses its status and its prerogatives. In other social formations, old age actually exists as the symbolic pivot of the group. In such societies, the status of the elderly, the perfected form of the ancestor, is the most prestigious. Years constitute real wealth which is exchanged for authority or power, instead of the situation today, where years gained are only calculable accumulated years that have no capacity to be exchanged. Prolonged life expectancy has therefore simply ended up discriminating against old age, which follows logically from discriminating against death itself. Here again, the social has worked well, making old age into a social territory, which in journals appears under this rubric alongside immigrants and abortions, and socializing this part of life into an enclosure over itself. Under the beneficent sign of natural death, it has been made into an early social death. Because the individual life of civilized man, placed into an infinite progress according to its own immanent meaning, should never come to an end, for there is a further step ahead of one who stands in the march of progress. And no man who comes to die stands upon the peak which lies in infinity. Abraham, or some peasants of the past, died old and satiated with life because he stood in the organic cycle of life, because his life, in terms of its meaning and on the eve of his days, had given to him what life had to offer, because for him there remained no puzzles he might wish to solve, and therefore he could have had enough of life. Whereas civilized man, placed in the midst of the continuous enrichment of culture by ideas, knowledge, and problems, may become tired of life but not satiated by life. And because death is meaningless, civilized life as such is meaningless. Max Weber, Science as a Vocation, in From Max Weber, Essays. Page 163. Page 164. In Sociology, Tr. and ed. H. Girth and C. Wright Mills, London, Routledge and Kegan Paul, 1970, pages 13940. Natural Death and Sacrificial Death. Why is it that today there are no expected and foreseen deaths from old age, a death in the family, the only death that had full meaning for the traditional collectivity, from Abraham to our grandfathers? It is no longer even touching, it is almost ridiculous, and socially insignificant in any case. Why on the other hand is it that violent, accidental, and chance death, which previous communities could not make any sense of, it was dreaded and cursed as vehemently as we curse suicide, has so much meaning for us? It is the only one that is generally talked about, it is fascinating and touches the imagination. Once again, ours is the culture of the accident, as Octavio Paz says. Death is not abjectly exploited by the media since they are happy to gamble on the fact that the only events of immediate, unmanipulated and straightforward significance for all are those which in one way or another bring death onto the scene. In this sense the most despicable media are also the most objective. And again, to interpret this in terms of repressed individual pulsions or unconscious sadism is trivial and uninteresting, since it is a matter of a collective passion. Violent or catastrophic death does not satisfy the little individual unconscious, manipulated by the vile mass media. This is a secondary revision, and is already morally weighted. This death moves us so profoundly only because it works on the group itself, and because in one way or another it transfigures and redeems in its own eyes. Natural death is devoid of meaning because the group has no longer any role to play in it. It is banal because it is bound to the policed and commonplace banalize individual subject, to the policed and commonplace nuclear family, and because it is no longer a collective mourning and joy. Each buries his own dead. With the primitives, there is no natural death. Every death is social, public, and collective, and it is always the effect of an adversarial will that the group must absorb, no biology. This absorption takes place in feasting and rites. Feasting is the exchange of wills, we don't see how feasting would reabsorb a biological event. Evil wills and expiation rites are exchanged over the death's head. Death deceives and symbolically gains esteem. Here death gains status, and the group is enriched by a partner. To us, the dead have just passed away and no longer have anything to exchange. The dead are residual even before dying. At the end of a lifetime of accumulation, the dead are subtracted from the total in an economic operation. They do not become effigies, they serve entirely as alibis for the living and to their obvious superiority over the dead. This is a flat, one-dimensional death, the end of the biological journey, settling a credit, giving in one's soul, like a tire, a container emptied of its contents. What banality! Page 164. Page 165. All passion then takes refuge in violent death, which is the sole manifestation of something like the sacrifice, that is to say, like a real transmutation through the will of the group. And in this sense, it matters little whether death is accidental, criminal or catastrophic, from the moment it escapes natural reason, and becomes a challenge to nature, it once again becomes the business of the group, demanding a collective and symbolic response. In a word, it arouses the passion for the artificial, which is at the same time sacrificial passion. Nature is uninteresting and meaningless, but we need only return one death to nature, we need only exchange it in accordance with strict conventional rites, for its energy, both the dead person's energy and that of death itself, to affect the group, to be reabsorbed and expended by the group, instead of simply leaving it as a natural residue. We, for our part, no longer have an effective right for reabsorbing death and its rupturing energies. There remains the phantasm of sacrifice, the violent artifice of death. Hence the intense and profoundly collective satisfaction of the automobile death. In the fatal accident, the artificiality of death fascinates us. Technical, non-natural, and therefore willed, ultimately by the victim him or herself, death becomes interesting once again since willed death has a meaning. This artificiality of death facilitates, on a par with the sacrifice, its aesthetic doubling in the imagination, and the enjoyment that follows from it. Obviously aesthetics only has a value for us since we are condemned to contemplation. The sacrifice is not aesthetic for the primitives, but it always marks a refusal of natural and biological succession, an intervention of an initiatory order, a controlled and socially governed violence. These days, we can only rediscover this anti-natural violence in the chance accident or catastrophe, which we therefore experience as socially symbolic events of the highest importance, as sacrifices. Finally, the accident is only accidental. That is to say, absurd, for official reason, for the symbolic demand, which we have never been without, the accident has always been something else altogether. Hostage-taking is always a matter of the same scenario. Unanimously condemned, it inspires profound terror and joy. It is also on the verge of becoming a political ritual of the first order at a time when politics is collapsing into indifference. The hostage has a symbolic yield 100 times superior to that of the automobile death, which is itself 100 times superior to natural death. This is because we read is here a time of the sacrifice, of the ritual of execution, in the imminence of the collectively expected death. This death, totally undeserved, therefore totally artificial, is therefore perfect from the sacrificial point of view, for which the officiating priest or criminal is expected to die in return. According to the rules of a symbolic exchange to which we adhere so much more profoundly than we do to the economic order. The workplace accident is the concern of the economic order and has no symbolic yield whatsoever. Since it is a machinic breakdown rather than a sacrifice, it is as indifferent to the collective imagination as it is to the page 165. Page 166. Capitalist entrepreneur. It is the object of a mechanical refusal, of a mechanical revolt, based on the right to life and to security, and is neither the object nor the cause of a ludic terror. 29. Only the worker, as is well known, plays too freely with his security, at the whim of the unions and bosses who understand nothing of this challenge. We are all hostages, and that's the secret of hostage-taking, and we are all dreaming, instead of dying stupidly working oneself to the ground, of receiving death and of giving death. Giving and receiving constitute one symbolic act, the symbolic act par excellence, which rids death of all the indifferent negativity it holds for us in the natural order of capital. In the same way, our relations to objects are no longer living and mortal, but instrumental. We no longer know how to destroy them, and we no longer expect our own death, which is why they are really dead objects that end up killing us, in the same fashion as the workplace accident, however, just as one object crushes another. Only the automobile accident re-establishes some kind of sacrificial equilibrium. For death is something that is shared out, and we must know how to share it out amongst objects just as much as amongst other men. Death has only given and received meaning, that is to say, it is socialized through exchange. In the primitive order, everything is done so that death is that way. In our culture, on the contrary, everything is done so that death is never done to anybody by someone else, but only by nature, as an impersonal expiry of the body. We experience our death as the real fatality inscribed in our bodies only, because we no longer know how to inscribe it into a ritual of symbolic exchange. The order of the real, of the objectivity of the body as elsewhere the order of political economy, are always the results of the rupture of this exchange. It is from this point that even our bodies came into existence as the place in which our inexchangeable death is confined, and we end up believing in the biological essence of the body, watched over by death which in turn is watched over by science. Biology is pregnant with death, and the body taking shape within it is itself pregnant with death, and there are no more myths to come and free it. The myth and the ritual that used to free the body from science's supremacy has been lost, or has not yet been found. We try to circumscribe the others, our objects, and our own body within a destiny of instrumentality so as no longer to receive death from them, but there is nothing we can do about this. The same goes for death as for everything else. No longer willing to give or receive it, death encircles us in the biological simulacrum of our own body. The death penalty. Until the 18th century, we hanged guilty animals, after a formal condemnation, for causing a man's death. We even hanged horses. Author unknown. There had to be a very specific reason for the revulsion inspired in us by punishing these animals, since it ought to have been more serious to judge. Page 166. Page 167. A man than an animal, and more odious to make him suffer. But, in one way or another, hanging a horse or a pig, like hanging a madman or a child, seems more odious to us, since they are not responsible. This secret equality of consciousness in law, so that the condemned always retain the privilege of denying the right of the other to judge, this possible challenge, which is quite different from the right to a defense and which re-establishes a minimum of symbolic opposition, no longer exists at all in the case of the animal or the madman. It is precisely the application of a symbolic ritual to a situation which prohibits the possibility of a symbolic response and gives this type of punishment its particularly odious character. As opposed to physical elimination, justice is a social, moral and ritual act. The odious character of punishing a child or a madman comes from the moral aspect of justice, if the other must be convinced of their guilt and condemned as such. Punishment loses all meaning, since neither consciousness of the wrong nor even humiliation are possible with these criminals. It is therefore as stupid as crucifying lions. But there is something else in the punishment of an animal, which this time derives from the ritual character of justice. It is the application of a human ceremonial to a beast, rather than just the infliction of death, that gives the scene its extraordinary atrocity. Every attempt to dress an animal, every disguise, an attempt to tame an animal to the human comedy is sinister and unhealthy. By dying, it would become frankly unbearable. But why this revulsion at seeing an animal treated like a human being? Because then man changes into a beast. In the hanged animal there is, by way of the sign and the ritual, a hanged man, but a man changed into a beast as if by black magic. A reflex signification results from the ubiquitous action of the deep reciprocity, whatever we are dealing with, between man and animal or the executioner and his victim, mingled with the visual representation in a terrible confusion. And this malefic ambiguity, as in Kafka's Metamorphosis, gives rise to disgust. The end of culture, of the social, the end of the rules of the game. Killing a beast in this fundamentally human manner unleashes an equivalent monstrosity in the man, who thus becomes the victim of his own ritual. The institution of justice, by which man claims to draw a line between himself and brutality, turns against him. Of course, such brutality is a myth, a caesura that implies the absolute privilege of the human, the expulsion of the animal into the brutal. This discrimination is justified, however, when at the same time as the privilege, it implies all the risks and responsibilities of the human, in particular that of justice and social death, which by contrast, according to the same logic, does not concern the animal at all. For man to impose this form on the animal is to erase the limit between the two, and at the same time to eliminate the human. Man is then only the squalid caricature of the myth of animality that he himself has instituted. We do not need psychoanalysis, the father figure, sadistic eroticism, and guilt to explain the nausea attendant upon the torture of animals. Everything here is social, everything relates to the social line of Demar. Page 167. Page 168. Cation that man traces around himself in accordance with a mythical code of differences, and to the contortions that shatter his line, in accordance with the law that states that reciprocity never ends, every discrimination is only ever imaginary and is forever cut across by symbolic reciprocity, for better or worse. Of course, this nausea, bound up with the loss of the privilege of the human, is also therefore proper to a social order, where the break with the animal, and therefore the abstraction of the human, is definitive. This revulsion distinguishes us. It signifies that human reason has made progress, allowing us to consign all this medieval torture of humans and animals to barbarism. As late as 1906 in Switzerland, a dog was tried and executed for participating in theft and murder. We are so reassured when we read that we are no longer like that, the subtext of which is today we are humane to animals, we respect them. But the opposite is the case, disgust is inspired in us by the execution of an animal in exact proportion to the contempt in which we hold it. It is in so far, as is proper to our culture, as we relegate the animal to a non-human state of irresponsibility that the animal becomes unworthy of the human ritual. All we need then do is apply this ritual to the animal to make us nauseous, not because of some moral progress, but because of the deepening of human racism. Those who, in times past, used to ritually sacrifice animals did not take them to be beasts. Even medieval society, which condemned and punished animals in accordance with its own norms, was far closer than we are to those who are horrified by this practice. By holding animals culpable, these societies paid them tribute. The innocence to which we consign animals, along with madmen, the sick and children, is significant of the radical distance separating us from them, and of the racial exclusion by which we rigorously maintain the definition of the human. In a context where every living being is a partner in exchange, the animal has the right to sacrifice and to ritual expiation. The primitive sacrifice of the animal is bound up with its exceptional and sacred status as a divinity, as a totem. 30. We no longer sacrifice them, we no longer even punish them, and we take pride in this, but this is simply because we have domesticated them and because we have turned them into a racially inferior world, no longer even worthy of our justice. They are barely even exterminable as butcher meat. Or perhaps rational liberal thought takes those it excommunicates into their charge, such as animals, madmen and children who know not what they do, and who therefore do not deserve punishment and death as much as they do public charity, protectionism of every kind, the RSPCA, open psychiatry, modern pedagogy, all the definitive but gentle forms of inferiorization in which liberal reason takes refuge. A racial compensation whereby humanism increases its privilege over inferior beings. 31. In the light of all this, the question of the death penalty is posed, which is also the question of the naivety or hypocrisy of every liberal humanism on this question. With the primitives, the criminal is not an inferior, abnormal or page 168. Page 169. Irresponsible being. On him, like the mad or the sick, a great number of the symbolic cycles are articulated. Some of this can still be detected in Marx's formulation of the criminal as an essential function of the bourgeois order. It is onto the king that responsibility for the crime par excellence devolves, breaking the incest taboo, which is why he is king, and why he will be put to death. His expiation confers on him the highest status, since it is also what relaunches the cycle of exchanges. There is a whole philosophy of cruelty, in Artaud's sense, here, which we are no longer familiar with, and which excludes social infamy as it does the death penalty. The death of the criminal king is not a sanction, it neither separates nor removes something rotten on the social body, on the contrary, it is a festival and an elevation in which solidarity is renewed and separations undone. The madman, the fool, the bandit, the hero, and many other characters from traditional societies have all played, relatively speaking, the same role as agents of symbolic ferment. Society was articulated on their difference. The dead were the first to play this role. Still untouched by social reason, traditional societies coped with the criminal extremely well, even if it was by collective ritual death. 32 Just like peasant societies, with their village idiots, even if it was as objects of ritual derision. The end of the culture of cruelty where difference is glorified and expiated in one and the same sacrificial act. We no longer know any other way of dealing with deviants but extermination or therapy. We now only know how to cut, expurgate and repel them into society's dark regions. And this only to the extent of our tolerance, our sovereign conception of freedom. If contemporary societies have progressed to the moral level, this does not rule out their regression to mood shifts. Encyclopaedia Universalis. By being normalized, that is to say, by extending the logic of equivalences to everyone, society, socialized at last, excludes every antibody. It then creates, in the same movement, specific institutions to receive them, and so, throughout successive centuries, prisons, asylums, hospitals, and schools have flourished, not to forget the factories, which also began to flourish with the rights of man. This is how labor must be understood. Socialization is nothing but the immense passage from the symbolic exchange of difference to the social logic of equivalence. Every social or socialist ideal merely doubles the process of socialization. Even liberal thought, which wants to abolish the death penalty, simply perpetuates it. As regards the death penalty, the thought of the right, hysterical reaction, and the thought of the left, rational humanism, are both equally removed from the symbolic configuration where crime, madness, and death are modalities of exchange, the accursed share around which all exchange gravitates. Why do we reintegrate the criminal into society? To make him into the equivalent of a normal man? But exactly the opposite is true. As Gentis says, it is not a question of returning the madman to the truth of society, but of returning society to the truth of madness. Lamas de. Page 169. Page 170. El Asal. All humanist thought grows faint in the face of this demand, which was openly realized in previous societies, and is always present, but hidden and violently repressed, in our own. Crime and death always provoke the same secret jubilation. It is however debased and obscene. If the bourgeois order first got rid of crime and madness by elimination or confinement, then secondly it neutralized all this on a therapeutic basis. This is the phase of the progressive absolution of the criminal and his reform into a social being, by every devious means of medicine and psychology. We must see, however, that this liberal change of policy takes place on the basis of a wholly repressive social space whose normal mechanisms have absorbed the repressive function that hitherto devolved onto special institutions. 33. Liberal thinking believes this cannot be put better than its claim that penal law is called upon to develop in the direction of a preventative social medicine and a curative social service. Encyclopaedia Universalis. Does this imply the disappearance of the penal aspect of the law? Not at all. The penalty is called upon to be realized in its purest form in great therapeutic, psychological and psychiatric reform programs. Penal violence finds its most subtle equivalent in re-socialization and re-education, also in the form of self-criticism or repentance, according to the dominant social system. And from this point we are all summoned to it in normal life itself. We are all madmen and criminals. 34. It is not just that penal violence and the death penalty might disappear in this society, but that they must, and they, abolitionists, totally contradicting themselves, merely follow the tendency of the system. They want to abolish the death penalty without abolishing responsibility, since without responsibility, there would be no human conscience or dignity, and therefore no liberal thought. This is illogical, and above all futile, since responsibility has been dead for a long time. As a vestigial individual trait from the Enlightenment, it has been eliminated by the system itself as the latter becomes more rational. When capitalism rested on merit, initiative, individual enterprise, and competition, it needed an ideal of responsibility, and therefore its repressive equivalent. For better or worse, everyone, whether entrepreneur or criminal, received his penalty or his credit. In a system that rests on bureaucratic programming and the execution of a plan, irresponsible executants are required, and so the entire system of values based on responsibility collapses into itself. Since it is no longer viable, it is a matter of indifference whether you struggle for abolition or not, the death penalty is useless. Justice also collapses, generally irresponsible, the individual becomes, whatever happens to him, a pretext for bureaucratic structures, and will no longer accept being tried by just anyone, nor even by society as a whole. Even the problem of collective responsibility is a red herring, responsibility has quite simply disappeared. Hence the secondary benefit of the elimination of humanist values and the dismantling of the repressive apparatus, based on the possibility of being able to distinguish in one's conscience, between good and evil, and page 170. Page 171. On this criterion to be able to try and to condemn. But this order has had every opportunity to renounce the death penalty. It is still making gains in this respect, and hence open prisons become possible. For death and the prison were the truth of the social jurisdiction of a society that remained heterogeneous and divided. Therapy and reform are the truth of the social jurisdiction of a homogeneous and normalized society. The thought of the right still refers to the first, while the thought of the left refers to the second. Both, however, obey the same system of values. In other contexts, both speak the same medical language. Remove a diseased member, says the right, cure a sick organ, says the left. On either side death acts at the level of equivalences. The primitive procedure is only aware of reciprocities. Clan contra clan, death contra death, gift contra gift. We know only a system of equivalences, a death for a death. Between two terms as abstract as in economic exchange, society and the individual under the jurisdiction of a universal and legal morality. A death for a death, says the right, fair's fair, you have killed so you must die, that's the law of the contract. Intolerable, says the left, the criminal must be spared, he is not really responsible. The principle of equivalence is intact, basically. One of the terms, responsibility, tends towards zero, while the other, penalty, also tends in this direction. The environment, childhood, the unconscious, 35 social conditions, outline a new equation of responsibility, but still in terms of causality and the contract. In the terms of this new contract, the criminal merits no more than Christian pity or social security. Here again, the thought of the left merely invents more subtle neo-capitalist formations, where repression becomes diffuse, as surplus value did in another context. In the psychiatric and ergonomic cures, however, it is very much a matter of an equivalent to death. Here the individual is treated as a functional survivor, as an object to be retrained. We surround him with care and solicitude, so many traits of his anomaly, and we invest in him the tolerance he enjoys is of the same order as that we have seen being exercised over the beasts. It is an operation by means of which the social order exorcises and controls its own hauntings. Does the system make us all irresponsible? We can only accept this if we delimit a category of notorious examples of irresponsibility, that we will care for as such. By the effect of contrast, it will return the illusion of responsibility to us. Delinquents, criminals, children, and madmen will suffer the Effects of this clinical operation. A simple examination of the evolution of the death penalty in materialist terms, of profit and class, should leave those who wish to abolish it in perplexity. It is always through the discovery of more profitable economic substitutes, subsequently rationalized as more humane, that the death penalty is curbed, hence prisoners of war are spared in order to be made slaves, hence, in Rome, criminals were sent to the salt mines, hence the prohibition of duels in the 17th century, the institution of forced labor as a corrective solution, the variable extortion of the labor force and the ergotherapeutic retraining of the Nazi camps. There are no. Page 171. Page 172. Miracles anywhere. Death disappears or subsides when the system, for one reason or another, has an interest in it. 1830. The first extenuating circumstances in a trial involving a bourgeois. Neither social conquest nor the progress of reason. Just the logic of profit or privilege. 36. But this analysis remains totally insufficient, since it merely substitutes an economic for a moral rationality. Something else is in operation here, a heavy hypothesis with respect to which the materialist interpretation appears to be a light hypothesis. Profit may be an effect of capital, but it is never the fundamental law of the social order. Its fundamental law is the progressive control of life and death. Its objective is equally therefore to snatch death away from radical difference, in order to submit it to the law of equivalence. And the naivety of humanist thought, liberal or revolutionary, consists in not seeing that its rejection of death is necessarily the same as that of the system, that is, the rejection of something that escapes the law of value. It is only in this sense that death is an evil. But humanist thought turns it into an absolute evil. And it is from this point that it becomes enmeshed in the worst contradictions. 37 Claude Gleiman, discussing the execution of Buffet and Bontemps. The irremediably human feeling that no man has the right to deal out death at will, irremediably is a kind of lapsus. The humanist does not appear to be totally convinced of this evidence. Life is sacred. But even without religious faith we are completely persuaded. In a consumer society that tends to banish scarcity, death, we might say, is still more intolerable. Life as a consumer good, death as scarcity, what an incredible platitude. But communism, and even Marx himself, are in agreement over this equation. Here too, the impression of a sort of permanence of the Middle Ages remains. What society do we live in? What shores are we drifting towards? For we must not turn our backs on life, whatever it may be. Le Monde. This is precisely the rear entry to life, the basic principle of pious souls, who are also those who enter the revolution backwards and turn their backs on life. These unbelievable acrobatics are, however, typical of thought bending over backwards to satisfy its rejection of death. We can clearly see that the humanist debate starts from the individualist system of values of which it is the crown. The social and individual instinct of conservation, says Camus, requires the postulate of individual responsibility. But precisely these postulates define the platitude of life and death in our equivalence-dominated systems. Beyond this point, man need only cultivate the instinct of conservation or responsibility, two complementary prejudices in the abstract and rationalist view of the subject. Death resumes its meaning as a sacrificial exchange, a collective moment and an intense deliverance of the subject. There is no passion so weak but it mates and masters the fear of death, said Bacon. Essays London, Dent, 1906, Vol. 2, p. 6. But this is too little, death is itself a passion. And at this level the difference between self and others is effaced, the desire to kill often coincides with the desire to die oneself or to eliminate oneself. Man desires to live, but he also desires to be nothing, he wants what cannot be undone, he wants death for its own sake. In this case, not only. Page 172. Page 173. Will the possibility of being put to death not stop the criminal? It is rather probable that it will add to the vertigo in which he is lost. We know that suicide and murder can often be substitutes for one another, with a strong predilection for suicide. This passionate, sacrificial death overtly accepts the spectacle of death, which, as with all organic functions, we have made into a moral and therefore clandestine and shameful function. The good souls heavily insist on the shameful character of public executions, but they do not see that odiousness of this type of execution stems from its contemplative attitude in which the death of the other is savored as a spectacle at a distance. This is not sacrificial violence, which not only demands the presence of the whole community, but is one of the forms of its self-presence a elamim. We rediscover something of this contagious festivity in an episode in England in 1807, when the 40,000 people who came to attend an execution were seized by delirium upon seeing 100 dead bodies lying on the ground. This collective act has nothing in common with the spectacle of extermination. By confusing the two in the same abstract reprobation of violence and death, one merges with the thought of the state, that is, the pacification of life. Now, if the right prefers to use repressive blackmail, the left, for its part, is distinguished by imagining and setting up future models of pacified socialization. A civilization's progress is thus measured only by its respect for life as absolute value. What a difference from public celebrated death by torture, the black from the upper Volta laughing in the face of the guns that hit him, cannibalism in the Tupinamba, and even murder and vengeance, passion for death and suicide. When society kills in a totally premeditated fashion, we do it a great honor when we accuse it of a barbaric vengeance worthy of the Dark Ages. Because vengeance is still a fatal reciprocity. It is neither primitive nor purely the way of nature, nothing could be more false. It has nothing to do with our calculable and statistical abstract death, which is the byproduct of an agency both moral and bureaucratic, our capital punishment and concentration camps, and thus has everything to do with the system of political economy. This system is similarly abstract, but never in the way that a revenge, a murder, or a sacrificial spectacle is abstract. We have produced a judicial, ethnocidal and concentration camp death, to which our society has adjusted. Today, everything and nothing has changed, under the sign of the values of life and tolerance, the same system of extermination, only gentler, governs everyday life, and it has no need of death to accomplish its objectives. The same objective that is inscribed in the monopoly of institutional violence is accomplished as easily by forced survival as it is by death, a forced life for life's sake, kidney machines, malformed children on life support machines, agony prolonged at all costs, organ transplants, etc. All these procedures are equivalent to disposing of death and imposing life, but according to what ends? Those of science and medicine? Surely this is just scientific paranoia, unrelated to any human objective. Is profit. Page 173. Page 174. The aim? No, society swallows huge amounts of profit. This therapeutic heroism is characterized by soaring costs and decreasing benefits. They manufacture unproductive survivors. Even if social security can still be analyzed as compensation for the labor force in the interests of capital, this argument has no purchase here. Nevertheless, the system is facing the same contradiction here as with the death penalty. It overspends on the prolongation of life because this system of values is essential to the strategic equilibrium of the whole. Economically, however, this overspending unbalances the whole. What is to be done? An economic choice becomes necessary, where we can see the outline of euthanasia as a semi-official doctrine or practice. We choose to keep 30% of the Uremix Indiana France alive, 36% in the USA. Euthanasia is already everywhere, and the ambiguity of making a humanist demand for it, as with the freedom to abortion, is striking. It is inscribed in the middle to long-term logic of the system. All this tends in the direction of an increase in social control. For there is a clear objective behind all these apparent contradictions, to ensure control over the entire range of life and death. From birth control to death control, whether we execute people or compel their survival, the prohibition of dying is the caricature, but also the logical form of progressive tolerance. The essential thing is that the decision is withdrawn from them, that their life and their death are never freely theirs, but that they live or die according to a social visa. It is even intolerable that their life and death remain open to biological chance, since this is still a type of freedom. Just as morality commanded, "You shall not kill," today it commands, "You shall not die." Not in any old way, anyhow, and only if the law and medicine permit. And if your death is conceded you, it will still be by order. In short, death proper has been abolished to make room for death control and euthanasia. Strictly speaking, it is no longer even death, but something completely neutralized that comes to be inscribed in the rules and calculations of equivalence, rewriting planning programming system. It must be possible to operate death as a social service, integrate it like health and disease under the sign of the plan and social security. This is the story of motel suicides in the USA, where, for a comfortable sum, one can purchase one's death under the most agreeable conditions, like any other consumer good, perfect service, everything has been foreseen, even trainers who give you back your appetite for life. After which they kindly and conscientiously send the gas into your room without torment and without meeting any opposition. A service operates these motel suicides, quite rightly paid, eventually reimbursed. Why did death not become a social service when, like everything else, it is functionalist as individual and computable consumption in social input and output? In order that the system consents to such economic sacrifices in the artificial resurrection of its living losses, it must have a fundamental interest in withdrawing even the biological chance of death from people. "You die, we'll do the rest" is already just an old advertising slogan used for funeral homes. Today, dying is already part of the rest, and the Thanatos. Page 174. Page 175. Centers charge for death just as the Eros centers charge for sex. The witch hunt continues. A transcendent, objective agency requires a delegation of justice, death, and vengeance. Death and expiation must be wrested from the circuit, monopolized at the summit and redistributed. A bureaucracy of death and punishment is necessary, in the same way as there must be an abstraction of economic, political, and sexual exchanges. If not, the entire structure of social control collapses. This is why every death and all violence that escapes the state monopoly is subversive. It is a prefiguration of the abolition of power. Hence the fascination wielded by great murderers, bandits, or outlaws, which is in fact closely akin to that associated with works of art. A piece of death and violence is snatched from the state monopoly in order to be put back into the savage, direct, and symbolic reciprocity of death, just as something in feasting and expenditure is retrieved from the economic in order to be put back into useless and sacrificial exchange, and just as something in the poem or the artwork is retrieved from the terrorist economy of signification in order to be put back into the consumption of signs. This alone is what is fascinating in our system. Only what is not exchanged as values, that is, sex, death, madness and violence, is fascinating, and for this reason is universally repressed. Millions of war dead are exchanged as values in accordance with a general equivalence, dying for the fatherland. We might say they can be converted into gold. The world has not lost them altogether. Murder, death, and violation are legalized everywhere, if not legal, provided that they can be reconverted into value in accordance with the same process that mediatizes labor. Only certain deaths, certain practices, escape this convertibility. They alone are subversive, but do not often make the headlines. Amongst these is suicide, which in our societies has taken on a different extension and definition, to the point of becoming, in the context of the offensive reversibility of death, the form of subversion itself. While there are fewer and fewer executions, more and more commit suicide in prison, an act of subverting détournement institutional death and turning it against the system that imposes it. Through suicide, the individual tries and condemns society in accordance with its own norms, by inverting the authorities and reinstating reversibility where it had completely disappeared, while at the same time regaining the advantage. Even suicides outside prison become political in this sense. Harikiri by fire is only the most spectacular form of this. They make an infinitesimal but inexpiable breach, since it is total defeat for a system not to be able to attain total perfection. All that is needed is that the slightest thing escapes its rationality. The prohibition of suicide coincides with the advent of the law of value. Whether religious, moral, or economic, the same law states no one has the right to remove any capital or value. Yet each individual is a parcel of capital, just as every Christian is a soul to be saved, and therefore has no. Page 175. Page 176. Right to destroy himself. It is against this orthodoxy of value that the suicide revolts by destroying the parcel of capital he has at his disposal. This is unpardonable. We will go so far as to hang the suicide for having succeeded. It is therefore symptomatic that suicide increases in a society saturated by the law of value, as a challenge to its fundamental rule. But we must also take another look at its definition. If every suicide becomes subversive in a highly integrated system, all subversion of and resistance to this system is reciprocally, by its very nature, suicidal. Those actions at least that strike its vitals. For the majority of so-called political or revolutionary practices are content to exchange their survival with the system, that is, to convert their death into cash. There are rarely suicides that stand against the controlled production. An exchange of death, against the exchange value of death, not its use value, for death is perhaps the only thing that has no use value, which can never be referred back to need, and so can unquestionably be turned into a weapon, but its value as rupture, contagious dissolution, and negation. The Palestinians or the rebellious blacks setting fire to their own district become suicidal, as is resistance to the security forces in all its forms, as are the neurotic behavior and multiple breakdowns by which we challenge the system's capacity to ever fully integrate us. Also suicidal are all political practices, demos, disorder, provocation, etc., whose objective is to arouse repression, the repressive nature of the system, not as a secondary consequence, but as the immediacy of death. The game of death unmasks the system's own function of death. The order has possession of death. But it cannot play it out. Only those who set death playing against itself win. The property system is so absurd that it leads people to demand their death as their own good, the private appropriation of death. The mental devastation of this appropriation is so great that it leads to investment in the immovable, immobiliar property of death, not only as a preoccupation with the third home, such as the tomb or the burial ground have become. Many people buy a concession in the village cemetery at the same time as they buy their country house. But as the demand for a quality of death, a comfortable, personalized, designer death, a natural death, this is the Inalienable right constituting the perfected form of bourgeois individual law. Besides, immortality is only ever the projection of this natural and personal right into infinity, the subject's appropriation of the afterlife and eternity. Her body and her death are equally inalienable. What despair is hidden by this absurd demand, analogous to that which fuels our delirious accumulation of the objects and signs from which we manically assemble our own private universe. Death must once again become the final object in this collection, and, instead of going through this inertia as the only possible event, it must itself re-enter the game of accumulating and administering things. Contrary to the twists the subject stamps on his own demise, dispossession occurs only in violent, unexpected death, which reinstates the possibility of escaping the neurotic control of the subject. 38. Page 176. Page 177. Everywhere, a stubborn and fierce resistance springs up to the principle of the accumulation, production, and conservation of the subject, in which he can read his own programmed death. Everywhere death is played off against death. In a system which adds up living and capitalizes life, the death drive is the only alternative. In a meticulously regulated universe, the only temptation is to normalize everything by destruction. Security as blackmail. Security is another form of social control, in the form of life blackmailed with the afterlife. It is universally present for us today, and security forces range from life assurance and social security to the car seat belt by way of the state security police force. 39 Belt ups as an advertising slogan for seatbelts. Of course, security, like ecology, is an industrial business extending its cover up to the level of the species, a convertibility of accident, disease, and pollution into capitalist surplus profit is operative everywhere. But this is above all a question of the worst repression, which consists in dispossessing you of your own death, which everybody dreams of, as the darkness beneath their instinct of conservation. It is necessary to rob everyone of the last possibility of giving themselves their own death as the last great escape from a life laid down by the system. Again, in this symbolic short circuit, the gift exchange is the challenge to oneself and one's own life, and is carried out through death. Not because it expresses the individual's asocial rebellion, the defection of one or millions of individuals does not infringe the law of the system at all, but because it carries in it a principle of sociality that is radically antagonistic to our own social repressive principle. To bury death beneath the contrary myth of security, it is necessary to exhaust the gift exchange. Is it so that men might live that the demand for death must be exhausted? No, but in order that they die the only death the system authorizes, the living are separated from their dead, who no longer exchange anything but the form of their afterlife, under the sign of comprehensive insurance. Thus car safety, mummified in his helmet, his seatbelt, all the paraphernalia of security, wrapped up in the security myth, the driver is nothing but a corpse, closed up in another, non-mythic death, as neutral and objective as technology, noiseless and expertly crafted. Riveted to his machine, glued to the spot in it, he no longer runs the risk of dying, since he is already dead. This is the secret of security, like a stake under cellophane, to surround you with a sarcophagus in order to prevent you from dying. 40. Our whole technical culture creates an artificial milieu of death. It is not only armaments that remain the general archetype of material production, but the simplest machine around us constitutes a horizon of death, a death that will never be resolved because it has crystallized beyond reach, fixed capital of death, where the living labor of death has frozen over, as the page 177. Page 178. Labor force is frozen in fixed capital and dead labor. In other words, all material production is merely a gigantic character armor by means of which the species means to keep death at a respectful distance. Of course, death itself overshadows the species and seals it into the armor the species thought to protect itself with. Here again, commensurate with an entire civilization, we find the image of the automobile sarcophagus. The protective armor is just death. Miniaturized and become a technical extension of your own body. The biologization of the body and the technicization of the environment go hand in hand in the same obsessional neurosis. The technical environment is our overproduction of pollutant, fragile and obsolescent objects. For production lives, its entire logic and strategy are articulated on fragility and obsolescence. An economy of stable products and good objects is indispensable. The economy develops only by exuding danger, pollution, usury, deception, and haunting. The economy lives only on the suspension of death that it maintains. Throughout material production, and through renewing the available death stocks, even if it means conjuring it up by a security build-up, blackmail and repression. Death is definitively secularist in material production, where it is reproduced on a large scale as capital. Even our bodies, which have become biological machinery, are modeled on this inorganic body, and therefore become, at the same time, a bad object, condemned to disease, accident, and death. Living by the production of death, capital has an easy time producing security. It's the same thing. Security is the industrial prolongation of death, just as ecology is the industrial prolongation of pollution. A few more bandages on the sarcophagus. This is also true of the great institutions that are the glory of our democracy. Social security is the social prosthesis of a dead society. Social security is death. May 68, that is to say, a society already exterminated in all its symbolic wheels, in its deep system of reciprocities and obligations, which means that neither the concept of security nor that of the social ever had any meaning. The social begins by taking charge of death. It's the same story as regards cultures that have been destroyed then revived and protected as folklore. CFM Deserto, La Butte de Mort in La Culture au Pluriel, Paris, UGE, 1974. The same goes for life assurance, which is the domestic variant of a system which everywhere presupposes death as an axiom. The social translation of the death of the group, each materializing for the other only as social capital indexed on death. Death is dissuaded at the price of a continual mortification. Such is the paradoxical logic of security. In a Christian context, ascesis played the same role. The accumulation of suffering and penitence was able to play the same role as character armor, as a protective sarcophagus against hell. And our obsessional compulsion for security can be interpreted as a gigantic collective ascesis, an anticipation of death in life itself, from protection into protection, from defense to defense, crossing all jurisdictions, institutions, and modern material apparatuses. Life is no longer anything but a doleful, defensive bookkeeping, locking every risk into its sarcophagus. Page 178. Page 179. Keeping the accounts on survival, instead of the radical compatibility of life and death. Our system lives off the production of death and pretends to manufacture security. An about-face? Not at all, just a simple twist in the cycle whose two ends meet. That an automobile firm remodels itself on the basis of security, like industry on anti-pollution measures, without altering its range, objectives, or products, shows that security is only a question of exchanging terms. Security is only an internal condition of the reproduction of the system when it reaches a certain level of expansion, just as feedback is only an internal regulating procedure for systems that have reached a certain point of complexity. After having exalted production, today we must therefore make security heroic. At a time when anybody at all can be killed driving any car whatsoever, at whatever speed, the true hero is he who refuses to die. A Porsche hoarding, let's put an end to a certain glorification of death. But this is difficult, since people are indifferent to security. They did not want it when Ford and General Motors proposed it between 1955 and 1960. It had to be imposed in every instance. Irresponsible and blind? No, this resistance must be added to that which traditional groups throughout have opposed to. Rational social progress, vaccination, medicine, job security, a school education, hygiene, birth control, and many other things. Always these resistances have been broken, and today we can produce a natural, eternal, and spontaneous state. Based on the need for security and all the good things that our civilization has produced. We have successfully infected people with the virus of conservation and security, even though they will have to fight to the death to get it. In fact, it is more complicated, since they are fighting for the right to security, which is of a profoundly different order. As regards security itself, no one gives a damn. They had to be infected over generations for them to end up believing that they needed it, and this success is an essential aspect of social domestication and colonization. That entire groups would have preferred to die out rather than see their own structures annihilated by the terrorist intervention of medicine, reason, science and centralized power. This has been forgotten, swept away under the universal moral law of the instinct of conservation. However, this resistance always reappears, even if only in the form of the workers' refusal to apply safety standards in the factories. What do they want out of this, if not to salvage a little bit of control over their lives, even if they put themselves at risk, or if its price is increasing exploitation, since they produce at ever greater speed? These are not rational proletarians. But they struggle in their own way, and they know that economic exploitation is not as serious as the accursed share, the accursed fragment that above all they must not allow to be taken from them, the share of symbolic challenge, which is at the same time a challenge to security and to their own lives. The boss can exploit them to death, but he will only really dominate them if he manages to make each identify with their own individual interests and become the accountant and the capitalist of their. Page 179. Page 180. Own lives. He would then genuinely be the master, and the worker the slave. As long as the exploited retain the choice of life and death through this small resistance to security and the moral order, they win on their own, symbolic, ground. The car driver's resistance to security is of the same order and must be eliminated as immoral. Thus suicide has been prohibited or condemned everywhere because primarily it signifies a challenge that society cannot reply to, and which therefore ensures the preeminence of a single suicide over the whole social order. Always the accursed share, the fragment that everyone takes from their own lives so as to challenge the social order, the fragment that everyone takes from their own body so as to give it, this may even be their own death, on condition that everyone gives it away, the fragment which is the whole secret of symbolic exchange, because it is given, received, and returned, and cannot therefore be breached by the dominant exchange, remaining irreducible to its law and fatal to it, its only real adversary. The only one it must exterminate. Funeral homes and catacombs. By dint of washing, soaping, furbishing, brushing, painting, sponging, polishing, cleaning and scouring, the grime from the things washed rubs off onto living things. Victor Hugo. The same goes for death. By dint of being washed and sponged, cleaned and scoured, denied and warded off, death rubs off onto every aspect of life. Our whole culture is hygienic, and aims to expurgate life from death. The detergents in the weakest washing powder are intended for death. To sterilize death at all costs, to varnish it, cryogenically freeze it, air condition it, put makeup on it, design it, to pursue it with the same relentlessness as grime, sex, bacteriological or radioactive waste. The makeup of death, Hugo's formula makes us think of those American funeral homes where death is immediately shielded from mourning and the promiscuity of the living in order to be designed according to the purest laws of standing, smiling and international marketing. It is not so worrying that the dead man is made beautiful and given the appearance of a representation. Every society has always done this. They have always staved off the abjection of natural death, the social abjection of decomposition, which voids the corpse of its signs and its social force of signification, leaving it as nothing more than a substance, and, by the same token, precipitating the group into the terror of its own symbolic decomposition. It is necessary to ward off death, to smother it in artificiality in order to evade the unbearable moment when flesh becomes nothing but flesh, and ceases to be a sign. The skeleton, with its stripped bones, already seals the possible reconciliation of the group, for it regains the force of the mask and the sign. But between the two, there is the abject passage through nature and the biological that must be warded off at all costs by. Page 180. Page 181. Sarcophagic practices, the devouring of flesh, which are in fact semi-ergic practices. Therefore, every thanatopraxis, even in contemporary societies, is analyzed as the will to ward off this sudden loss of signs that befalls the dead, to prevent their remaining, in the asocial flesh of the dead, something which signifies nothing. 41. In short, every society has its sarcophagic rituals. Embalming, the artificial preservation of the flesh, is one of its variants. The practices of the funeral homes, which appear so ridiculous and misplaced to us, idealists of natural death that we are, therefore remain faithful to the most remote traditions. The point at which they become absurd is their connotation of naturalness. When the primitive showers the dead with signs, it is in order to make the transition towards the state of death as quick as possible, beyond the ambiguity between the living and the dead, which is precisely what the disintegrating flesh testifies to. It is not a question of making the dead play the role of the living, the primitive concedes the dead their difference, for it is at this cost that they will be able to become partners and exchange their signs. The funeral home scenario goes the other way. Here, it becomes a question of the dead retaining the appearance of life, the naturalness of life. He still smiles at you, the same colors, the same skin, he seems himself even after death, he is even a little fresher than when he was alive, and lacks only speech, but we can still hear this in stereo. A faked death, idealized. In the colors of life, the secret idea is that life is natural and death is against nature. Death must therefore be naturalized in a stuffed simulacrum of life. In all of this there is on the one hand a refusal to let death signify, take on the force of a sign, and, behind this sentimental nature fetishism on the other, a great ferocity as regards the dead himself. Rotting and change are forbidden, and instead of being carried over to death and thus the symbolic recognition of the living, he is maintained as a puppet within the orbit of the living in order to serve as an alibi and a simulacrum of their own lives. Consigned to the natural, he loses his right to difference along with every chance of a social status. This is what separates those societies that are afraid neither of the sign nor of death, since they make it signify overtly, from our ideological societies where everything is buried under the natural, where signs have become nothing but designs, entertaining the illusion of a natural reason. Death is the first victim of this ideologization, rigidly set in the banal simulacrum of life. It becomes shameful and obscene. There is an enormous difference between these sanctuaries and drugstores of smiling, sterilized death and the corridors of the Capuchin convent in Palermo, where 3 centuries of disinterred corpses, meticulously fossilized in the clay of the cemetery, with skin, hair, and nails, lie flat or suspended by the shoulders in close ranks, along the length of reserved corridors, the corridor of the religious, the corridor of the intellectuals, the corridors of women, children, etc., still dressed either in a crude wrap or, on the contrary, in costume with gloves and powdered muslin. In the pale half-light from the barred windows, 8,000 corpses in an incredible. Page 181. Page 182. Multiplicity of attitudes, sardonic, languid, heads bent, fierce, or timid, a dance of death which was for a long time, before becoming the Grevin Museum for the tourists, a place for dominical walks for the relatives and friends who used to come to see their dead, to acknowledge them, show them to their children with the familiarity of the living, a dominicality of death similar to those of the Mass or the theatre. A baroque of death. The first unburied corpses date from the 16th century and the Counter-Reformation. The solidity of a society capable of exhuming its dead, of opening a route to them, halfway between intimacy and the spectacle, of bearing without fright or obscene curiosity, that is, without the effects of sublimation and seriousness to which we are accustomed, the theatre of death, where cruelty is still a sign. Even if this is no longer in the bloody rites of the Tarahumaras. What a contrast with the fragility of our societies, which are incapable of confronting death without wan humor or perverse fascination. What a contrast with the anxious warding off in the funeral homes. The dereliction of death. The cult of the dead is on the wane. An order has been placed over the tombs, no longer a perpetual concession. The dead become socially mobile. The devotion to death remains, particularly in the working or middle classes, but today this is much more as a variable of status, a second home, than as tribal piety. We speak less and less of the dead, we cut ourselves short and fall silent, death is discredited. End of a solemn and detailed death in the family, we die in hospital. Death has become extraterritorial. The dying lose their rights, including the right to know when they are going to die. Death, like mourning, has become obscene and awkward, and it is good taste to hide it, since it can offend the well-being of others. Etiquette forbids any reference to the dead. Cremation is the limit point of this discreet elimination, since it many malices the remains. No more vertigo of death, only dereliction des effect. And the immense funeral cortege is no longer of a pious order, it is the sign of dereliction itself, of the consumption of death. In consequence, it grows in proportion to the disinvestment of death. We no longer have the experience that others had of death. Spectacular and televised experience has nothing to do with this. The majority no longer have the opportunity to see somebody die. In any other type of society, this is something unthinkable. The hospital and medicine take charge of you, the technical extreme unction has replaced every other sacrament. Man disappears from his nearest and dearest before being dead. He dies somewhere else. Roos, a Swiss woman, had the idea of going to speak to the dying about their own death, of making them speak. This is an obscene idea, a general denegation. No one dies in the service of any hospital, it is the staff that have a problem. She was taken to be a madwoman, a provocatrice, and so. Page 182. Page 183. She discharged herself from hospital. When she found a dying man to speak to, she went to find her students, but on her return she found him dead. Here, she perceived that the problem was hers and her students. She has subsequently succeeded. Soon there will be a staff of psychologists to watch over the dying and give speech back to them. The neo-spiritualism of the human and psychosocial sciences. The priest and the extreme unction still bore a trace of the community where death was discussed. Today, blackout. In any case, if the priest was nothing but a vulture, today this function is largely fulfilled by the doctor, who shuts speech off by overwhelming the dying with care and technical concern. An infantile death that no longer speaks, an inarticulate death, kept out of sight. Serums, laboratories, and healing are only the alibi of the prohibition of speech. The exchange of disease. In any case, we no longer die at home, we die in hospital for many good material reasons, medical, urbane, etc., but especially because the sick or dying or man, as biological body, no longer has any place but within a technical milieu. On the pretext of being cared for, he is then deported to a functional spacetime which is charged with neutralizing the symbolic difference of death and disease. Precisely where the goal is the elimination of death, the hospital, and medicine in general, takes charge of the sick as the virtually dead. Therapeutic scientificity and efficiency presuppose the radical objectification of the body, the social discrimination of the sick, and hence a process of mortification. The logical conclusion to the medical genealogy of the body. Medicine becomes modern with the corpse. It will no doubt remain a decisive fact about our culture that its first scientific discourse concerning the individual had to pass through this stage of death. Michel Foucault, The Birth of the Clinic Trams. Smith, London, Routledge, 1990, p. 197. Mortified, the patient is also deadly, taking his revenge as he can, by means of its functions, its specializations, and its hierarchies. The clinical institution as a whole seeks to preserve itself from contamination from the already dead. The patient is dangerous because he is expected to die the death to which he has been condemned, and because of the neutrality in which he is enclosed at the term of his cure. From now on, the dead body can only act its incidental nature. And its cure, it radiates the total difference between itself and the sick man, and, as dead, all its potential maleficence. Neither the technical manipulation, the humane environment, nor even the occasion of his death in reality will be too much to ensure his silence. The most serious danger the sick man represents, and by reason of which he is genuinely asocial and like a dangerous madman, is his profound demand to be recognized as such and to exchange his disease. It is an aberrant and inadmissible demand from the sick, and the dying, to basin. Page 183. Page 184. Exchange on this difference, not in order to be cared for and recover, but to give his disease so that it might be received, and therefore symbolically recognized and exchanged, instead of being neutralized in the techniques of clinical death and the strictly functional survival called health and curing. The human or therapeutic relation to the hospital cannot be perfected, the general practice of medicine cannot change anything as concerns the blackout or the symbolic lockout. Summoned to cure the sick, devoted to healing, the doctor and his helpers, exclusively equipped to cure the entire institution, including its walls, its surgical machinery and its psychological apparatuses, alternating between coldness and solicitude, and today the humanization of the hospital. None of this breaks the fundamental prohibition of a different status for disease and death. At best, the sick will be left the possibility of self-expression, of speaking about his disease, and recontextualizing his life, in short the possibility of not experiencing this temporary anomaly so negatively. As regards recognizing the madness of disease as difference, as meaning, a wealth of meaning, as material from which to restructure and exchange, without trying in any way to return the sick to their normal lives, this presupposes the total elimination of medicine and the hospital, the entire system of enclosing the body in its functional truth, ultimately even the social order in its entirety, for which the mere demand that disease be treated as a structure of exchange is an absolute danger. 42. Sexualized death and deadly sex. Speaking of death makes us laugh in a strained and obscene manner. Speaking of sex no longer provokes the same reaction. Sex is legal, only death is pornographic. Society, having liberated sexuality, progressively replaces it with death, which functions as a secret right and fundamental prohibition. In a previous, religious phase, death was revealed, recognized, while sexuality was prohibited. Today the opposite is true. But all historical societies are arranged so as to dissociate sex and death in every possible way, and play the liberation of one off against the other, which is a way of neutralizing them both. Is everything evenly balanced in this strategy, or is there a priority of one term over the other? For the phase which concerns us, everything happens as if the indexation of death were the principal objective, bound up with the exaltation of sexuality. The sexual revolution was entirely oriented in this direction, under the sign of the one-dimensional eros and the function of pleasure. In other places, this is precisely what gave it its naivety, its pathos, its sentimentality, and, at the same time, its political terrorism, the categorical imperative of desire. The slogan of sexuality is in solidarity with political economy, in that it too aims at abolishing death. We will only have exchanged prohibitions. Perhaps, by means of this revolution, we will even have set up the fundamental prohibition against. Page 184. Page 185. Death. In so doing, the sexual revolution devours itself, since death is the real sexualization of life. My death is everywhere, my death dreams. Pursued and censured everywhere, death springs up everywhere again. No longer as apocalyptic folklore, such as might have haunted the living imagination in certain epochs, but voided precisely of any imaginary substance, it passes into the most banal reality, and for us takes on the mask of the very principle of rationality that dominates our lives. Death is when everything functions and serves something else. It is the absolute, signing, cybernetic functionality of the urban environment, as in Jacques Tati's film Playtime. Man is absolutely indexed on his function, as in Kafka, the age of the civil servant is the age of a culture of death. This is the phantasm of total programming, increased predictability and accuracy, finality not only in material things, but in fulfilling desires. In a word, death is confused with the law of value and strangely with the structural law of value by which everything is arrested as a coded difference in a universal nexus of relations. This is the true face of ultramodern death, made up of the faultless, objective, ultra-rapid connection of all the terms in a system. Our true necropolises are no longer the cemeteries, hospitals, wars, hecatombs. Death is no longer where we think it is no longer biological, psychological, metaphysical, it is no longer even murder. Our society's true necropolises are the computer banks or the foyers, blank spaces from which all human noise has been expunged, glass coffins where the world's sterilized memories are frozen. Only the dead remember everything in something like an immediate eternity of knowledge, a quintessence of the world that today we dream of burying in the form of microfilm and archives, making the entire world into an archive in order that it be discovered by some future civilization. The cryogenic freezing of all knowledge so that it can be resurrected, knowledge passes into immortality as sign value. Against our dream of losing and forgetting everything, we set up an opposing great wall of relations, connections and information, a dense and inextricable artificial memory, and we bury ourselves alive in the fossilized hope of one day being rediscovered. Computers are the transistorized death to which we submit in the hope of survival. Museums are already there to survive all civilizations, in order to bear testimony. But to what? It is of little importance. The mere fact that they exist testifies that we are in a culture which no longer possesses any meaning for itself and which can now only dream of having meaning for someone else from a later time. Thus everything becomes an environment of death as soon as it is no longer a sign that can be transistorized in a gigantic hole, just as money reaches the point of no return when it is nothing more than a system of writing. Basically, political economy is only constructed, at the cost of untold sacrifices, or designed so as to be recognized as immortal by a future. Page 185. Page 186. Civilization, or as an instance of truth. As for religion, this is unimaginable other than in the Last Judgment, where God recognizes his own. But the Last Judgment is there already, realized, it is the definitive spectacle of our crystallized death. The spectacle is, it must be said, grandiose. From the hieroglyphic schemes of the Defense Department or the World Trade Center to the great informational schemes of the media, from siderurgical complexes to grand political apparatuses, from the megapolises with their senseless control of the slightest and most everyday acts, humanity, as Benjamin says, has everywhere become an object of contemplation to itself. Its self-alienation has reached such a degree that it can experience its own destruction as an aesthetic pleasure of the first order. The work of art in the age of mechanical reproduction, in Illuminations Tr. Harrison, ed. Hannah Arendt, London, Jonathan Cape, 1970, p. 244. For Benjamin, this was the very form of fascism, that is to say, a certain exacerbated form of ideology, an aesthetic perversion of politics, pushing the acceptance of a culture of death to the point of jubilation. And it is true that today the whole system of political economy has become the finality without end and the aesthetic vertigo of productivity to us. And this is only the contrasting vertigo of death. This is exactly why art is dead, at the point of saturation and sophistication. All this jubilation has passed into the spectacle of complexity itself, and all aesthetic fascination has been monopolized by the system as it grows into its own double. What else would it do with its gigantic towers, its satellites, its giant computers, if not double itself as signs? We are all victims of production become spectacle, of the aesthetic enjoyment jouissance, of delirious production and reproduction, and we are not about to turn our backs on it, for in every spectacle there is the imminence of the catastrophe. Today, we have made the vertigo of politics that Benjamin denounces in fascism, its perverse aesthetic enjoyment, into the experience of production at the level of the general system. We produce the experience of a depoliticized, de-ideologized vertigo of the rational administration of things, of endlessly exploding finalities. Death is imminent to political economy, which is why the latter sees itself as immortal. The revolution too fixes its sights on an immortal objective, in the name of which it demands the suspension of death, in the interests of accumulation. But immortality is always the monotonous immortality of a social paradise. The revolution will never rediscover death unless it demands it immediately. Its impasse is to be hooked on the end of political economy as a progressive expiry, whereas the demand for the end of political economy is posed right now, in the demand for immediate life and death. In any case, death and enjoyment, highly prized and priced, will have to be paid for throughout political economy, and will emerge as insoluble problems on the day after the revolution. The revolution only opens the way to the problem of death, without the least chance of resolving it. In fact, there is no day after, only days for the administration of things. Death itself demands to be expripage. 186. Page 187. Inst immediately, in total blindness and total ambivalence. But is it revolutionary? If political economy is the most rigorous attempt to put an end to death, it is clear that only death can put an end to political economy. Notes. 1. Racism was founded, and from the universal point of view we claim to have overcome it in accordance with the egalitarian morality of humanism. Neither the soul, in times past, nor today the biological characteristics of the species on which this egalitarian morality is based, offer a more objective or less arbitrary argument than, for example, the color of one's skin, since they too are distinctive criteria. On the basis of such criteria, soul or sex, we effectively obtain a black equals white equivalence. This equivalence, however, excludes everything that has not a human soul or sex even more radically. Even the savages, who hypostatus neither the soul nor the species, recognize the earth, the animal, and the dead as the socius. On the basis of our universal principles, we have rejected them from our egalitarian meta-humanism. By integrating blacks on the basis of white criteria, this meta-humanism merely extends the boundaries of abstract sociability, de jure sociality. The same white magic of racism continues to function, merely whitening the black under the sign of the universal. 2. The more we stress the human character of the divine essence, and the more we see the distance that separates God from man increase, the more we see reflection on religion or theology nullify the identity and unity of the divine essence and the human essence, the more we see the debasement of all that is human, in the sense that human consciousness becomes its object. The reason for this is that if everything positive in the conception we have of the divine being is reduced to the human, then man, the object of consciousness, could only become a negative and inhuman conception. 2. Enrich God, man must become poor. Ludwig Feuerbach, The Essence of Christianity IHG translation, available Tr. George Eliot, New York, Harper & Row, 1957. This text clearly describes an abduction into the universal. The universalization of God is always bound up with an exclusion and reduction of the human in its originality. When God starts to resemble man, man no longer resembles anything. What Feuerbach does not say, because he is still too wrapped up in religion, is that the universalization of man also takes place at the cost of the exclusion of all others, madmen, children, etc., in their difference. When man starts to resemble man, others no longer resemble anything. Defined as universality and as an ideal reference, the human, just like God, is properly inhuman and extravagant. Feuerbach has equally nothing to say concerning the act of abduction, by which God captures the human for his own ends, in such a way that man is nothing more than the anemic negative of God, which, backfiring, killed God himself. Even man is dying from the various inhumanities, madness, infancy, savagery, he has instituted. 3. At a time when public sector housing is taking on the appearance of a cemetery, cemeteries normally adopt the form of real estate, as in nice, etc. On the other hand, it is remarkable that in the American metropolis, and often in the French, traditional cemeteries constitute the only green, or empty, spaces in the urban ghetto. That the space of the dead became the only district in the city where living is tolerable says a great deal about the inversion of values in the modern necropolis. In Chicago, children play in cemeteries, cyclists ride there and lovers kiss. What architect would dare to draw inspiration from the truth of the contemporary urban setup and form a conception of a city on the basis of cemeteries, waste ground and accursed spaces? This would truly be the death of architecture. For heresies always put this kingdom of the beyond in question to establish the kingdom of God hic et nunc. To deny the doubling of life and survival, to deny the next world, is also to deny the rupture with the dead and therefore the necessity of crossing over via an. Page 187. Page 188. Intermediary agency to establish trade with them. This is the end of the Church and its power. 5. God keeps the signifier and the signified, good and evil, apart. He also separates man and woman, the living and the dead, the body and the mind, the other and the same, etc. More generally, it is he who maintains the split between the poles of every distinct opposition, and therefore between the inferior and the superior, black and white. As soon as reason becomes political, that is to say, as soon as the distinct opposition is resolved as power and leans in the interests Of one of these terms, God is already on this side. 6 La bar, at the helm tr. 7 For us, by contrast, everything which is symbolically exchanged constitutes a mortal danger for the dominant order. 8 There is therefore no distinction on the symbolic plane between the living and the dead. The dead have a different status, that is all, which requires certain ritual precautions. But visible and invisible do not exclude each other since they are two possible states of a person. Death is an aspect of life. The Kanaki arriving in Sydney for the first time, stupefied by the crowds, soon explains the thing by the fact that in this country the dead walk amongst the living, which is nothing strange. Du Como, for the Kanakes, Maurice Lienhart, Du Como, Person and Myth in the Melanesian World Tr. Beja Miller Gulati, Chicago, University of Chicago Press, 1979, is that which lives, and everyone may belong to this category. There again the living/non-living is a distinctive opposition that we alone make, and we base all our science and our operational violence on it. Science, techniques, and production assume this rupture of the living and the non-living, privileging the living on which alone science in all its rigor is based, cf. Mono, chance, and necessity. Even the reality of science and techniques is also the separation of the living and the dead. The very finality of science as a pulsion, as the death drive, the desire to know, is inscribed in this disjunction, so that an object is only real insofar as it is dead. That is, relegated to inert and indifferent objectivity, as were initially, above everything else, the dead and the living. By contrast, the primitives were not plunged, as we like to say so much, into animism, that is, into the idealism of the living, into the irrational magic of forces. They privilege neither one term nor the other, for the simple reason that they do not make this distinction. 9 This rule also applies in the political sphere. Thus the peoples of the Third World, Arabs, blacks, and Indians, act as Western culture's imaginary, as much an object or support of racism as the support of revolutionary aspirations. On the other hand, we, the technological and industrial West, are their imaginary, what they dream of in their separation. This is the basis of the reality of global domination. 10 Of course, the psychoanalytic, Lacanian, real is no longer given as substance, nor as a positive reference, it is the always lost object that cannot be located, and of which there is nothing ultimately to say. A delimited absence in the network of the symbolic order, this real retains however the charm of a game of hide-and-seek with the signifier which traces after it. From the representation to the trace, the real is effaced not entirely, however. There is all the difference between an unconscious topology and utopia. Utopia puts an end to the real, even as absence or lack. At least in Lacan there is something other than the idealist misinterpretation of Levi Strauss, for whom, in his Structural Anthropology 2 vols, T.R.M. Layton, Harmonsworth, Penguin, 19779, the function of the symbolic universe is to resolve on the ideal plane what is experienced as contradictory on the real plane. Here, not too far from its most degraded sense, the symbolic appears as a sort of ideal compensation function, mediating between the separation of the real and ideal. In fact, the symbolic is quite simply reduced to the imaginary. 11 On the other hand, whoever cannot be given also dies, or falls to the necessity of selling themselves. This is where prostitution takes hold, as the residue of gift exchange and the first form of economic exchange. Even though the prostitute's wages were initially, in page 188, page 189, the ancient context, a sacrificial wage, it inaugurates the possibility of another type of exchange. 12 Cf. Also M. Lienhart, there is no idea of nothingness in death. The Kanaki does not mistake the idea of death for that of nothingness. Perhaps we may find in their term seri an idea similar to our nothingness. Seri indicates the situation of the bewitched or cursed man who has been abandoned by his ancestors, the Bayos, a man in perdition, out of society. He feels himself non-existent and suffers a veritable ruin. For him nothingness is, at most, a social negation and is not a part of the idea he has of death. Ducamo, p. 35. 13 Such societies are consequently less psychotic than our modern societies, for which we politely reserve the qualification neurotic, but which are in fact in the process of becoming psychotic according to our own definition, that is, they are in the process of a total loss of access to the symbolic. 14 Because the social itself does not exist in primitive societies. The term primitive has been eliminated today, but we must also eliminate the equally ethnocentric term society. 15 Cf. The cannibalism seen in Jean Delhiri's Les Indiens de la Renaissance. 16 On this point see René Girard, Violence and the Sacred Tr. Patrick Gregory, Baltimore, Johns Hopkins, 1979. 17 Just like Jolin, La Mort Sera, on the primitive fear of the dead, by lending anti-social intentions to the forces of death, the Sera have merely logically extended some very broad observations and, at the same time, several unconscious givens. It is not at all certain that these unconscious givens have much to do with this. The haunting and the negativity of the forces of death might well be explained as the menacing agency and the imminence of these wandering forces as soon as they escape from the group, where they can no longer be exchanged. The dead man, in fact, avenges himself. But the hostile devil, the hostile dead man, is repeatedly incarnated in the group's failure to preserve his material in symbolic exchange, to repatriate, through an appropriate ritual, this nature that escapes with the dead man and which then sears Taluses into a malefic instance. This nevertheless leaves his relation with the group intact, he exercises it in the form of persecution. The dead labor frozen within capital plays the same role for us. This has nothing to do with a superechoid projection or an unconscious apparatus issuing from the depths of the species. 18 The neo-millennialism of the liberation of the unconscious should not be analyzed as a distortion of psychoanalysis. It follows logically from the imaginary resurrection of the lost object, objet petit, that psychoanalysis buried at the core of its theory, the always unlocatable real which allows it to guard the gates to the symbolic. The objet petit is in fact the true mirror of desire, and, at the same time, the mirror of psychoanalysis. 19 Science itself is cumulative only because it is half bound up with death, because it heaps death upon death. 20 In times past, however, there had already existed another individual and pessimistic thought of death, the Stoics. Aristocratic, pre-Christian thought was also bound up with the conception of a personal solitude in death in a culture where collective myths were collapsing. The same emphases are also found in Montaigne and Pascal, in The Feudal Lord, or the Jansenist of Noblesse de Robe, the ennobled bourgeoisie, in Humanist Resignation or Desperate Christianity. This, however, marks the beginning of the modern anguish of death. 21 In this respect, there is no difference between atheist materialism and Christian idealism, for they part company only on the question of the afterlife, but whether or not there is anything after death has no importance. That is not the question in English in the original TR. They agree on the basic principle, life is life, and death is always death, that is, they share the will to keep them scrupulously at a distance from each other. 22 The Christian dialectic of death epitomizes and puts an end to Pascal's formula, it is important for all life to know whether the soul is mortal or immortal, is succeeded by page 189. Page 190. Humanist thinking, a rationalist mastery over death. In the West, this has been drawn on from the Stoics and the Epicureans. Montaigne the denegation of death benign or cold serenity, up to the 18th century in Feuerbach. Death is a phantom, a chimera, since it exists only when it does not exist. The staging of reason never results in an excess of life, nor in an enthusiastic sense of death. Humanism seeks a natural reason for death, a wisdom backed up by science and the Enlightenment thinkers. Dialectical reason death as negativity and the movement of becoming succeeds this formal and rationalist overcoming of death. The beautiful dialectic follows the upward mobility of political economy. The dialectic then breaks down to make room for the irreducibility of death and its insurmountable imminence. Kierkegaard. With Heidegger, dialectical reason falls into ruin, taking a subjective and irrational turn towards a metaphysics of despair and the absurd which, however, does not prevent it from continuing to be the dialectic of a conscious subject finding a paradoxical freedom in it. Everything is permitted, since death is insurmountable. Quia absurdum, Pascal was not so far from the modern pathos of death. Camus, the absurd man fixes death with an impassioned stare, this fascination liberates him. The anguish of death is a test of truth. Human life as being towards death. Heidegger, authentic being towards death. That is to say, the finitude of temporality is the hidden basis of Dawson's historicality, being and time. T.R.J. Macquarie and E. Robinson, Oxford, Blackwell, 1978, 74, p. 438. Death is authenticity. There is in this, in relation to a system that is itself mortifying, a vertiginous escalation, a challenge which is in fact a profound obedience. The terrorism of authenticity through death remains a secondary process in that, by means of dialectical acrobatics, consciousness recuperates its finitude as destiny, anxiety as the reality principle, and as freedom remains the imaginary which, in its contemporary phase, has substituted the mirror of death for that of immortality. But all this remains extremely Christian and is moreover constantly mixed up with existential Christianity. Revolutionary thought, for its part, oscillates between the dialecticization of death as negativity, and the rationalist objective of the abolition of death, to put an end to it as a reactionary obstacle in solidarity with capital, with the help of science and techniques, en route to the immortality of generic man, beyond history, in communism. Death, like so many other things, is only a superstructure, whose exit will be governed by the revolution of the infrastructure. 23. There is a great risk of confusion here, for if we acknowledge that death and sexuality are biologically intertwined in the organic destiny of complex beings, this has nothing to do with the symbolic relation of death and sex. The first is inscribed in the positivity of the genetic code, the second in the destruction of social codes. Or rather, the second has no biological equivalent inscribed anywhere, whether in a code or in language. It is play, challenge, and intense pleasure. Jouissance as it mockingly thwarts the former. Between the two, between the real relation of death and sexuality and their symbolic relation, there passes the caesura of exchange, a social destiny where everything plays. Weismann, soma is mortal, plasma germinative and immortal. Protozoa are virtually immortal, death arising only with differentiated metazoa for whom death becomes possible and even rational. The unlimited duration of an individual life becomes a useless luxury. For Baudrillard, death on the contrary becomes an irrational luxury. Death is only a late acquisition of living beings. In the history of the species of living creatures, it appears along with sexuality. So also Tournier in Friday or the Other Island, Tr. Norman Denny, Harmonsworth, Penguin, 1984, pages 1067. Sex and death. Their close association. He insisted that this was a sacrifice of the individual to the species. Since in the act of procreation the individual loses something of his substance. Thus sexuality is the living presence, ominous and mortal, of the page 190. Page 191. Species in the essence of the individual. To procreate is to bring forth a new generation which innocently and inexorably will thrust its predecessor towards extinction. The instinct which brings the sexes together is then an instinct of death. But nature has thought it prudent to disguise her stratagem, transparent though it is. And what appears to be the self-indulgence of lovers is in reality a course of mad self-abnegation. This fable is accurate, but demonstrates only the correlation between biological sex and death. In fact, death's decree appears along with sexuality, since the latter is already the inscription of a functional distribution, and therefore is immediately of a repressive order. But this functional distribution is not of the order of the pulsion, it is social. It appeared in a certain type of social relation. Savages do not make sexuality autonomous like we do, they are closer to what Baudrillard describes, through the activity of organs in a flow of coalescence and renewal, like the ebb and flow of waves. The self is dispossessed. Eroticism 2nd ed. Tr.M. Dalwood, London, Marion Boyars, 1987, p. 18. 24. In fact, Baudrillard's vision of excess often falls into the trap of transgression, a fundamentally Christian dialectics or mysticism, but shared by contemporary psychoanalysis and by every libertarian ideology of the festival and release. Defoulment, of the prohibition and transgression. We have made the festival into an aesthetics of transgression. Because our entire culture is one of prohibition. Repression still marks the idea of the festival, which by the same token may be accused of reactivating the prohibition and reinforcing the social order. We treat the primitive feast to the same analysis since we are basically incapable of imagining anything other than the bar, it's on this side and it's beyond, which again issues from our fundamental schema of an uninterrupted linear order. The good form which culture excludes is always that of the end, of a final fulfillment. Like the sacrifice, the primitive feast is not a transgression but a reversal, a cyclical revolution. This is the only form that puts an end to the bar and its prohibitions. The inverse order of the transgression or liberation of repressed energies simply ends up in a compulsion to repeat the prohibition. Thus only reversibility and the cycle are in excess, transgression remains by default. In the economic order, all production is reproduction, in the symbolic order, all reproduction is production. 25. It is, moreover, curious to see how, technically, death becomes increasingly undecidable for science itself. Heart failure, then a level encephalogram, but then what? There is no longer any objective progress here, something of the indeterminacy and undecidability of death in the heart of science itself is reflected on the symbolic plane. 26. To the point that it is sufficient that certain political groups demand some accident or assassination attempt of unknown origin, this is their only practice, transforming chance into subversion. 27. Since today this contractual demand is addressed to social authorities, whereas before one signed pacts with the devil to prolong, enrich, and enjoy one's life. The same contract, and the same trap, the devil always wins. 28. This is more important than the maximal exploitation of the labor force. This can clearly be seen in the case of the elderly. They are no longer exploited, if they are allowed to live on the fruits of society, if they are forced to live, since they are the living example of the accumulation of life, as opposed to its consumption. Society supports them as models of the use value of life, accumulation, and saving. This is precisely why they no longer have any symbolic presence in our society. 29. It only becomes the object of a passion again if it can be imputed to a person, a particular capitalist or a particular business personified, and is therefore experienced once again as crime and sacrifice. 30. Contrary to what is generally thought, human sacrifices succeeded animal sacrifice to the extent that the animal lost its magical preeminence, and the man-king succeeded the animal totem as worthy of the sacrificial function. The more recent substitutive sacrifice of the animal has a very different meaning. Page 191. Page 192. 31. Hence in the past prisoners of war were spared in order to be used as slaves. No longer worthy of potluck and sacrifice, they were condemned to the lowliest role and to a slow death from labor. 32. But when and why did this death cease to be a sacrifice and become a torture? When did it cease to be a form of torture to become an execution, as it is for us? There is no history of death and the death penalty, there is only a genealogy of the social configurations to provide death with meaning. 33. The same liberal policy change took place, at another level, in England in 1830, where they wanted to replace the executioner with a preventative regular police force. The English prefer the executioner to the regular police force. And, in fact, the police, established in order to reduce the violence being wrought on the citizens, quite simply took over from crime in wreaking this violence against the citizen. In time, it revealed itself to be much more repressive and dangerous for the citizen than crime itself. Here again, overt and selective repression metamorphoses into generalized preventative repression. 34. Hence the meaning of the famous formula, we are all German Jews, but also, we are all Indians, blacks, Palestinians, women, or homosexuals. From the moment that the repression of difference was no longer carried out by extermination, but by absorption into the repressive equivalence and universality of the social, we are all different and repressed. There are no more detainees in a society that has invented open prisons, just as there are no more survivors in a society that claims to abolish death. In this retaliatory contamination, the omnipotence of the symbolic order can be read, the unreal basis of the separations and the lines traced by power. Hence the power of this particular formula, we are all German Jews, in that rather than expressing an abstract solidarity, of the type all together for we are all united behind this or that, forward with the proletariat, etc., it expresses the inexorable fact of the symbolic reciprocity between a society and those it excludes. In a single movement it falls into line with them as radical difference. This is how it captured something fundamental in May 68, whereas other slogans were mere political cant. 35. For in this will to abolish death, which is the project of political economy, the unconscious, by a curious reversal, that which knows no death is the death drive, starts to play an important role. It becomes the referential discourse of the thesis of the criminal's irresponsibility, crime as acting out. It is well versed in the defense dossier as an explanatory system. The unconscious plays a decisive role today in rationalist, progressivist and humanist thought. It has indeed fallen on hard times. And in this way, psychoanalysis also enters, without willing it, ideology. The unconscious, however, would have had many other things to say about death if it had not learned to speak the system's language. Quite simply, it used to say that death did not exist, or, rather, that to abolish death was a phantasm that itself originates from the depths and repression of death. Instead of this, today it serves only as evidence, to our social idealists, of irresponsibility and justifies their moral discourse, life is a good, and death is an evil. In its violent classical phase, which even today coincides with conservative thought, capital plays on the discourse of conscious psychology and responsibility, and therefore repression. This is the terrorist discourse of capitalism. In its more advanced phase, which coincides with progressive, even revolutionary thought, neo-capitalism plays on the discourse of psychoanalysis, unconscious, irresponsibility, tolerance and reform. Consciousness and responsibility are the normative discourse of capital. The unconscious is the liberal discourse of neo-capitalism. 36 in 1819, under pressure from even the entrepreneurs and proprietors, and because the penal machine was jammed by the courts being too severe with the death penalty, jurors had the stark choice between the death penalty and acquittal. The death penalty was abolished in 100 or so cases, England. Its abolition therefore corresponds to a rational adaptation, to an increasing efficiency of the penal system. Kessler. Our capital punishment is not the inheritance of the butchery of the Dark Ages. It has. Page 192. Page 193. Its own history. It is the residue of a jurisdiction which is contemporary with the development of political economy, and whose fiercest period, the Bloody Code in 19th century England, coincides with the Industrial Revolution. Medieval custom reserved death for a few particularly serious offences. Bound to the increasingly imperious defence of the right to private property, the curve began to rise through the height of the 19th and up to the 20th centuries. The Bloody Code, in Reflections on Hanging London. Gollanch, 1956, pages 1-3 ff. Baudrillard has paraphrased and summarized rather than cited Kessler here. Tr. This curve, then, also charts the ascendancy of the capitalist bourgeois class. And its recession after 1850 is the effect not of absolute human progress, but that of the capitalist system. 37 of the type, the state is led to multiply very real murders in order to avoid an unknown murder. It will never know whether this murder has any chance of being perpetrated. Camus, Sur la peine capitale. This play on logic, seeking to place the system in contradiction with itself, leads liberal humanism directly to abject compromise. The abolition of the death penalty must be demanded both for reasons of logic and realism. Ibid. In the last resort, the death penalty is bad because, by its very nature, it rules out any possibility of making punishment and responsibility proportionate. Kessler, The Bloody Code. This was already the reason that the English capitalists had demanded its abolition in 1820. The liberal argument is, terror goes against its own ends. A scale of well-administered penalties, of minimal punishment, is both more humane and more effective. The equivalence of the human and the effective has a long history in humanist thought. 38 It's not so simple, however, since the subject can still invoke violent death, death from the outside, an accident, suicide or a bomb, to avoid putting his natural immortality into question. The ultimate subterfuge, the ultimate ruse of the ego that may lead the subject to the opposite extreme, to seek an absurd death in order to better safeguard his immortal principle. 39 CRS Compagnies Républicaines de Sécurité, the French riot police. Tr. 40 Cryogenic freezing, or being sealed in a gel so as to be resurrected, is the limit form of this practice. 41 Just as much by simply devouring the body, in this sense, cannibalizing the dead is itself a semiurgic activity. The idea that is always put forward is that through cannibalism one assimilates the forces of the dead. This is a secondary magical discourse for both the primitive and the ethnologist. It is not a question of force, that is to say, of a natural surplus or potential. On the contrary, it is a question of signs, that is to say, of preserving the signs' potential against every natural process, against the devastations of nature. 42 For the Dangalite, Jean Poirlian, Nouvelle Revue de Psychoanalyse, No. 1, 1967, disease had an initiatory value. One must have been sick in order to become part of the group. One only becomes a doctor if one has been sick, and by the very fact of having been so. Disease comes from the margai, each has their own margai or margais, which they inherit from father to son. Every social position is acquired thanks to disease, which is a sign of election. Disease is a mark, a meaning the normal man goes his own way, he is one insignificant. Disease is culture, the source of value and the Principle of social organization. Even where disease does not have this determinant social function, it is always a social matter, a social crisis, socially and publicly resolved, by reactivating the whole social metabolism through the extraordinary relation between the doctor and the sick man, and setting it to work. This is radically different from contemporary medical practice, where the illness is individually born and therapy individually applied. The reciprocity and exchange of the illness is preponderant in primitive societies. Illness is a social relation, like labor, etc. Organic causality can be recognized and treated by all sorts of means. The illness itself is never conceived as an organic lesion, but in the last instance as the rupture and breakdown of social exchange. The organic is a metaphor, it will therefore be treated metaphorically by the symbolic operation of social exchange. Page 193. Page 194. Through the two protagonists in the cure. The two are always three in other contexts, the group is immanent to the cure, at once the operator and the stakes of symbolic efficacy. In short, the doctor and the sick are redistributed around the illness as social relation, instead, as is the case for us, of making the illness autonomous as an organic relation with its objective causality, doctor and patient each becoming objectified as passive and active, patient or specialist. Page 194. Page 195. 6. The extermination of the name of God. The anagram. The model of a symbolic exchange also exists within the field of language, something like the core of a political anti-economy. A site of the extermination of value in the law, poetic language. In the field of an anti-discourse, a beyond of the political economy of language, Saussures' anagrams constitute the fundamental discovery. The same discovery that will later lend its conceptual arms to linguistic science had previously, in his Cahiers d'anagrams, brought out the antagonistic character of a non-expressive language, beyond the laws, axioms, and finalities assigned it by linguistics, in the form of a symbolic operation of language, that is to say, not a structural operation of representation by signs, but exactly the opposite, the deconstruction of the sign and representation. The principle of poetic functioning proclaimed by Saussure does not claim to be revolutionary. Only the passion he puts into establishing this principle as the recognized and conscious structure of remote, Vedic, Germanic, and Saturnine texts, and establishing its proof, is proportionate to the incredible scope of his hypothesis. He himself draws no radical or critical consequences from it, he does not care for one moment to generalize it on a speculative level, and when he failed to find this proof, he abandoned this revolutionary intuition and went on to the edification of linguistic science. It is perhaps only today, at the term of half a century of uninterrupted development in this science, that we can draw out the consequences of the hypothesis Saussure abandoned, one and investigate to what extent it lays the advance foundations for a decent ring of all linguistics. The rules of the poetic proclaimed by Saussure are the following. Point 2. The law of the coupling. 1. A vowel has no right to figure within the Saturnine unless it has its counter-vowel in some other place in the verse. 2. Ascertain the identical vowel, without attention to quantity. The result of this is that if the verse has an even number of syllables, the vowels couple up exactly, and must always have a remainder of 0, with an even total for each type of vowel. Page 195. Page 196. 2. The law of consonants is identical, and no less strict, there is always an even number of any consonant whatever. 3. He goes so far as to say that if there is an irreducible remainder either of vowels, unpaired verse, or consonants, then, contrary to what we might think, this does not escape condemnation even if it is a matter of a simple e, we will then see it reappear in the following verse, as a new remainder corresponding to the overspill from the preceding one. The law of the theme word. In the composition of the verse, the poet sets the phonemic material provided by the theme word to work. 1. Or several verse s contain anagrams of a single word, in general a proper name, of a god or a hero, by being constrained to reproduce itself, especially in a vocal rendition. On hearing one or two Latin Saturnine verses, F. de Saussure heard the principal phonemes of a proper name become clearer and clearer. Stravinsky, Lemos, p. 28. Saussure writes, in the hypogram, it is a matter of emphasizing a name or a word, striving to repeat its syllables and thus giving it a second, artificial way of being, added, so to speak, to the original being of the word. Torasia Sasauna Samnio Sepit, Scipio. Asin Argalian Anemen Omega Rtos Otmi, Agamemnon. These simple rules are repeated untiringly in multiple variants. As regards alliteration, the rule to which it used to be thought we were able to submit all ancient poetry, Saussure says that it is only one aspect of an otherwise vast and important phenomenon, given that all syllables alliterate, or assonate, or are combined in some other phonemic harmony. Phonemic groups become echoes. Entire verses to be anagrams of other preceding verses, however far off, in the text. Polyphonies visually reproduce, when the occasion arises, the syllables of an important word or name, whether they figure in the text or present themselves naturally to the mind through the context. Poetry analyzes the phonemic substances of words, whether to turn them into acoustic series or signifying significative series when one alludes to a certain name, the anagrammatist word JB. In short, everything is answered, in one way or another, within the verse. Whether the signifiers or the phonemes answer one another throughout the verse, or the hidden signified, the theme word, is echoed from one polyphony to the other, beneath the manifest text. Moreover, both rules can coexist. Sometimes conjointly with anaphony, sometimes beyond every word we imitate, there is a correspondence of all the elements, translating into an exact coupling, that is to say, a repetition as a pair of even numbers. Saussure will hesitate between the terms of anagram, antigram, hypo page 196. Page 197. Gram, paragram, and paratext to designate the elaborate variation that allows the perspicacious reader to perceive the evident but dispersed presence of conducting phonemes. Stravinsky, Lemos, p. 33. We could, as an extension of Saussure's work, propose the term anathema, which is originally the equivalent of an ex voto, of a votive offering. The divine name running beneath the text, and to whom the text is consecrated, the name of he who consecrates and to whom it is consecrated. 3. These two laws appear to say extremely little as regards what we could say about the essence of the poetic. Furthermore, they take no account of the poetic effect, of the enjoyment jouissance proper to texts, or of their aesthetic value. Saussure has only considered the poet's inspiration, not the reader's ecstasy. Perhaps he would never even have claimed that there was any relation whatsoever between the rules he clarifies. He thought he observed them, and that's all there is to it, and the exceptional intensity it has always been agreed that we find in poetry. By limiting his perspective to a formal logic of the signifier, he seems to leave the concern with looking for poetic enjoyment of the wealth of the signified and the profundity of expression to others who, with one accord, have always done so, psychologists, linguists, and the poets themselves. Saussure, however, and Saussure alone, tells us that the enjoyment derived from the poetic is enjoyment in that it shatters the fundamental laws of the human word. Linguists become refugees in the face of this subversion of their discipline, in an untenable paradox. They acknowledge, with Roman Jacobson, that the poetic anagram cuts across the two laws of the human word as proclaimed by Saussure, that of the codified Bond between the signifier and its signified, and that of the linearity of signifiers. The means employed by poetic language are such that they make us take leave of the linear order. F. de Saussure-sur-les Anagrams, in Selected Writings, Volume 7, Berlin, Mouton, 1985, p. 247. Or, as Starobinsky summarizes it, we leave the consecutive temporality proper to common language les mots, p. 47. And simultaneously affirm that Saussure's researches open up unprecedented perspectives in the linguistic study of poetry. Jacobson, Selected Writings, Volume 7, p. 246. An elegant manner to recuperate the poetic as a particular field of discourse, on which linguistics retains the monopoly. What does it matter if the poetic denies the laws of signification, since we will neutralize it by giving it the keys to the city of linguistics, and by requiring it to obey the same reality principle? But what is a signified or a signifier if it is no longer governed by the code of equivalence? What is a signifier if it is no longer governed by the law of linearity? And what is linguistics without all this? Nothing, but we will see the contortions it goes through in order to make amends for this violence. Linguistics gets out of Saussure's first law, the coupling, by putting forward the redundancy of the signifier, or indeed the frequency with which a particular phoneme or polyphony occurs, which is greater than the page 197. Page 198. Average in ordinary language, etc., it gets out of the second, properly anagrammatic, law by invoking the latent name Agamemnon, as the secondary signified of a text that inevitably expresses or represents it, conjointly with the manifest signified. One and the same signifier splits into two signifieds, says Jacobson Selected Writings, Volume 7, p. 247, a desperate attempt to save, even if it was through a more complex operation, the law of linguistic value and the essential categories of the mode of signification, signifier, signified, expression, representation, equivalence. The linguistic imaginary seeks to annex the poetic to itself and even claims to enrich poetic's economy of the term and value. But against it, and giving full scope to Saussure's discovery, it must be said that, on the contrary, the poetic is a process of the extermination of value. The law of the poem is in fact to make sure, following a rigorous procedure, that nothing remains of it. This is why it contrasts sharply with the discourse of linguistics, which, for its part, is a process of the accumulation, production and distribution of language as value. The poetic is irreducible to the mode of signification, which is nothing other than the mode of production of the values of language. This is why it is irreducible to the linguistic, which is the science of this mode of production. The poetic is the insurrection of language against its own laws. Saussure himself never formulated this subversive consequence. Others, however, have accurately assessed the danger inherent in the simple formulation of another possible formulation of language. This is why they have all made to conceal this in accordance with their code, calculating the signifier as a term, and the signified as value. The poetic as the extermination of value. One Saussure's first law, that of the coupling, is in no way, as he himself insists, that of the unlimited expressive alliteration or redundancy of some phoneme or other. Pour qui sont ces serpents qui sifflent sur nos têtes? For whom are these snakes whistling over our heads? These serpents are the rattlesnakes of a linguistics of the recurrence and accumulation of the signified, SSSSCAID. Also whistles in the signifier, and the more SS there are, the more CA whistles, the more menacing it is and the better it expresses. Thus again, the faint fresh flame of the young year flushes from leaf to flower and flower to fruit. In Swinburne's lines, says Yvonne Fonaggi, we feel the breeze passing, without the poem expressly mentioning it, form and function in poetic language, Diogene, 51, 1965, p. 90. Saussures coupling is a calculated, conscious, and rigorous duplication which refers to another status of repetition, not as the accumulation of terms, as the accumulative or. Page 198. Page 199. Alliterative, pulsion, but as the cyclical cancellation of terms, 2 by 2, the extermination of doubling by the cycle. Vowels always couple up exactly, and must always give a remainder of 0. Saussure cited in Stravinsky, Lemos, p. 21. And in the emblematic citation that he gives this law numero dies pari gaudet, God rejoices in even numbers, it is said that in one way or another, enjoyment is inseparable not from amassing the same, reinforcing meaning by the addition of the same, but quite the contrary, from its cancellation by the double, by the cycle of the anti-vowel, or the antigram where the phonetic character comes to be cancelled as if in a mirror. 2. Saussure's second law, which concerns the theme word or the anathema that runs through the text, must be analyzed. In the same way, it must be seen that it is not at all a matter of repeating the original signifier or reproducing its phonetic components throughout a text. Osan Argalian Anemen Omega Rtos Otmi does not reproduce Agamemnon even though Saussure is ambiguous on this point. He says, in the hypogram it is a question of emphasizing a name, a word, striving to repeat its syllables and thus giving it a second, artificial way of being added, so to speak, to the original being of the word. In fact, the theme word is diffracted throughout the text. In a way, it is analyzed by the verse or the poem, reduced to its simple elements, decomposed like the light spectrum, whose diffracted rays then sweep across the text. In other words, then, the original corpus is dispersed into partial objects. It is therefore a matter not of another manner of being the same, of reiteration or paraphrase, of a clandestine avatar of the original name of God, but rather of an explosion, a dispersion, a dismembering where this name is annihilated. Not an artificial double, what uses this unless it is in order to be reduced to the same thing, but a dismembered double, a body torn limb from limb like Osiris and Orpheus. Far from reinforcing the signifier in its being, repeating it positively, this metamorphosis of its scattered members is equivalent to its death as such, to its annihilation. To sum it up, this is, on the level of the signifier, of the name it incarnates, the equivalent of putting God or a hero to death in the sacrifice. Following this, the animal totem, the god or the hero circulate, disarticulated, disintegrated by its death in the sacrifice, eventually torn limb from limb and eaten, as the symbolic material of the group's integration. The name of God, torn limb from limb, dispersed into its phonemic elements as the signifier, is put to death, haunts the poem and rearticulates it in the rhythm of its fragments, without ever being reconstituted in it as such. The symbolic act never consists in the reconstitution of the name of God after a detour and analytic breakdown within the poem. The symbolic act never consists of the resurrection of the signifier. Stravinsky is wrong when he says. Page 199. Page 200. It will be a matter of reassembling the principal syllables, as Isis reunited Orpheus' dismembered body. Lacan gets his theory of symbolism wrong when he says, if man finds himself open to desiring as many others within himself as his members have names other than his, if he is to recognize as many disjointed members, lost without ever having been a unity, as there are beings that are metaphors of these members, we can also see that the question of ascertaining the epistemological value of these symbols has been resolved, since these are the very members that return to him after wandering through the world in an alienated fashion. La Psychanalyse, Volume V, 1960, p. 15. The symbolic act is never in this return, in this retotalization that follows alienation, in this resurrection of an identity. On the contrary, it is always in the volatilization of the name, the signifier, in the extermination of the term, disappearance, with no return. This is what makes possible the intense circulation on the interior of the poem, also in the primitive group. On the occasion of feasting and sacrifice, this is what gives enjoyment a language, and, again, one from which nothing results nor remains. The entire pack of linguistic categories cannot do too much to efface the scandal of the loss and death of the signifier in this feverish agitation of language which, as Baudrillard says concerning life, demands that death exert its ravages at its expense. Here, of course, the limits Saussure imposes on himself explode. This poetic principle is not only applicable to Vedic, Germanic or Latin poetry, and it is pointless to seek, as he did, for a hypothetical generalization of the proof of this. It is obvious that modern poets have never made use of the generative theme word, if ever the ancient poets did. But this is not an objection, since it is clear that, for all languages in all epochs, the form Saussure distinguished is sovereign. It is clear to all enjoyment bears witness to this that a good poem is one where nothing is left over, where all the phonemic material in use is consumed, and that, on the other hand, a bad poem, or not poetry at all, is one where there is a remainder, where not every significant phoneme, diphoneme, syllable, or term has been seized by its double, where not every term has been volatilized and consumed in a rigorous reciprocity, or antagonism, as in primitive gift exchange, where we feel the weight of the remainder that has not found its corresponding term, nor therefore its death and absolution, which has not been successfully exchanged in the very operation of the text. It is in proportion to this residue that we know that a poem is bad, that it is the slag of discourse, something which has not exploded, which has been neither lost nor consumed in the festival of reversible speech. Value is residue. It is the discourse of signification, our language governed by linguistics. The economy of signification and communication, where we produce and exchange terms and meaning values, under the law of the code, rests on everything that has not been seized by the symbolic operation of language, by symbolic extermination. The economic process is inaugurated in the same way. What re-enters the page 200. Page 201. Circuits of accumulation and value is what remains from sacrificial consumption, what has not been exhausted in the incessant cycle of the gift and the counter-gift. It is this remainder that we accumulate, we speculate on the rest, and here the birth of the economic begins. We can distinguish a third dimension of our mode of signification from the notion of the remainder. We know that the poetic operation shatters the fundamental laws of language. 1. The signifier-signified equivalence. 2. The linearity of the signifier. Saussure, in linguistics, we should not, due to its being obvious, lightly disregard the truth that the elements of a word follow each other, since, on the contrary, it provides in advance the central principle of all useful reflection on words. 3. The third dimension, never really taken into account, and strictly interdependent with the two others, is that of the boundlessness, the limitless production of signifying material. Just as equivalence defines a dimension of the economic, that of unlimited productivity, the infinite reproduction of value, so the signifier-signified equivalence defines an unlimited field of discursivity. We no longer even see this proliferation of our discursive customs, it becomes so natural to us, but it is what distinguishes us from all other cultures. We use and abuse words, phonemes, and signifiers with no ritual, religious or poetic restriction of any kind, in total freedom, with no responsibility as regards the immense material that we produce. As we please. Everyone is free to endlessly use and endlessly draw on phonemic material in the name of what they want to express and with the sole consideration of what they have to say. This freedom of discourse, the possibility of taking it and using it without ever returning it, answering to it, nor sacrificing even a share of one's goods to it, as the primitives used to in order to ensure its symbolic reproduction. The idea of language as an all-purpose medium of an inexhaustible nature, like a place where the utopia of political economy would be realized, to each according to his needs, this phantasm of an unprecedented stock, a raw material that would be magically reproduced in exact proportion to its use, no need even for primitive accumulation, and therefore the freedom of a fantastic wastage, is the exact status of our discursive communication, a staggering availability of signifying material. All this is thinkable only in a general configuration where the same principles govern the reproduction of both material goods and the species itself. A mutation runs simultaneously through social formations where material goods, the number of individuals and the proliferation of words are, in a more or less rigorous fashion, distributed, limited and controlled inside a symbolic cycle. And our modern social formations, which are distinguished by an infinite productivity, as economic as it is linguistic and demographic. These societies are caught in an endless escalation at every level, material accumulation, linguistic expression, and the proliferation of the species. 4. Page 201. Page 202. This model of productivity, exponential growth, galloping demographics, unlimited discursivity, must be simultaneously analyzed everywhere. On the plane of language, which is alone in question here, it is clear that the unrestrained freedom to use phonemes in unlimited number for purposes of expression, without the reverse processes of cancellation, expiation, reabsorption or destruction, it does not matter which term, is radically opposed by the simple law announced by Saussure, that in poetry a vowel, a consonant, or a syllable cannot be uttered without being doubled, that is to say, somehow exorcised, without fulfilling itself in the repetition that cancels it. From that point on, there is no question of unlimited use. The poetic, like symbolic exchange, brings into play a strictly limited and distributed corpus, but it undertakes to reach the end of it, whereas our economy of discourse implements an unlimited corpus that cares nothing for resolution. What becomes of words and phonemes in our discursive system? We should not think that they graciously disappear as soon as they have served their purpose, nor that they return somewhere, like the characters on a linotype matrix, and wait until the next time they are used. Again, this is part of our idealist conception of language. Every term or phoneme, not taken back, not returned, not volatilized by poetic doubling, not exterminated as a term and as a value, in its equivalence to what it meant or wanted to say, remains. It is a residue. It will return to a fantastic sedimentation of waste, of opaque discursive material. We begin to perceive that the essential problem of a productive civilization may be that of its waste, which is nothing other than the problem of its own death, giving way under its own remains. Industrial leftovers are nothing, however, in relation to the remains of language. Such as it is, our culture is haunted and jammed by this gigantic, petrified, residual instance. By means of an escalation of language it attempts to reduce a tendential decline in the rate of communication. Nothing happens. Just as every commodity, that is to say, everything produced under the sign of the law of value and equivalence, is an irreducible residue that comes to bar social relations, so every word, every term, and every phoneme produced and not symbolically destroyed accumulates like the repressed, weighs down on us with all the abstraction of dead language. An economy of profusion and wastage rules over our language, the affluent utopia. But although affluence and wastage are recent characteristics of the material economy, an historical trait, they appear to be a natural dimension, always already given, of spoken or written language. There is and will always be, at every instant, a utopia, insofar as we will wanted for the whole world the utopia of an unlimited capital of language as use and exchange value. In order to signify, everyone proceeds by the accumulation and cumulative exchange of signifiers whose truth lies elsewhere, in the equivalence to what they want to say. One can say it in fewer words. Concision is a moral virtue, but this is only ever an economy. Page 202. Page 203. Of means. This discursive consumption, over which the spectre of penury never hangs, this wasteful manipulation, sustained by the imaginary of profusion, results in a prodigious inflation that leaves, in the image of our societies of uncontrolled growth, an equally prodigious residue, a non-degradable waste of consummated, but never entirely consumed, signifiers. For used words are not volatilized, they accumulate like waste, assign pollution as fantastic as, and contemporary with, industrial pollution. Linguistics seized the stage of the waste product déchet, the stage of a functional language that it universalizes as the natural state of all language. It imagines no other. Just as the Romans and the Etruscans divided the sky by rigid mathematical lines, and in this way delimited space as a templum and conjured up a god, so every people has above them such a sky divided up by mathematical concepts and, under the demand for truth, it intends that from now on every conceptual god should be sought nowhere other than within this sphere. Nietzsche, The Philosopher's Book. This is what linguistics does, it forces language into an autonomous sphere in its own image, and feigns to have found it there objectively, when, from start to finish, it invented and rationalized it. It is incapable of imagining a state of language other than that of the combinatory abstraction of the code long accompanied with an infinite manipulation of speech parole, in other words, speculation, in the double sense of the term, on the basis of general equivalence and free circulation, everyone using words as they please and exchanging them in accordance with the law of the code. But let's suppose a stage where the signs of language were deliberately distributed, like money is for the RR. Restricted distribution, no formal freedom of production, circulation, or use. Or rather a double circuit. The circuit of liberated words, gratuitously usable, circulating as exchange value, a zone of meaning commerce. Analogous to the sphere of the Gimwali in economic exchange. The controlled circuit of a non-liberated zone, of a material restricted to symbolic use where words have neither use nor exchange value, and where they cannot be gratuitously multiplied nor uttered, analogous to the sphere of the Kula for precious goods. The general principle of equivalence does not operate in this sphere, nor therefore does the logical and rational articulation of the sign with which semiolinguistic science is preoccupied. The poetic recreates the situation of primitive societies in linguistic material, a restricted corpus of objects whose uninterrupted circulation in the gift exchange creates an inexhaustible wealth, a feast of exchange. Assessed by their volume or their value, primitive goods end up in an almost absolute penury. Tirelessly consumed in feasting and exchange, they recount, through their minimal volume and number, the maximal. Page 203. Page 204. Energy of signs of which Nietzsche spoke, or the first and only genuine affluent society of which Marshal Solons spoke. Les Temps Modernes, October 1968. Words here have the same status as objects or goods, they are not freely available to everybody, language has no affluence. In these magical and ritual formulations there reigns a restriction which alone preserves the symbolic efficacy of signs. The shaman and the prophet, Vates, act on considered, coded and limited phonemes or formulae, exhausting them in a maximal configuration of meaning. So the formula is pronounced, in its literal and rhythmic exactitude, so it binds the future, but not because it signifies. 5. The same goes for the poetic, which is defined by the fact of operating on a restricted corpus of the signifier, and by aiming to resolve it completely. And it is precisely because the poetic, or the primitive ritual of language, aims not at the production of signifieds, but at the exact consumption and cyclical resolution of a signifying material, that it takes on a limited corpus. Limitation is neither restrictive nor penurious in this context, it is the fundamental rule of the symbolic. Conversely, the inexhaustible character of our discourse is bound to the rule of equivalence and linearity, just as the infinite character of our material production is inseparable from the change to equivalence in exchange value. It is this linear infinity which simultaneously breeds, at every moment of capital, the fact of poverty and the phantasm of a final wealth. The signifier, doubling up and returning to cancel itself out, follows the same movement as the gift and the counter-gift. Giving and returning, it is a reciprocity where the use value and the exchange value of an object cancel each other out. And the same complete cycle results in the nothingness of value, on which the intensity of the social relation or the enjoyment of the poem acts. This is a question of revolution. What the poetic accomplishes with the phoneme value at a microscopic level, every social revolution accomplishes over the entire flanks of the code of value, use value, exchange value, rules of equivalence, axioms, value systems, coded discourses, rational finalities, etc. when the death drive is linked to it in order to volatilize them. This same process of completion does not stop short of the analytic operation, in contrast to science as a process of accumulation. The real analytic operation eliminates its object, which comes to an end in it. The term of the analysis, not its constructive finality, but its real end, is this volatilization of the object and its own concepts, or again, these are the processes of the subject who, far from attempting to master its object, accepts being analyzed by it in turn. In which movement the respective positions of each are irremediably dismantled. It is only from this point that the subject and the object are exchanged, whereas in their respective positivity, in science for example, they merely draw themselves erect and face each other off for an indefinite period. Science is bound to the construction of its object and to its repetition as a phantasm, as much as to page 204. Page 205. The phantasmatic reproduction of the subject of knowledge. A perverse pleasure is attached to this phantasm, the pleasure of continually reconstructing a faltering object, whereas it is proper to analysis, and to enjoyment, to bring its object to an end. 6. The poetic is the restitution of symbolic exchange in the very heart of words. Where words, in the discourse of signification, finalized by meaning, do not respond to each other, do not speak to each other, and neither, within words themselves, do consonants, vowels and syllables. In the poetic, on the contrary, once the authority of meaning has been broken, all the constitutive elements enter into exchange with, and start to respond to, each other. They are not liberated. Nor is any deep or unconscious content set free through them, they are simply returned to exchange, and this very process is enjoyment. It is futile to look for the secret in an energetics, a libidinal economy or a fluid dynamics. Enjoyment is not bound up with the effectuation of a force, but with the actualization of an exchange in exchange. Without traces, where no force casts a shadow, since every force, and the law behind it, has been resolved. For it is the operation of the symbolic to be its own definitive end. The mere possibility of this is a revolution in relation to an order where nothing and no one, neither words, men, their bodies nor their gazes, are given access to direct communication, but instead pass in transit as values through the models that engender or reproduce them in total estrangement to each other. The revolution is everywhere where an exchange crops up, be it the infinitesimal exchange of phonemes or syllables in a poetic text, or of millions of men speaking to each other in an insurgent city that shatters the finality of the models, the mediation of the code and the consecutive cycle of value. For the secret of a social parole, of a revolution, is also the anagrammatic dispersal of the instance of power, the rigorous volatilization of every transcendent social instance. The fragmented body of power is then exchanged as social parole in the poetry of rebellion. Nothing remains of this parole, nor is any of it accumulated anywhere. Power is reborn from what is not consumed in it, for power is the residue of parole. In social rebellion the same anagrammatical dispersal is at work as that of the body in eroticism, as that of knowledge and its object in the analytic operation. The revolution is symbolic or it is not a revolution at all. The end of the anathema. The whole science of linguistics can be analyzed as resistance to the operation of dissemination and literal resolution. Everywhere there is the same attempt to reduce the poetic to a meaning, a wanting to say voir dire, to bring it back under the shadow of a meaning, to shatter the utopia of language and to bring it back to the topic of discourse. Linguistics opposes the discursive order, equivalence and accumulation, to the literal order, reversibility and dissemination. We can see this counter-offensive unfolding in the interpretations of the poetic given here and there. Page 205. Page 206. Jacobson, Fonagy, Umberto Eco. See the linguistic imaginary, below. Psychoanalytic interpretation, to which we will return, also arises from this resistance. For the radically of the symbolic is such that all the sciences or disciplines that labor to neutralize it come to be analyzed by it in their turn, and return to their ignorance mechaniscence. These, then, are the principles of linguistics and psychoanalysis that will be at stake as regards Saussures' anagrammatic hypothesis. Although he made this hypothesis in connection with a precise point and subject to assessment, there is nothing to prevent us developing it and drawing out its ultimate consequences. In any case, the radicalization of hypotheses is the only possible method, theoretical violence being the equivalent, in the analytic order, of the poetic violence which replaces the order of all the atoms of a phrase of which Nietzsche speaks. We will begin with Stravinsky's commentary on Saussure les mots, pages 33 ff. Two aspects of his commentary are especially in question here, the theme word, whether or not it exists, and the specificity of the poetic, and thus Saussure's discovery. Saussure's whole argument seems to draw its support from the real existence of the keyword, the latent signifier, the matrix and the corpus princeps. This versification seems to be dominated by a phonemic preoccupation, sometimes internal and free, the mutual correspondence of elements by couplets or rhymes, sometimes external, that is to say, drawing inspiration for phonemic composition from a name like Scipio, Jove, etc. And we know that after having had this intuition, all his efforts were brought to bear on establishing its proof. Here, it is true, Saussure falls into the trap of scientific validation, into the superstition of the fact. Fortunately, he fails to establish this proof, of knowing whether the practices of the ancient poets were governed scientifically by the anagram of the theme word, and this failure preserves the scope of his hypothesis, which would in fact, once delimited by a proof, be restricted to a certain type of ancient poetry and, more seriously, it would have restrained the poetic act to the formal gymnastics of the cryptogram, a game of hide and seek with the keyword, playing for the reconstitution of a term that had been voluntarily buried and dislocated. This is how Stravinsky interprets it. Poetic discourse will therefore only ever be the second manner of being of a name, an elaborate variation that would allow the perspicacious reader to see the obvious but dispersed presence of the principal phonemes. The hypogram slides from a simple name into the complex spread of the syllables in a line. It will be a question of recognizing and reassembling of the principal syllables, as Isis reunites the dismembered body of Osiris. From the outset, Stravinsky eliminates both the emanationist or mystical theory, the germinal diffusion of the theme word through the line, and the productive theory, the theme word used by the poet as a framework for the labor of composition. The theme word is neither an original cell, nor page 206. Page 207. A model, Saussure never tries to establish a relation of semantic privilege between the two levels, nominal and anagrammatiste, of the word. Mannequin, sketch, miniature scene, theme, or anathema, what status can we give it? This is important, since the whole schema of signification, of making a sign, is at stake. It is certain at least that we cannot turn the theme word into the signified of the poem as signifier, and no less certain that there exists, if not a reference, then at least a coherence between the two. Stravinsky seems to be sticking as close as possible to Saussure when he proposes. The latent theme word differs only from the manifest line by its compression. It is a word like the many words deployed in the line, they differ only therefore in the way that the one differs from the multiple developed before. The total text, hidden behind the text, or rather in it, the theme word shows no qualitative difference, it is neither of a superior essence, nor of a more humble nature. It offers its substance to an inventive interpretation, causing it to survive in an extended echo. But, if it is a word like other words, why is it necessary that it is hidden or latent? On the other hand, the manifest text is something other than the development, multiplication, prolongation, and echo of the theme word. In itself, the echo is not poetic. This something else is dissemination, dismemberment, and deconstruction. Stravinsky overlooks this aspect of the operation until his most nuanced interpretation. The diction of the theme word seemed to be dislocated, subjected to a rhythm other than that of the vocables, through which the manifest discourse unfolds. The theme word becomes looser, in the manner in which the subject of a fugue is stated, when it is treated as imitation by augmentation. There can be no question of recognizing it, the theme word never having been the object of an exposition. It must be divined in a reading, attentive to the possible links between disparate phonemes. This reading is developed according to another tempo, and in another tense. Ultimately, we leave the time of the continuity proper to customary language. This interpretation, more subtle in that it is allied to the analytic process, floating attention to a free discourse, also seems however to fall into the trap of presupposing a generative formula, whose scattered presence in the poem would in some sense be merely a secondary state, whose identity it would nevertheless always be possible, it is even the necessary condition of reading, to locate simultaneous double presence at two levels. Osiris dismembered is the same in another form, his finality is to become Osiris again following the phase of dispersion. The identity remains latent, and the process of reading is a process of identification. This is the trap, this is the linguistic defense. As complex as they are, these interpretations only ever turn the poetic into a supplementary operation, a detour in a process of recognition, of a word, a term, a subject. It is always the same that is given to read. But then why this laborious reduction, and what makes all this poetic? If it is in order to repeat the same term, if the line is only the phonemic dissimulation of the page 207, page 208 keyword, then all this is futile complication and subtlety. And enjoyment remains unexplained. Poetic intensity never consists in the repetition of an identity, but in the destruction of an identity. It is ignorance mechaniscence of this that produces the linguistic reduction. This is where it subtly distorts the poetic in the direction of its own axioms, identity, equivalence, refraction of the same, imitation by augmentation, etc. It especially never recognizes the mad distortion, the perdition of the signifier and death in the anagram, as the symbolic form of language, remaining within the linguistic game, where poetry is only a code, a key, in the way we speak of a key to dreams. This is what society's games do, and this is all they do. This is what bad poetry, allegory, and figurative music do, when they refer in too facile a fashion to what they signify, or endlessly metaphorize into other terms. These are charades, riddles and spoonerisms, in which, with the discovery of the keyword, everything is complete. And of course there is pleasure in this detour, as there is removing the mask from what is hidden, and whose secret presence attracts you. But this pleasure has nothing to do with poetic enjoyment, which is radical in another way, and not perverse. Nothing is discovered in it, nothing expressed in it, and nothing shows through it. No riddles or divinations, no secret terms, no abutment of meaning. The poetic destroys every cleared path towards a final term, every key, it resolves the anathema. The law weighing down upon language. We could offer the hypothesis that enjoyment is a direct function of the resolution of every positive reference. It is at its minimum where the signified is immediately produced as value, in normal communicative discourse linear and steady. Speech, exhausted in decoding. Beyond this discourse the zero degree of enjoyment all sorts of combinations are possible where a game of hide and seek is set up with the signified, a deciphering, and no longer a pure and simple decoding. This latter is the traditional anagram or the text with keys, the Yamamoto Kakboat or the texts from the Fliegende interpreted by Freud and analyzed by Lyotard in The Dream Work Does Not Think, Oxford Literary Review, 6, 1, 1983, where, behind a coherent or incoherent manifest text, there lies a latent text to be found. In both cases, there is a disengagement, a distantiation of the signified, of the last word of history, a detour by way of the signifier, difference as Derrida says. But in any case, it is possible, by whatever developments, to seize hold of the last word, the formula that controls the text. This formula may be subconscious, in the joke, the mot d'esprit, to which we shall return, or unconscious, in the dream, but it is always coherent and discursive. With the dawning of this formula, the cycle of meaning is exhausted. And enjoyment, in every case, is proportionate to the detour, the delay, the loss of the statement, to the time lost in rediscovering it. It is therefore extremely restrained in society's games, more intense in the mot d'esprit, where the decoding is suspended and where we laugh in proportion to the destruction of meaning. In the poetic text, it is infinite, because no code whatsoever can be found there, no. Page 208. Page 209. Deciphering is possible, and because there is never a signified to put an end to the cycle. Here, the formula is not even unconscious. This is the limit of all psychoanalytic interpretations, it does not exist. The key is definitively lost. This is the difference between simple cryptogrammatic pleasure, the entire category of the brainwave, where the operation always ends up with a positive residue, and the symbolic radiation of the poem. In other words, if the poem refers to something, it is always to nothing, to the term of nothingness, to the signified zero. Poetic intensity consists in the vertigo of this perfect resolution, which leaves the place of the signified or the referent perfectly empty. 7. Abali bibelo diananite sonor, a perfect line where the anagrammatic form is taken up again. Abali is the generative theme word running throughout the line, and referring to nothing. The anagrammatic form and its content seal an extraordinary union here. Several other things can be advanced concerning the theme word, even within the limits of Saussures' hypothesis. The hypogram, being a god's or a hero's name, is not just any signified, and not even a signified at all. We know that the literal invocation of God is dangerous because of the forces it unleashes. For this reason, the anagram is necessary to veil the incantation by rigorously, but obliquely, spelling out the name of God. This elusive mode differs radically from the mode of signification, for the signifier stands for the absence, dispersal, and putting to death of the signified. The name of God appeared in the eclipse of its own destruction, in the sacrificial mode, exterminated in the literal sense of the term. From this point, it is clear that the make or break question Saussure puts to himself, and on which Stravinsky's objection entirely rests, concerning the positive existence of the theme word, is beside the point, since the name of God exists only in order to be annihilated. We endlessly create the identity of the name of God, with which no kind of enjoyment is associated, since enjoyment proceeds from the death of God and His name, and more generally from the fact that where something used to be a name, a signifier, an agency, nothing remains. In this there is an agonizing overhaul of our anthropological conceptions. It is said that poetry was always the exaltation, the positive celebration of a god or a hero, or a great many other things. But we must see, on the contrary, that it is only beautiful and intense because it returns the god to death, because poetry is the site of its volatilization and his sacrifice, because in it all the cruelty, in Artaud's sense, and ambivalence of the relation to the gods is played out in a precise manner. You must be as naive as a Westerner to think that the savages prostrated themselves before their gods as we do before ours. On the contrary, in their rites they have always been able to actualize their ambivalence towards the gods, perhaps they only ever roused them in order to put them to death. This is still alive in the poetic. In the poetic, God is not invoked in any other form, the poem does not keep trotting out his name in extension. Once again, what interest would there be in this? A prayer wheel is quite enough to repeat his name. He is. Page 209. Page 210. Resolved, dismembered, and sacrificed in his name. We could say, following Baudrillard, that the discontinuity, discursivity of the name is abolished in the radical continuity of the poem. The ecstasy of death. In the poem, God is not even the hidden subject of the utterance, nor is the poet the subject of enunciation. Language itself adopts speech so as to disappear in it. And the name of God is equally the name of the Father, the law, of repression, of the signifier, of castration, that it brings to bear on the subject and, at the same time, language is exterminated in the anagram. The poetic text is the example, realized at last, of reabsorption without residue, without trace, without the merest atom of a signifier, the name of God, and, through this, of the agency of language itself and, through this reabsorption, the resolution of the law. The poem is the fatal declension of the name of God. For us, who no longer have a God, but for whom language has become God, the full and phallic value of the name of God is diffused for us throughout the extent of discourse. The poetic is the site of our ambivalence as regards language, of our death drive as regards language, of the force proper to the extermination of the code. The 9 billion names of God. In a science fiction story, Arthur C. Clarke, The 9 Billion Names of God in Of Time and Stars, Harmon's Worth. Penguin, 1981, pages 1532, a brotherhood of lamas, lost in the foothills of Tibet, devote their whole lives to the recitation of the names of God. There are a great many of these names, 9 billion. When they have all been stated and declined, the world will come to an end, an entire cycle of the world. Bringing the world to an end, step by step, word by word, by exhausting the total corpus of the signifiers of God, this is their religious delirium or the truth of their death drive. But the lamas read slowly, their difficult task lasting many centuries. They then hear talk of mysterious Western machines that can record and decode at an incredible speed. One of them sets about ordering a powerful computer from IBM to hasten their task. The American technicians arrive in the Tibetan mountains to set up and program the machine. According to them it will take only 3 months to get to the last of the 9 billion names. 8. They themselves do not believe a word of the prophesied consequences of this enumeration, and, shortly before the expiry of the operation, afraid that the monks might turn against them when faced with the failure of their prophecy, they flee the monastery. Then, climbing down into the civilized world, they see the stars go out one by one. The poem, too, is the total resolution of the world, as soon as the scattered phonemes of the name of God are consumed in it. When the anagram has been completely declined, nothing remains, the world has turned once again, and the intense enjoyment running through it has nowhere else to come from. Page 210. Page 211. The second point on which Starobinsky's commentary bears is the specificity of the poetic. Basically, he says, the rules Saussure evokes and imputes to a deliberate and calculated act may be reduced to the basic givens of all language. On the first rule, of the coupling, the total phonemic opportunities language offers at every instant to whoever wants to make use of them are sufficiently numerous not to demand a laborious combination, requiring instead an attentive combination. Ultimately no more chance, pure probability is sufficient. Again, the facts of phonemic symmetry. The term symmetry is already a reductive term, that sees a specular redundancy. In the doubling of phonemes JB noted here are striking, but are they the effect of an observed rule, of which no testimony has survived? Could we not invoke, to justify the multiplicity of internal correspondences, an only barely conscious and half-instinctive taste for the echo? An instinctive taste for the echo, the poet would be basically nothing other than a linguistic particle accelerator who merely increases the rate of the redundancy of customary language. That's what inspiration is, and there is no need to calculate for it, a little attention and instinct is all we need. Must the ancients' poetic practices resemble the obsessional ritual more than the search of inspired speech? Of course we can acknowledge formal constraints. It is true that traditional scansion subjects the Vates diction to a regularity that we must indeed qualify as obsessional. Nothing prevents us from imagining, since the facts go along with this, an increasing formal requirement that would oblige the poet to use every phonetic element twice in the same line. But whether the poet is an inspired resonator or a calculating obsessional, it is always the same type of interpretation. The coupling and the anagram are the effects of a resonance, a redundancy, an imitation by augmentation, etc. In short, the poetic is a play of combinations, and since all language is combinatory, the poetic becomes once more a particular case of language. Why do we not turn our attention to an aspect of the process of speech in the anagram, a process which is neither fortuitous, nor fully conscious? Why should there not exist an iteration, a generative and involuntary repetition, that would double and project the materials of a primary speech within discourse, unpronounced and at the same time non-evanescent? Due to the lack of a conscious rule, the anagram can nevertheless be considered as a regularity, or a law, where the arbitrary theme word submits to the necessity of a process. The hypothesis of the theme word, and its rigorous dispersal, uncovers the extremely simple truth that language is an unending resource, and that dissimulated behind every phrase is the increasing clamor of the multitude from which it was taken in order to be isolated in front of us in its originality. But what then did Saussure uncover? Nothing. Was this a staggering? Page 211. Page 212. Error? Worse, a platitude, generalized in this way, his hypothesis is annihilated. This is how, in all linguistic good faith, the radical difference of the poetic is denied. Saussure was at least seized by the intoxication of the poetic, the intoxication of the rigor with which he saw language turn back on itself, operating on its own material, instead of unfolding in a linear manner, idiotically following on from itself, as in customary discourse. This is no longer the case. With Stravinsky, rigor has become an obsession, a psychopathological category. Total dispersion has become a probabilistic occurrence/recurrence, anagrammatic dispersion has become the clamoring multitude of language, a harmonic contextuality where a particular meaning is specified in turn. Every discourse is a set that facilitates the subtraction of a subset. Moreover, every text is itself the subset of another text. Every text incorporates and is incorporated. Every text is a productive product. Onwards to the Russian dolls, to the abyssal and abime textuality dear to Telkal. Stravinsky's whole argument amounts to saying either the poet is just an obsessive formalist, if we follow Saussures hypothesis, or his operation is exactly the same as that of all language, and so it is Saussure who is the obsessive. Everything he believed he had discovered is nothing but the researcher's retrospective illusion, since every complex structure provides the observer with sufficient elements for him to select a subset apparently endowed with meaning, which nothing prevents us according in a priori logical or chronological antecedents. Poor Saussure, who saw the anagram everywhere, and attributed his phantoms to the poets. Stravinsky and the linguists do not dream. By verifying Saussure's hypothesis ad infinitum, they reduce it to zero. To do this it was enough to stick to its content, the inference of the theme word, its positive role, its metamorphoses, instead of judging it on its form. The stakes of the poetic are not the production of, nor even the combinatory variations on, a theme, nor an identifiable subset. In this case, in fact, it is clearly part of a universal mode of discourse, except we cannot then see the necessity of the poetic, its different status, nor the enjoyment proper to this mode as opposed to that of discourse. Its stake is, precisely through the labor of the anagram, the point of no return in whatever term or theme. At this point, whether the theme word's existence is recognized or not is a false problem. This is not because, according to Stravinsky, every language is, at bottom, articulated on a sort of code or formula, but because, in any case, it is the annihilation of this code that is the form of the poetic. As Saussure describes it, this form holds for all poetry, the most modern and the most ancient. The principle of the annihilation of the code retains all its intelligibility even if the existence of this formula cannot be verified. 9. The only thing is that this code, which in ancient poetry could have taken the form of a word theme, might, in modern poetry, be no more than page 212, page 213, signifying constellation that can no longer be located as such, even a letter or a formula of the Leclercian type, lost forever, or unconscious, or even the differential signifier that Telkal talks about. What is essential, whatever the formula is to consider the poetic not as the mode of the formula's appearance, but as its mode of disappearance. In this sense, so much the better that Saussure failed to find proof of the formula. By verifying the content, he would have taken away the radically of the form. Saussure's failure and intoxication, since they at least maintain the urgency of the poetic, are better than all the banalities that accept the poetic as a fact of universal language. The linguistic imaginary. We must now leave Saussure and look at how the linguists dealt with the poetic and the questions it brought to bear on their science. All things considered, the defense they put up in the face of this danger is the same as that mounted by the adherents of political economy, and its Marxist critics, in the face of the symbolic alternative in previous societies and in our own. All of them chose to differentiate and modulate their categories while not changing their principle of rationality in any way, that is, without changing the arbitrariness and the imaginary that made them hypostatus the order of discourse and the order of production as universals. As scientists, they have good reason to believe in this order, since they are agents of order. Thus the linguists concede that the arbitrary character of the sign is a bit shaken by the poetic, but certainly not the signifier/signified distinction, nor therefore the law of equivalence and the function of representation. Indeed, in a certain way, the signifier in this instance represents the signified far better, since it expresses it directly following a necessary correlation between each element of the substance of the signifier and what it is supposed to express, instead of referring to it arbitrarily, as in discourse. The signifier's autonomy is conceded. The conceptual messages transmitted through the intermediary of sound necessarily differ from the preconceptual contents in the sound sequences and rhythms themselves. They either happen to converge or diverge. Phonology, Diogenes, 51. However, this is basically so that the signifier better embodies, not merely by convention, but in its materiality and its flesh, what it has to say. In Swinburne's lines, we feel the breeze passing. Instead of it being, as in conceptual language, the unit of primary articulation, the phoneme, the unit of secondary articulation becomes representative, while, however, the form of the representation has not itself changed. It is always a question of referring, no longer to the concept by means of the terms of the Langue syntax, but by means of vowels and syllables, the atoms of language, and their combination in rhythm, to an elementary presence, to an original instance of things, the breeze as primary process. Between page 213, page 214. The substance of language and the substance of the world, wind, water, feelings, passions, the unconscious, everything preconceptual, which is in fact already conceptualized, without appearing to be, by a whole code of perception. There is always a positive correlation at play, a play of equivalence amongst values. In this way, muted vowels would stand for the dark and obscure, etc., and there would no longer be an arbitrary conceptual equivalence in this case, but a necessary phonemic equivalence. Thus Rimbaud's vowel sonnet, and Phonology's entire exposition of the symbolism of linguistic sounds, Diogenes, 51, p. 78. Everyone would agree to recognize that I is lighter, faster and thinner than U, that K and R are harder than L, etc. The feeling of thinness associated with the vowel I may be the result of a subconscious kinesthetic perception of the position of the tongue in the emission of this sound. The R appears masculine, by reason of the greater muscular effort required to emit it in comparison with the alveolar L or the labial M. A real metaphysics of an original langue, a desperate attempt to rediscover a natural deposit of the poetic, an expressive genius of language, that would only have to be captured and transcribed. In fact, all this is coded, and it is just as arbitrary to correlate the repetition of the phoneme F with the passing breeze as it is to correlate the word table with the concept of table. There is nothing more in common between them than there is between a piece of music and what it evokes, landscape or passion, other than cultural convention, or a code. That this code claims to be anthropological, naturally soft vowels, takes nothing away from its arbitrary character. Conversely, moreover, we can clearly maintain, with Benvenisti, that the very strong cultural convention that binds the word table to the concept of table imposes genuine necessity, and that at bottom the sign is never arbitrary. This is correct. The fundamental arbitrariness lies not in the internal organization of the sign, but in the imposition of the sign as value, that is to say, in the presupposition of two instances and their equivalence in accordance with the law, the sign acting as a stand-in, as emanating from a reality that makes signs to you. Such is linguistics metaphysics, and such is its imaginary. Its interpretation of the poetic is still haunted by this presupposition. By contrast, when Harpo Marx waves a real sturgeon instead of pronouncing the password sturgeon, then indeed, by substituting the referent of the term and by abolishing their separation, he really explodes the arbitrariness at the same time as the system of representation, in a poetic act par excellence, putting the signifier sturgeon to death by its own referent. Whether conceptual or preconceptual, it is always the message and the aim of the message as such, by which Jacobson defines the poetic function, which by autonomizing the operation of the signifying material merely refers it to a supplementary effect of signification. Something other. Page 214. Page 215. Then the concept comes through, but it is still something, another value is realized through the very play of the signifier. But it remains a value, the signifying material functions at another level, its own, but it continues to function, moreover. Jacobson makes the poetic function supplementary rather than alternative, just one linguistic function out of many, a surplus value of signification due to which the signifier itself is taken into account as an autonomous value. The poetic gives you more. The self-presence all we mim of the signifier is analyzed in terms of redundancy, as an internal echo, as resonance, phonetic recurrence, etc. Hopkins, the verse is a discourse that repeats, either wholly or partially, the same phonemic figure. Or again, it is acknowledged that poets worthy of the name possess a delicate and penetrating sensibility as regards the impressive value of the words and sounds with which they compose, to communicate this value to their readers. They are often moved to represent, around the principal word, the phonemes that characterize it, in such a way that, in short, this word becomes the generator of the entire line in which it appears. M. Grammont, Trait de Phonetic Paris, Delagrave, 1933. In all this, the labor of the signifier always appears as a positive assemblage, concurrent with that of the signified, which sometimes coincide, and sometimes diverge, to cite phonagy again, but in any case the outcome is merely a subjacent current of signification, no question of escaping the being of discourse. And it could not be otherwise from a perspective that conceives the poetic as the autonomization of one of the functional categories of the order of discourse. The other Jacobsonian formula maintains this illusion: the poetic function projects the principle of equivalence from the axis of selection to the axis of combination. Equivalence is promoted to the rank of the constitutive process of the sequence. In poetry, one syllable is equalized with any other syllable of the same sequence. Word stress is assumed to equal word stress, as unstress equals unstress, long is matched with long, short is matched with short. Jacobson. Linguistics and Poetics in Language and Literature, ed. K. Pomorska and S. Rudy, Cambridge, Mass., Harvard. 1987, p. 71. Of course, articulation is no longer that of customary syntax. It is always rather a question of a constructive architecture. That anything other than a scansion of equivalence could start to play a role in prosody is never envisaged. Jacobson is content to substitute the ambiguity of the signified for the ambivalence of the signifier. Ambiguity is what characterizes the poetic and distinguishes it from the discursive. Ambiguity is an intrinsic, inalienable character of any self-focused message. Briefly, a corollary feature of poetry, Jacobson, Linguistics and Poetics, p. 85. The machinations of ambiguity are among the very roots of poetry. Empson, 7 Types of Ambiguity, London, Chatto and Windus, 1963. Jacobson again. Page 215. Page 216. The supremacy of the poetic function over the referential function does not obliterate the reference but makes it ambiguous. The double-sensed message finds correspondence in a split addresser, a split addressee, as well as in a split reference. Linguistics and Poetics, p. 85. In this way, all the categories of discursive communication work loose in the poetic, all, curiously, except the code, of which Jacobson does not speak. What does the code become? does it too become ambiguous? But it would then be the end of langue and linguistics. Ambiguity is not dangerous in itself. It does not change the principles of identity and equivalence in the slightest, nor does it change the principle of meaning as value, it merely produces floating values, renders identities diffuse, and makes the rules of the referential game more complex, without abolishing anything. Thus, for Jacobson, the ambiguous sender and addressee merely signifies the uncoupling of the I/U relation, internal to the message, from the author/reader relation. The positions of the respective subjects have not been lost, in some sense they expand indefinitely. Subjects become unsettled in their subject positions. Thus the message becomes unsettled. Ambiguous, in its definition, all categories, sender, addressee, message, referent, move, work loose in their respective positions, but the structural grid of discourse remains the same. The machinations of ambiguity do not therefore make a great deal of difference to the form of discourse. Jacobson has this bold formula. Poetry does not consist in adding rhetorical ornament to discourse, it involves a total revaluation of discourse and all its components, whatever they may be. Bold and ambiguous, since the components, sender/addressee, message/code, etc., maintain their separate existences. They are simply revalued. The general economy remains the same, the political economy of discourse. At no point does this thought advance to the point of the abolition of separate functions, the abolition of the subject of communication. And therefore the sender/addressee distinction, the abolition of the message as such, and therefore of all the codes. Structural autonomy. All this work, in which the radical character of the poetic act consists, is swamped by ambiguity, and by a certain hesitation as regards linguistic categories. A discourse within a discourse, a message centered on itself. All this merely defines a rhetoric of ambiguity. But the ambiguous discourse, squinting at itself, a strabismus of signs, remains the discourse of positivity, the discourse of the sign as value. In the poetic, by contrast, language turns back on itself to be abolished. It is not centered on itself, it decenters itself. It undoes the entire process of the constructive logic of the sign, resolving all the internal specularity that makes a sign a sign, something full, reflected, centered on itself, and, as such, effectively ambiguous. The poetic is the loss of the spectacular closure of the sign and the message. At bottom, this is the same metaphysics that has governed the theory of artistic forms since Romanticism, the bourgeois metaphysics of totality. Art. Page 216. Page 217. Should properly evoke this quality of being a whole and of belonging to the larger, all-inclusive, whole which is the universe in which we live. John Dewey, Art as Experience, pages 1945, quoted in Umberto Eco, The Open Work Tr. Anna Cancani, London, Hutchinson Radius, 1989, p. 26. Eco appropriates this cosmology for himself, and retranscribes it in linguistic terms. The totalization of meaning takes place by means of a chain reaction and the infinite subdivision of signifieds. All this is attained by means of an identification between signifier and signified. The aesthetic sign is not confined to a given denotatum, but rather expands every time the structure within which it is inevitably embodied is duly appreciated. A sign whose signified, resounding relentlessly against its signifier, keeps acquiring new echoes. Ibid, p. 36. This, then, is a schema of a first, denotative, phase of reference, followed by a second phase of harmonic reference, where a theoretically unlimited chain reaction is operative, hence the evocation of the cosmic. This theory serves as the basic ideology of everything we have been able to say about the poetic, nor does psychoanalysis. Escape this ambiguity, polysemia, polyvalence, polyphony of meaning. It is always a matter of the radiation of the signified, of a simultaneity of significations. The linear character of discourse hides an harmonious concert of different messages. Phonology, Diogene, 51, p. 104. The semantic density of language, the wealth of information, etc., the poet liberates all sorts of virtualities, with, as a corollary, a differential hermeneutics of the role played by the reader. Every interpretation enriches the text with that reader's personal harmonies. This whole myth plays on a savage preconceptual anteriority and a virginity of meaning. The poet rejects the usual and appropriate term for the concept, which is a skeletal reduction of all previous experiences, when he finds himself in front of an untamed, virginal, reality. The word must be recreated each time from an intense personal experience. The skeleton of the thing in itself must be attired in living flesh so as to give it the concrete reality the thing has for me. Ibid, p. 97. We are no longer sure whether to undress the concept or dress it up in order to rediscover the virginity of the poetic. In any case, it is a question of uncovering the secret correspondences that might exist between things. This romantic theory, with its conception of genius, paradoxically turns out to be rewritten today in terms of information theory. This polyphonic wealth can be put in terms of additional information. At the level of the signified, Petrarch's poetry constitutes a large capital of information on love, echo, the open work, p. 54. At the level of the signifier a certain type of disorder, rupture, and negation of the customary and predictable linguistic order increases the rate of information of the message. There would be a dialectical tension between the elements of order and disorder that can serve as a base rate within the poetic. Whereas the most probable use of the linguistic system would yield nothing, the unexpectedness of the page 217. Page 218. Poetic, its relative improbability, determines a minimum rate of information. Here again, the poetic gives you more. Thus the semiological imaginary easily reconciles romantic polyphony and quantitative description. The structure of poetry can most rigorously be described and interpreted in terms of a chain of possibilities. A superior accumulation at mid-range frequencies of a certain class of phonemes, or the contrasting assemblage of two opposed classes in the phonemic texture of a line, a strophe, or a poem, plays the role of a subjacent current of signification. Phonology, Diogene, 51. In language, form has a manifestly granular structure, which is open to a quantitative description, Jacobson. With this, we can confront Kristeva. Words are not non-decomposable entities held together by their meaning, but assemblages of signifying phonemic and scriptural atoms leaping from word to word, thus creating unsuspected and unconscious relations between the elements of the discourse. This putting into relation of signifying elements constitutes a signifying infrastructure of the langue. Julia Kristeva, Poésie et Négativite, in Semidiotique Paris, Seuil, 1969, p. 185. All these formulas converge on the idea of a Brownian stage of language, an emulsional stage of the signifier, homologous to the molecular stage of physical matter, that liberates harmonies of meaning just as fission or fusion liberate new molecular affinities. The whole conceived as an infrastructure, a subjacent current, that is to say, as a logically prior, or structurally more elementary, stage of discourse, just like matter. This is a scientistic, materialist view of discourse, where the atom and the molecule are properly assimilated to the secondary articulation of language, as the molecular stage and original stage, prior to the differentiating organization of meaning is to the poetic. Besides, Kristeva is not afraid of her own metaphor, she says that modern science has broken the body down into simple elements in the same way as poetic linguistics has disarticulated signification into signifying atoms. There, concurrently with the metaphysics of primary articulation, the metaphysics of signifieds, bound to the play of signifying units, what we might call the metaphysics of secondary articulation takes shape, in which the effect of infrastructural signification is bound up with the play of distinct units, the minimal entities of discourse, where they are once again taken as positive valencies, just as atoms and molecules have an elementary valency, as phonemic materiality whose assemblage takes place in terms of linkages and probabilities. But the poetic is no more based on the autonomous articulation of the phonemic levy than on that of words or syntax. It does not play secondary articulation off against the primary. 10. It is the abolition of the analytic distinction of the articulations on which language's capacity for discourse and its operational autonomy rests, as the means of expression, and as the object of linguistics. In any case, why should the phonemic level be more materialist than that of the lexical concept or the sentence? As soon as we Page 218. Page 219. Turn the phonemic into minimal substances, the phoneme, like the atom, becomes an idealist reference. With the physics of the atom, science relentlessly entrenches its positivist rationality. It has not brought the phonemic any closer to another mode, which would presuppose the respective extermination of the object and subject of science. Perhaps today it is reaching its borders, at the same time as materialism is in total theoretical crisis, without meanwhile being able to step beyond its shadow. There is no dialectical transition between science, even at the apogee of its crisis, and something perhaps beyond it and irremediably separated from it, since science is founded on the basis of the denegation, not dialectical negation, but denegation, of dialectics. The most rigorous materialism will never lead beyond the principle of the rationality of value. Telkel have taken the deconstruction of the sign furthest, up to the total liberation of the signifier. End of the mortgage of the signified and the message. There is no polysemia, it is the signifier that is plural. No more ambiguity of the message, just the intertextuality of the signifier, which is linked with and is produced by its pure material logic. The endless text of the paragram, significance is the real level of the productivity of language, a productivity beyond value, opposed to the signification of the sign product. Julia Kristeva, in Poesy et Negativite, pages 185 ff, comes closest to acknowledging a poetic form, even if the superstition of a materialist production of meaning leads her nevertheless, by returning the poetic to the semiotic order, to censoriously describe it as a radical alternative. She posits the ambivalence of the poetic signified, and not its mere ambiguity. It is concrete and general at the same time, it includes both logical affirmation and negation. It announces the simultaneity of the possible and the impossible. Far from postulating the concrete versus the general, it explodes this conceptual break. Bivalent logic, 0/1, is abolished by ambivalent logic. Hence the very particular negativity of the poetic. The bivalent logic of discourse rests on the negation internal to the judgment. It founds the concept and its self-equivalence. The signified is what it is. The negativity of the poetic is a radical negativity bearing on the logic of judgment itself. Something is and is not what it is. A utopia, in the literal sense, of the signified. The thing's self-equivalence, and, of course, the subject's, is volatilized. Thus the poetic signified is the space where non-being intertwines with being in a thoroughly disconcerting manner. But there is a danger, which can be seen in outline in Kristeva's work, of taking this space as a topic again, and taking the intertwining as, once again, the dialectic. There is a danger of filling this space up with every figure of substitution. Metaphor, metonymy, and all the tropes are inscribed in space surrounded by this double semantic structure. The danger of the metaphor, of an economy of metaphor that remains positive. In Christova's chosen example, Baudelaire's meubles. Voluptueux, voluptuous furniture, the poetic effect does not stem from an added erotic value, a play of additional phantasms, nor from a metaphorical or metonymic value. It. Page 219. Page 220. Stems from the short circuit of the two, the furniture being no longer furniture and the voluptuous pleasure no longer being voluptuous pleasure. The furniture, meubles, becomes voluptuous, and the voluptuous pleasure becomes mobile. Nothing remains of the two separated fields of value. Neither of the two terms is poetic in itself, no more than their synthesis is. They are poetic in that the one is volatilized in the other. There is no relation between poetic enjoyment and the voluptuous pleasure as such. In love, there is only voluptuous pleasure, but it becomes enjoyment when it is volatilized into furniture. And the furniture is cancelled by the voluptuous pleasure in the same way. The same reversal sweeps away the proper position of each term. It is in this sense that Rimbaud's formula stands. It is true literally, in every sense. Metaphor is simply the transfer of value from one field to the other, to the point of the absorption of a multiplicity of texts, meanings, in the message. Christeva, Poésie et Négativité, p. 194. The poetic implies the reversibility of one field onto the other, and thus the annulment of their respective values. Whereas values are combined, implicated, and intertextualist. In the metaphor, according to a play of harmonies, the secret accord of language, in poetic enjoyment they are annulled. Radical ambivalence is nonvalence. Christeva, then, reduces the radical theory of ambivalence to a theory of intertextuality and the plurality of codes. They poetic can no longer be distinguished from discourse save by the infinite nature of its code. It is a plural discourse, the other only being the limit case of a monological discourse, a discourse with only one code. There is therefore a place for both types of discourse in a general semiotics. The semiotic practice of speech discourse is only one possible semiotic practice. Ibid. p. 215. Semanalysis has a duty to take them all into account, without exclusion, that is to say, without neglecting the irreducibility of the poetic, but equally without reducing it to the logic of the sign. Semanalysis has a duty to constitute a non-reductive typology of the plurality of semiotic practices. There is an increasing intricacy of the different logics of meaning. The functioning of speech la parole is impregnated with paragrammatism, just as the functioning of poetic language is circumscribed by the laws of speech. Ibid. p. 214. Once again Stravinsky's doubts about Saussure come to the surface, the latter's tolerance of both the poetic and the discursive in the name of universal rules of language, here in the name of a genuinely materialist science called semiotics. In fact, this is a reductive and repressive position. For from the poetic to the discursive there is no difference. In their respective articulation of meaning, there is a radical antagonism. Neither of them is an infrastructure of signification, would the logical discourse on it be its superstructure. Further, discourse, logos, is not a particular case. In the infinity of codes, it is the code that puts an end to infinity, it is the discourse of closure that puts an end to the poetic, to the para and the. Page 220. Page 221. Anagrammatic. Conversely, it is on the basis of its dismantling, its destruction, that language revives the possibility of infinity. In fact, infinity of codes is a bad term, since it permits the amalgam of the one and the infinite in the mathematics of the text, and their distribution along a single chain. It must be said, in terms of radical incompatibility. An antagonism, that it is on the basis of the destruction of the discourse of value that language revives the possibility of ambivalence. This is the poetic revolution in relation to discourse, where the one can only be the death of the other. The semiotic project is only a more subtle way of neutralizing the radically of the poetic and saving the hegemony of linguistics, rebaptized semiotics, no longer by pure and simple annexation, but under of the ideology of plurality. The subversion of linguistics by the poetic does not stop here, it leads one to wonder whether the rules of language even hold good for the field of language over which they prevail, that is to say, in the dominant sphere of communication. Similarly, the failure of political economy to give an account of anterior societies leads one, as an after effect, to wonder if these principles have any value for us. Now it is true that the immediate practice of language is somewhat resistant to the rational abstraction of linguistics. O'Manani puts this well in the ellipsis in the bar. Linguistics originates from the bar it has installed between the signifier and the signified, and their reunion spells its death, which brings us back to conversation in everyday life. L et la bar, in clefs pour l'imaginaire. p. 35. The Saussurian bar has facilitated the renewal of linguistic theory from top to bottom. In the same way, Marxism, by means of the concept of a material infrastructure opposed to the superstructure, has established something like an objective and revolutionary analysis of society. Science is based on rupture. In exactly the same way, a science, a rationalist practice, organization, originates from the distinction between theory and practice. Every science and every rationality lasts as long as this rupture lasts. Dialectics makes endless formal adjustments to this rupture, it never resolves it. To dialecticize the infra and the superstructure, theory and practice, or even signifier and signified, langue and parole, is merely a vain effort at totalization. Science lives and dies with the rupture. This is indeed why current non-scientific practice, both linguistic and social, is revolutionary in some way, because it does not make these kinds of distinctions. Just as it has never made a distinction between mind and body, whereas every dominant religion and philosophy survives only on the basis of this distinction, so are everybody's immediate end. Savage social practices do not make a distinction between theory and practice, infra and superstructure, of itself and without debating the issue, it is transversal, beyond rationality, whether bourgeois or Marxist. Theory, good Marxist theory, never analyses real social practice, it analyzes the object that it produces for itself through separating this practice into an infra and a. Page 221. Page 222. Superstructure, or, in other words, it analyzes the social field that it produces for itself through the dissociation between theory and practice. Theory will never lead back to practice since it only exists through having vivisected it, fortunately. This practice is beginning to return to and even overcome it. But this brings with it the end of dialectical and historical materialism. In the same way, the immediate, everyday linguistic practice of speech and the speaking subject pays no attention to the distinction between the sign and the world, nor that between signifier and signified, the arbitrary character of the sign, etc. Benvenisti says and acknowledges this, but only as regards memory, since this is precisely the stage that science overcomes it and leaves it far behind. It interests only the linguistic subject, the subject of the langue, which is at the same time the subject of knowledge, Benvenisti himself. Somewhere, however, the other is right, speaking in advance. Endeca of the distinction between sign and world, in total superstition the other, along with ourselves and even Benvenisti, knows more, it is true, about the essentials than Benvenisti the linguist. For the methodology of the Separation of signifier and signified holds no better than the methodology of the separation of the mind and the body. They same imaginary in both cases. In the one case, Psychoanalysis 11 came to say what this was, as, in the other, did poetics. But there has basically never been any need for psychoanalysis nor for poetics, no one has ever believed in them apart from the scholars and linguists themselves, just as, in the final analysis, no one has ever believed in economic determinism other than economic scientists and their Marxist critics. Virtually, and literally, speaking, there has never been a linguistic subject, it is not even true of we who speak that we purely and simply reflect the code of linguistics. Likewise, there has never been an economic subject, a homo economicus. This fiction has never been inscribed anywhere other than in a code. There has never been a subject of consciousness, and there has never been a subject of the unconscious. In the simplest practice, there is always something that cuts across these simulation models, which are all rational models. There has always been a radically absent from every code, every objective rationalization, that has basically only ever given rise to a single great subject, the subject of knowledge, whose form is shattered from today, from now, by undivided speech. Point 12. Basically we have all known this for much longer than Descartes, Saussure, Marx, and Freud. The wits, or the phantasm of the economic in Freud. Is there an affinity between the poetic and the psychoanalytic? If it is clear that poetic form, dissemination, reversibility, strict delimitation of the corpus, cannot be reconciled with linguistic form, the signifier-signified equivalence, linearity of the signifier, undefined corpus, it seems, on the contrary, that it intersects with psychoanalytic form, primary processes. Page 222. Page 223. Displacement, condensation, etc. In the dream, the lapsus, the symptom, and the joke, or mot d'esprit, everywhere the unconscious works, we can, with Freud, read the distortions of the signifier-signified relation, the linearity of the signifier, the discrete sign. This distortion of discourse, excess, and transgression of language, where the phantasm operates, marks enjoyment. But what of desire and the unconscious in the poetic, and up to what point does libidinal economy account for it? The poetic and the psychoanalytic do not mix. The symbolic mode is not that of the labor of the unconscious. To question the poetic as Freud does is therefore to question psychoanalysis from the standpoint of the symbolic. The analysis in reverse is always the only one that, by means of this very reversal, allows us to escape theory, which is purely and simply the exercise of power. Freud's analysis of the joke, the mot d'esprit, can serve as our guiding thread, for otherwise there is no theorized difference in Freud between the properly symptomatic field and that of the work of art and artistic creation. The concept of sublimation, as we know, suffers from a lack of rigor and an hereditary idealism. This is a point of considerable importance. If the poem is neither a lapsus nor a mot d'esprit, there is nothing to account for it in the theory of the unconscious. Contrary to Saussure, who is not concerned with poetic pleasure nor even with any cause or finality whatever of what he describes, Freud's analysis is functional. It is a theory of enjoyment jouissance in which work on the signifier is always related to the fulfillment of a desire. Moreover, this is an economic theory of enjoyment. The wits, the mot d'esprit or joke moves more rapidly, by way of shortcuts and short circuits, towards what it means to say, and it says things, it liberates significations that would never have existed without it, other than at the cost of considerable conscious intellectual effort. It is this ellipsis of psychical distance that is the source of enjoyment. In other words, the joke lifts the censorship, and the subversion this bring about liberates the energies bound to the superego and the process of repression. The liberation of affects, the disinvestment of unconscious or preconscious representations, the disinvestment of the repressing psychical agency. In any case, enjoyment emerges from a residue, an excess or a differential quantum of energy made available by the operation of the wits. In this sense, concision, or the multiple use of the same material in different modalities, is a fundamental characteristic of the mot d'esprit. Always economizing on effort, a single signifier may signify at multiple levels. We draw a maximum of sometimes contradictory significations from a minimum of signifiers. It is futile to insist on analogies with the poetic mode. The multiple use of the same material evokes Saussures' anagram, coupling the necessary delimitation of the corpus and the maximal energy in signs of which Nietzsche speaks. Freud too says of the poet that polyphonic orchestration allows him to emit messages on the threefold levels of clear consciousness, the subconscious, and the uncon. Page 223. Page 224. Sias. In every instance so much energy is economized in relation to the ordinary system of distributing investments. In the polygon of forces that is the psychical apparatus, enjoyment is like the result of a sort of shortcut, or rather of the transversality of the wits, which, cutting a diagonal across the diverse layers of the psychical apparatus, catches up with its objective with less expenditure, even effortlessly attaining unforeseen objectives, yielding a kind of energetic surplus value, the enjoyment premium, the yield of pleasure. This energetic calculus has something of the whiff of capital about it, the capital of a saving of energy. Freud continually employs this term, where enjoyment never comes about save by the subtraction, by default, of a residue or a surplus from an investment, but never an excess, or even from nothing at all, from an inverse process of expenditure, the abolition of energies and finalities. We are not speaking primarily about labor, or even the signifier, because this level is never primary for Freud. His libidinal economy is based on the existence of unconscious contents, effects and representations, of a repression and a production of the repressed, a calculated investment that steers this production towards an equilibrium, the resolution of tension, of bound and unbound energies. Freudian enjoyment takes place and is spoken of in terms of forces and quanta of energy. In the wits or the dream, the play of signifiers is never in itself the articulation of enjoyment, it only opens roads to phantasmatic or repressed contents. The unconscious is a medium, which is never a message in itself, since something like desire strictly understood in terms of the topological or the economic theory is necessary in order that it, the idea that speaks in its own voice. The play of the signifier is only ever the tracery of desire. Here, around the unconscious mode of production, and its mode of representation, is where the entire problem of libidinal economy and the critique of libidinal economy is posed, in the perspective of an enjoyment that never had anything to do with the economic. In the psychopathology of everyday life, Freud says of the slip of the tongue, the lapsus, the reader's preparedness alters the text and reads into it something which he is expecting or with which he is occupied. The only contribution towards a misreading which the text itself need make is that of affording some resemblance in the verbal image, which the reader can alter in the sense he requires. Standard Edition, Volume 6. 1960, pages 11213. It is of course a matter of a latent, repressed content, waiting to leap up and profit from the fantasies, the interstices and the weak points of logical discourse in order to cause an explosion. This, at the level of discourse, is what happens to the body in the concept of anaklesis. Desire profits from the satisfaction of a physiological need in order to invest libidinally in a particular zone of the body, diverting the pure and simple function, organic logic, towards the fulfillment of desire. While this is true, it is not entirely true, since the articulation of the need and the desire has never been clarified. Between the two terms, so thoughtlessly formulated, on the page 224. Page 225. One hand is the determinate completion of a function, and on the other as the indeterminate fulfillment of a desire. The concept of anaklesis is only a bridging concept that articulates nothing at all. Here libidinal economy suffers from the same layering of the concept of need as does the economy in general. Between the subject and the object, there is need. Between the need and the desire, there is anaklesis, the same as in linguistic economy, between the signifier and the signified, or between the sign and the world, there is, or is not, a motivation. All these layerings have the discrete charm of an insoluble science. If the articulation is impossible, it is because the terms have been badly formulated, because their very position is untenable. Somewhere, doubtless, the autonomization of desire in the face of need, of the signifier in the face of the signified, and of the subject in the face of the object, is only an effect of science. But the economies that follow from all this have a hard time, since they do not want to renounce the regular oppositions by which they live. Desirinade, unconscious-conscious, primary-secondary process, and so on. Is the pleasure principle itself anything other than the psychoanalytic reality principle? It is certain, however, that psychoanalysis has given the signifier-signified relation an almost poetic slant. The signifier, instead of manifesting the signified in its presence, is in an inverse relation with it. It signifies the signified in its absence and its repression, in accordance with a negativity that never used to appear in linguistic economy. The signifier is in a necessary, not an arbitrary, relation with the signified, but only as the presence of something is with its absence. It signifies the lost object and takes the place of this loss. The concept of representation could hardly, in psychoanalysis, be situated between an objective reality on the one hand and its signifying figuration on the other, but rather between an hallucinated reality, anemic image of a lost object of satisfaction, on the one hand, and a substitute object on the other, whether it is a formula object like that constituted by the phantasm, or an instrumental contraption such as the fetish may be. S. Leclerc. Psychanalyzer Paris, Seuil, 1968, p. 65. Linguistic equivalence is lost, since the signifier is instead of and in the place of something else which no longer is, nor has it ever been. It is always therefore what it no longer is. The fetish object, in its vacillating identity, is the endless metaphoric series of what is permanently denied, the absence of the phallus in the mother, sexual difference. The removal of identifying marks from psychoanalytic signification in relation to linguistics is well formulated by Manani. By introducing the signifier, we make meaning lose its balance. This is not because the signifier brings with it a collection of signifieds of the sort that a semantics of the traditional type might locate them, but because we interpret Saussures' ellipsis as if it kept the place of the signified empty, a place which can only become full again in the different discourses in which a single signifier is then the common element. If we also uncouple the signifier from the weight, page 225, page 226, of the signified, it is not in order to give it over to the laws which linguistics discovers in every manifest discourse, but in order that it may be said to obey the law of the primary process, by means of which it escapes, if only for a hesitant moment, the apparent constraints of a discourse that always tends towards the univocal, even though it exploits the equivocal. L. ellipse et la bar, p. 46. A remarkable passage. But what is this blank signified that successive discourses will fill? What is a signifier liberated so as to be given over to another order? Can we take this play from the linguistic categories of the signifier and the signified without shattering the bar which separates them. The bar is the strategic element which establishes both the principle of non-contradiction in the sign, and its components as values. This is a coherent structure, so we cannot inject just anything into it, such as ambivalence, contradiction, or the primary process. Benveniste puts things clearly into focus in his critique of Freud's Gegensätze Urwort, on the antithetical meaning of primal words, 1910, Standard Edition, Volume 11, 1957, pages 155 ff. It is thus improbable a priori that languages, however archaic they are assumed to be, escape the principle of contradiction. Let us suppose that a language exists in which large and small are expressed identically, then the distinction between large and small literally has no meaning. For it is indeed contradictoriness to impute to a language both a knowledge of two notions as opposite while, at the same time, the expression of these notions as identical. E. Benveniste, Problems in General Linguistics Tr. Mary Elizabeth Meek, Miami, University of Miami Press, 1971, p. 71. And this is correct, ambivalence is never part of linguistic signification. It being proper to language to express only what it is possible to express, it is as absurd to imagine a meaning that would not be conveyed by some distinction, as it is on the other hand, to imagine a signifier that would mean everything. To imagine a state of language in which a certain object would be denominated as being itself and, at the same time, something else, and in which the relation expressed would be a relation of permanent contradiction, in which everything would be itself and something else, and hence neither self nor the other, is to imagine a pure chimera. Ibid, pages 712. Benveniste knows what he is talking about, since all linguistic rationalization is there in order to prevent precisely this. There is no risk of the ambivalence of the repressed rising to the surface of linguistic science, since the latter is in its entirety a part of the repressing agency. But within its own order, linguistic science is right, nothing will ever participate in language that does not obey the principles of non-contradiction, identity and equivalence. It is not a matter of saving linguistics, it is a matter of seeing that Benveniste is clear-sighted concerning the choice to be made here. Moreover, he is only clear-sighted here because it is a matter of protecting his field from incursions from other fields. He tolerates the existence of a symbolic area somewhere else, but this area is discourse, not language. Page 226. Page 227. Stay at home and language will be well protected. We cannot be content to interpret the Saussurian ellipsis and bar in order to return the sign to the primary process, to bring it under analysis. The entire architecture of the sign must be demolished, even its equation must be broken, and it is not enough merely to multiply the unknown factors. Alternatively, then, we must assume that psychoanalysis still makes room somewhere for a certain mode of signification and representation, a certain mode of value and expression. This is in fact precisely what Manini's empty signified stands for. The place of the signified remains marked as that of the mobile contents of the unconscious. If therefore we are, with the psychoanalytic signifier, beyond all logical equivalence, we are not, for all that, outside nor beyond value. For in its hesitation trebuchet, it always designates what it represents as value in absentia, under the sign of repression. Value is no longer logically conveyed by the signifier, it haunts it phantasmatically. The bar separating them has changed its meaning, but it remains nevertheless. There indeed remains a potential signified, a repressed signifier with an unresolved value content, on the one hand, and a signifier, itself an instance established as such by repression, on the other. In fact, there is no longer any equivalence, but equally, there is no more ambivalence, that is, dissolution of value. Here, lies the difference with the poetic, where the loss of value is radical. There is no more value in the poetic, not even absent or repressed, to nourish a residual signifier in the form of a symptom, a phantasm, or a fetish. The fetish object is not poetic, precisely because it is opaque, more saturated with value than any other, because the signifier is not disintegrated in it but, on the contrary, is fixed, crystallized by a value that is forever buried and forever hallucinated as a lost reality. There is no longer a means of unblocking the system, forever caught fast in the obsession with meaning, in the fulfillment of a perverse desire that comes to fill the empty form of the object with meaning. In the poetic, the symbolic, the signifier disintegrates absolutely, whereas in psychoanalysis it endlessly shifts under the effect of the primary processes, and is distorted following the folds of repressed values. Whether distorted, transversal or in points decapitan, as Lacan says, the psychoanalytic signifier remains a surface indexed on the turbulent reality of the unconscious, whereas in the poetic it diffracts and radiates in the anagrammatic process. It no longer falls under the blows of the law that erects it, nor under the blows of the repressed which binds it. It no longer has anything to designate, not even the ambivalence of a repressed signified. It is nothing more than the dissemination and the absolution of value, experienced, however, without the shadow of anxiety, in total enjoyment. The illumination of the work of art or the symbolic act comes from the point of the non-repressed, the point of no return, where the repression and the incessant repetition of meaning in the phantasm, or the fetish, the incessant repetition of the prohibition and value, are lifted, where death and the dissolution of meaning play without hindrance. Page 227. Page 228. Grasp in what has been written a symptom of what has been silenced, Nietzsche, Beyond Good and Evil Trrj. Hollingdale, Harmonsworth, Penguin, 1990. A psychoanalytic proposition par excellence, everything that means something, particularly scientific discourse in its transparency, has the function of silencing. And what it silences comes back to haunt it in an easygoing but irreversible subversion of its discourse. This is the place of the psychoanalytic, in the non-place relative to every logical discourse. The poetic, however, silences nothing, and does not come back to haunt it. For it is always death that is repressed and silenced. It is actualized here in the sacrifice of meaning. The nothing, death, absence, is overtly stated and resolved. Death is manifest at last, and is at last symbolized, whereas it is only symptomatic in all other formations of discourse. This, of course, signals the decline of all linguistics, which thrives on the bar of equivalence between what is said and what is meant, but it is also the end of psychoanalysis which, for its part, lives off the bar of repression between what is said and what is silenced, repressed, denied, phantasmatic and infinitely repeated in the mode of denial or denegation. Death. When, in a social formation or a formation of discourse, death speaks, is spoken and exchanged in a symbolic apparatus, psychoanalysis no longer has anything more to say. When Rimbaud says, of his saison and enfer, it is true. Literally, and in every sense, this also means that there is no hidden, latent, meaning, that nothing is repressed, that there is nothing behind it, that there is nothing for psychoanalysis. It is at this price that every meaning is possible. Linguistics originates from the bar it has installed between the signifier and the signified, and their reunion spells its death. Manani, L. et la bar, p. 35. Psychoanalysis too, originates from the bar it has installed, under the law of castration and repression, between what is said and what is silenced, or between an hallucinated reality and a substitute object. Leclerc, Psychanalyzer, p. 65. And for it, too, their reunion spells death. That there is no residue signifies that there is no longer a signifier and a signified, no signified behind the signifier, no structural bar distributing them on either side. It also signifies that there is no longer a repressed agency beneath a repressing agency, as there is in psychoanalysis, no longer a latent beneath a manifest, nor the primary processes playing hide and seek with the secondary processes. There is no signified, of whatever sort, produced by the poem, no more there is a dream thought behind the poetic text, nor a signifying formula, l'éclair, nor any kind of libido or potential energy, which somehow threads its way through the primary processes and would still testify to a productive economy of the unconscious. There is no more a libidinal than there is a political economy, nor of course than there is a linguistic economy, that is to say, a political economy of language. Because the economic, wherever it is based on the remainder, only the remainder permits production and reproduction. 13. Page 228. Page 229. Whether this remainder is that which is symbolically non-distributed and which re-enters commercial exchange and the circuit of commodity equivalence, whether this remainder is what is not exhausted in the anagrammatic circulation of the poem and enters the circuit of signification, or whether this remainder is quite simply the phantasm, that is to say, that which could not be resolved in the ambivalent exchange and death, and which, for this reason, is resolved as the precipitate of unconscious individual value, the repressed stock of scenes or representations which is produced and reproduced in accordance with the incessant compulsion to repeat. Market value, signified value, and unconscious/repressed value are all produced from what remains, from the residual precipitate of the symbolic operation. It is always this remainder that is accumulated and that fuels the diverse economies that govern our lives. To pass beyond economics, and if to change life has any meaning, it can only be this, is to exterminate this remainder in all domains. The poetic is the model of this, since it operates without equivalence, accumulation, or residue. To come back to the wits, can we not assume that enjoyment is the effect of economizing, of gaining potential due to the ellipsis of psychical distance, or the eruption of the primary process into the order of discourse, the eruption of a meaning beneath a meaning, or the deeper reality imposed by the presumed duality of the psychical agencies? Can we not assume that the finality of the other scene to come is produced by twisting this latter around, the finality of the return of the repressed as the psychical value of the very separation of the agencies, topographical hypothesis, and the corollary of a binding and an unbinding of energies from which, at a given moment, there would result the libidinal surplus value called enjoyment, economic hypothesis? Can we not assume that enjoyment happens on the contrary at the end of the separation of the separate fields, that it arises out of the very discrimination of the agencies, and therefore from the differential play of investments, and therefore from within the logical order of psychoanalysis? Is this the effect of the conflagration, the short circuit, Kurzschluss, telescoping between separate fields, phonemes, words, roles, institutions, that until then had meaning only due to their separation, and that lose their meaning in this brutal reconciliation that causes them to be exchanged? Is this not the wits, the effect of enjoyment where the separated subject is also lost, not only in the reflexive distance of consciousness, but also as regards the agency of the unconscious? The abolition of the superego at this moment, of the effort to maintain the discipline of the reality principle and the rationality of meaning, does not merely signify the effacement of the repressing agency to the advantage of the repressed agency, it signifies the simultaneous effacement of both. This is where we find something of the poetic in the wits and the comical, something beyond the compulsive resurrection of the phantasm and the fulfillment of desire. Freud cites Kant saying Das Komisch ist in nichts zergangen. Page 229. Page 230. Erwartung, the comic is a tense expectation that suddenly vanished, transformed into nothing. 14. In other words, where there used to be something, now there is nothing, not even the unconscious. Where there used to be some kind of finality, albeit unconscious, or even a value, albeit repressed, now there is nothing. Enjoyment is the hemorrhage of value, the disintegration of the code, the repressive logos. In the comic, the moral imperative of institutional codes, situations, roles, social characters, is lifted. In the wits, the moral imperative of the identity principle of words themselves, and even the subject, is eliminated for nothing, and certainly not in order to express the unconscious. Lichtenberg's definition of the knife, or the non-knife, an inspired and radically poetic witticism, retraces this explosion of meaning with no ulterior motive. A knife exists insofar as a blade and a handle exist and can be named separately. If the separation between the two is removed, and the blade and handle can only be reunited in their disappearance, as in Lichtenberg's joke, then, strictly speaking, there is no longer anything but enjoyment. The expectation of the knife, Kant said, the practical expectation, as well as the phantasmatic expectation, we know what the knife can mean to say. Vouloir, is resolved into nothing. And this is not a primary process, displacement, condensation, there is no eruption of something from behind the blade and the handle, there is nothing behind this nothing. End of separation, end of the unconscious. Total resolution, total enjoyment. The example of Lichtenberg is not an exceptional case. If we take a good look at them, all the examples of absurd logic, which is the limit of the wits, and the point at which enjoyment is at its most acute, chosen by Freud: the cauldron, the cake, the salmon mayonnaise, cats that have 2 holes cut in their skin precisely at the place where their eyes are, the child that, as soon as it comes into the world, is fortunate to find a mother to take care of it. All these examples can be analyzed in the same way, as the reduplication of an identity or a rationality that turns back on itself in order to disintegrate and be eliminated, as the reabsorption of a signifier into itself without a trace of meaning. Eifersucht ist die Leidenschaft, die mit Eifersucht, was Leidenschaft, an untranslatable wits, jealousy is a passion that with eagerness seeks what causes pain. Multiple use of the same material, thus pleasure from the deduction of energy. But Freud himself admits that the multiple use of the same material is also the most difficult to accomplish, the simplest still being saying 2 different things with the aid of different signifiers. What changes is that the 2 things are said simultaneously. But the essential thing then is the abolition of the time the signifier takes to unfold, its successivity. Pleasure derives not from the addition of signifieds under the same signifier, economistic interpretation, but from the elimination of the logical time of enunciation, which amounts to the cancellation of the signifier itself, anti-economistic interpretation. Moreover, the Eifersuchtwitz constitutes a proper Saussurian coupling. It realizes, at the level of a phrase and its antiphrase, what Saussure said of every vowel and its. Page 230. Page 231. Countervowel in a line. Here the rule operates at the level of an entire syntagma, whereas in Saussure it operates only on non-signifying elements, phonemes or diphonies, but the spark of pleasure, the wits, or the poem, always derives from the same rule of the signifier's revolution around itself. Meaning, the wealth of meaning or of multiple meanings does not matter. Quite the opposite, the signified often makes the pleasure of the wits relatively slight, and signifieds come to end the game to safeguard meaning. Whereas, in the infinitesimal lapse of time as the signifier turns back on itself, in the time of this cancellation, there is an infinity of meaning, a virtuality of infinite substitution, a crazy and ultra-fast expenditure, an instantaneous short circuit of all messages, but always non-signified. Meaning has not taken, it remains. In a state of centrifugal circulation, revolution, incessantly given and returned like goods in symbolic exchange, they never fall under the authority of value. Freud often speaks of joke technique, which he distinguishes from the basic process in this way. The joke technique consists in the use of the same name twice, once as a whole and again divided up into separate syllables, in the manner of a riddle. Standard Edition, Volume 8, 1960, p. 31. But this is nothing but technique. The same goes for the multiple use of the same material. All these techniques can be summarized under a single category, that is, condensation. The multiple use of the same material is a special case of condensation. Play upon words is nothing other than a condensation without substitute formation. Condensation remains the wider category. All these techniques are dominated by a tendency to compression, or rather to saving. It all seems to be a question of economy. In Hamlet's words, thrift, Horatio. Ibid, p. 42. What Freud neglects here is that the techniques of the wits are by themselves sources of pleasure. He affirms this, but only, however, in order to add, as quickly as possible. We now see that what we have described as the techniques of jokes are rather the sources from which jokes provide pleasure. The technique which is characteristic of jokes and peculiar to them, however, consists in their procedure for safeguarding the use of these methods for providing pleasure against the objections raised by criticism, which would put an end to the pleasure. Their function consists from the first in lifting internal inhibitions and in making sources of pleasure fertile which have been rendered inaccessible by those inhibitions. Ibid, p. 130. Thus everything that might have arisen from the procedure of the wits itself is referred back to an original source for which the wits is no longer anything other than a technical medium. The same schema applies to the pleasure of recognizing and remembering. This rediscovery of what is familiar is pleasurable, and once more it is not difficult for us to recognize this pleasure as a pleasure in economy and to relate it to economy in psychical expenditure. Recognition is pleasurable in itself. Page 231. Page 232. i.e., through relieving psychical expenditure. Rhymes, alliterations, refrains, and other forms of repeating similar verbal sounds which occur in verse, make use of the same source of pleasure, the rediscovery of something familiar. Ibid, pages 1212. Again, these techniques, which show so much similarity to that of multiple use in the case of jokes, Ibid, p. 122, have no meaning in themselves. They are subordinated to the resurgence of anemic content, conscious or unconscious. Amongst other things, it may be an originary or childhood phantasm, of which these techniques are only the means of expression. 15. Like the poetic, every interpretation of the wits in terms of the liberation of phantasms or psychical energy is false. When the signified begins to erupt and circulate in every sense, the simultaneity of signifieds from different levels of the psychical apparatus, the transversality of the signifier under the pressure of the primary processes, we do not laugh and we do not enjoy, there is only anguish, hallucination, and madness. Ambiguity and polysemia produce anguish, because the obsession with meaning, the moral law of signification, remains in its entirety, whereas a single, clear meaning no longer responds. Enjoyment, on the contrary, comes from what every imperative, every reference to meaning, manifest or latent, has swept aside, and this is only possible in an exact reversibility of all meaning, not in the proliferation, but in the meticulous reversal of all meaning. The same goes for energy, neither its explosive liberation, its unbinding, its solitary drift, nor its intensity is enjoyment. Reversibility is the only source of enjoyment. Point 16. When we laugh or enjoy, it is because, in one way or another, a twisting or distortion of the signifier or energy has managed to create a void. Thus the story of someone who loses his key in a dark alley and is looking for it under the street light, because this is the only chance he has of finding it. The lost key can be given every hidden meaning. Mother/death, phallus castration, etc., all undecidable for that matter, but this is unimportant. The void of logical reason is reduplicated exactly in order to be destroyed, and it is in the void thus created that the laugh and enjoyment burst out. Not, however, in order that this void emerges from its subsoil and establishes itself. Lyotard. Freud puts this extremely well, Entfesselung des Unsinns, the unleashing of nonsense. But nonsense is not the hidden hell of meaning sense, nor the emulsion of all the repressed and contradictory meanings. It is the meticulous reversibility of every term subversion. Through reversal, it is by means of the internal logic of the wits that one of its external characteristics must be interpreted. It shares itself out, it does not consume itself alone, it is meaningful only in exchange. The flash of wit or the funny story are like symbolic goods, like champagne, presents, rare goods, or women in primitive societies. The wits provokes laughter, or the reciprocity of another funny story, or even a veritable potluck of stories in succession. We know the symbolic network of complicity that binds certain. Page 232. Page 233. Stories or jokes, that go from one to the other as poetry used to. Here, everything answers to the symbolic obligation. 2. Keep a funny story to oneself is absurd, not to laugh is offensive, but to laugh first at one's own story also shatters the subtle laws of exchange in its own way. 17. The wits is necessarily inscribed in a symbolic exchange because it is bound to a symbolic, rather than an economic, mode of enjoyment. If this was a matter of psychical saving, we fail to see why everyone does not laugh alone, or is not the first to laugh with all this liberated psychical energy. There must, therefore, have been something other than unconscious economic mechanisms to compel reciprocity. This something else is precisely the symbolic cancellation of value. It is because terms are symbolically exchanged, that is to say become reversible and are cancelled in their own operations, that the poetic and the wits institute a social relation of the same type. Only subjects dispossessed of their identity, like words, are devoted to social reciprocity in laughter and enjoyment. An anti-materialist theory of language. We see the outline, in the psychoanalytic interpretation of the dream, of the wits, of neuroses and, by extension, of poetry, of a materialist theory of language. The work of the primary process is possible because the unconscious treats words as things. The signifier, escaping the horizon and the finality of the signified, becomes pure material once more. Available for another labor, an elementary material available for the foldings, transports and telescopings of the primary process. The phonemic substance of language takes on the immanence of the material thing, lapsing back into, if these formulae have any meaning at all, primary articulation, signifying units, perhaps even into secondary articulation. Distinct units, sounds, or even letters, are then conceived as the atoms of a substance no different from that of the body. It may seem that there was an unsurpassable radically of language here. To treat words as things would be in principle the fundamental operation of language, since it seems that we have the last word when we finally draw out a materialist base. But the same goes for materialism as it does for everything else. The philosophical destiny of this theory is to operate a simple overturning of idealism, without surpassing endless speculation, by simply alternating between the two. Hence the concepts of thing and of matter, negatively forged by idealism as its own hell, its negative phantasm, have passed silently into a positively real phase, indeed into a revolutionary explanatory principle, while losing none of the abstraction that they inherit from their origins. Idealism has created, in repression, the phantasm of a certain matter, which, laden with all the stigmata of idealist repression, re-emerges as materialism. Let's undertake a thorough examination of the concept of the thing by means of which we would like to delimit a beyond of representation. Having evacuated all transcendence, there remains a crude, opaque and objective matter, a substantial entity. Page 233. Page 234. A molar or molecular base of rocks or of language. But do we not see that idealism's last and most subtle resort is to have locked what it denied into this irreducible substantiality, to legitimate it as an adverse referent, as an alibi, and thus to disarm it as an effect of reality which becomes the best support for idealist thought. The thing, substance, infrastructure and matter have never had any other meaning. Even the materialist theory of language falls into the same trap of idealist interdependence. It is not true that words, when they cease to be representations and lose the signs rationale, become things, thus incarnating a more fundamental status of objectivity, a surplus reality, a rediscovered stage of final appeal. There is no worse miscomprehension. To treat words as things, in order to express the thing, the unconscious, in order to materialize a latent energy. Expression always falls into the trap, unless it is the repressed, the unsaid, perhaps the unsayable, that here becomes a positive reference, of assuming the force of an authority, an agency, rather than a substance. Western thought cannot bear, and has at bottom never been able to bear, a void of signification, a non-place and a non-value. It requires a topography and an economics. The radical reabsorption of the sign inaugurated in the poetic, and doubtless in the wits as well, has to become the decipherable sign of an unsaid, of something that perhaps will never give up its code, but that thereby merely augments its value. Of course, I understand that psychoanalysis is not a vulgar hermeneutics, it is a more subtle hermeneutics in that something else, another world, another scene is always going on behind the operation of the material signifier, whose twists and turns can always be captured by a specialist discourse. Enjoyment is never purely and simply consumption or consummation. The libido always becomes metabolic in this operation, it always speaks from the depths of phantasm, it always releases affects. In short, linguistic material is already finalized by a positive transformation, here a transcription, it always warrants an interpretation, which envelopes it as its analytic reason. 18. The thing hides itself and hides something else. To look for the force is to look for the signifier. A profound motivation of the sign symptom, a consubstantiality of word and thing, of the fate of language and the fate of the pulsion, the figure, and the force. A libidinal economy whose principle is always to metaphores, or metonymus, the unconscious, the body, the libido and the phantasm in a linguistic disorder. In linguistic motivation, it is always the arbitrary character of the sign that yields to the positive analogy of the signifier and the thing signified. In psychoanalytic motivation, it is a reverse necessity that binds the deconstructed signifier to a primary energetic potential. Here, motivation appears as the transgression of a form by an insurrectional content. The blind surreality of the libido punctures language's reality principle and its transparency. This is how, in the best cases, the poetic is interpreted. Luciano Berio's organic sound, Artaud's theatre of cruelty, groans, screams and gasps, the incantation and eruption of the body into. Page 234. Page 235. The repressive interiorist space of language. The eruption of the partial pulsions constitutes a partial surface under the Seal of repression, simultaneously transgressive and regressive, for this is precisely only the revolution of a repressed content, marked as such by the hegemony of form. This is better than Swinburne's breeze, but it still has to do with motivation and metaphor, a vitalist, energetic, corporealist metaphor of the theatre of cruelty. Therefore, in the final analysis, it is a finalist metaphor, even if it is a matter of a savage finality. The magic of a liberation of an original force, we know Artaud's often shocking affinity with magic and exorcism, and even, in Heliogable, with orgiastic mysticism. Metaphysics is always at the crossroads, as it is at the crossroads of the economic energetic view of the unconscious processes. Put simply, that is, the concept of the unconscious, the metaphysical temptation to make the unconscious as substantial as a body, and thus the finality of its liberation. The contemporary illusion of the repression that forms the unconscious as a content, as a force. Form triumphs by circumscribing what it denies as content, and delimiting it within a finality of the expression of content or the resurrection of forces. On this point, there is not so much difference between linguistics and psychoanalysis, since in both there is always the same attempt to base the poetic in the connaturality of the discourse and its object. The distance from words to things is altered by the use made of the thing in the word, by the mediation of its flesh and the echoes its flesh might make, in the caverns of sensibility, of the rumbling created by the thing. J.F. Lyotard, Discours, Figure Paris, Klinck-Seek, 1971, p. 77. Thus the linguists try at best to preserve the symbolic value of sound against the thesis of the arbitrary. Further on, Lyotard writes, "The thing is not introduced into language, but its linguistic arrangement spreads it out over words, and between them, the rhythms consonant with those that the thing discussed in the discourse sets up in our body." Ibid, pp. 778. What miracle makes the thing consonant with the word through the medium of the body? Not rhythm, but metaphor. In effect, this is a matter of a positive economy of the metaphor, the idea of a reconciliation between the thing and the word, given back its materiality. But this is false. If it is true that logical discourse denies the materiality of the word, the word corpor, the poetic is not, by means of a simple inversion, the resurrection of the word as thing. Far from making the thing appear, it aims to destroy language itself as a thing. The poetic is precisely the mutual volatilization of the status of thing and discourse. That is to say that it aims at the extermination of language as discourse, but also as materiality. Not by repressing it as discourse does, but by taking it to task to the point of annihilating it. This is how even Kristeva, following Heraclitus and Lucretius, states a materialist theory of the signifier: words do not express the movement of the real, they are it. Not by means of the mediation of ideas, but through. Page 235. Page 236. The consubstantiality, which is more than a correspondence, between the material thing and the phonemic substance of language. Homologous to psychoanalysis, if language makes the unconscious visible, it is not because it expresses it, but because it is of the same structure, and because it is articulated and speaks in the same way. The same cut, the same scene, the same way, and the same work. Where the ancients used to say fire, we say language, the unconscious, the body. But to say that language makes fire, air, water, and earth, or the work of the unconscious, visible because it is itself an element, an elementary substance in direct affinity with all the others, is at once more radical than all the psychonaturalists' motivation, and also very far from the truth. The whole thing needs to be reversed. It is on condition that we see that fire, water, earth, and air are neither values nor positive elements, that they are metaphors of the continual dissolution of value, of the symbolic exchange of the world on condition that we see that they are not substances but anti-substances, antimatter. This is the sense in which language may be said to reunite them, as soon as it has been torn from the logic of the sign and value. This is what the ancient myths, and the Heraclitan and Nietzschean myth of becoming, used to say about the elements, and it is in this sense that they are poetic, and even superior to every analytic interpretation that transposes this dissolution into the hidden instance of the unsaid, transpiring in a no-saying or a saying other. There is no materialist reference in the symbolic operation, not even an unconscious one, rather there is the operation of an antimatter. We are wary of science fiction, but it is true that there is some analogy between a particle and an antiparticle, whose encounter would result in their mutual annihilation, along with, moreover, a fabulous energy, and the principle of the vowel and its counter-vowel in Saussure, or, in more general terms, between any given signifier and the anagrammatic double that eliminates it. Here again, nothing remains but a fabulous enjoyment. Kristeva writes, in this other space, where logical laws of speech have been weakened, the subject dissolves and, in place of the sign, the clash of signifiers eliminating each other is instituted. An operation of generalized negativity, which has nothing to do with the constitutive negativity of the judgment, Aufhebung, nor with the negativity internal to the judgment, binary logic, 0-1, an annihilating negativity, Sunyavada Buddhism. A zero-logical subject, a non-subject, who comes to assume the thought that cancels itself. Poesy et Negativite, p. 212. Beyond the unconscious. The question is this: is there room to offer an hypothesis of the unconscious, this energy and effective potential which, in its repression and in its labor, lies at the basis of the expressive disturbance and dislocation of the order of discourse, and opposes its primary to its secondary processes and hypothesis in terms of the poetic process? Evidently everything hangs together. If the unconscious is this irreversible agency, then the duality of page 236. Page 237. The primary and the secondary processes is also irreducible, and the work of meaning can only consist in the return of the repressed, in its transparence in the repressing agency of discourse. In this regard, there is no difference between the poetic and the neurotic, between the poem and the lapsus. We take note of psychoanalysis as radicalism. If the primary processes exist, they are at work everywhere, and are determinant everywhere. Conversely, however, the mere hypothesis of a different order, a symbolic order that provided the economy of the unconscious, prohibition and repression, and which basically resolved the distinction between the primary and the secondary processes, is enough to relativize the whole psychoanalytic perspective, and not only on those marginal territories over which it imperialistically encroaches, anthropology, poetics, politics, etc., but on its own terrain, in the analysis of the psyche, neurosis, and the cure. To turn to Manani again, it cannot be ruled out that psychoanalysis, which originates from the distinction between the primary and the secondary processes, will one day die when this distinction is abolished. The symbolic is already beyond the psychoanalytic unconscious, beyond libidinal economy, just as it is beyond value and political economy. We must see that the symbolic processes, reversibility, anagrammatic dispersal, reabsorption without residue, are not it. All mixed up with the primary processes, displacement, condensation, repression. They are mutually opposed, even if together they are opposed to the logical discourse of meaning. This singular difference, also as regards enjoyment, means that a dream, a lapsus, or a joke is not a work of art or a poem. The difference between the symbolic and the libidinal unconscious, today largely effaced by the privilege of psychoanalysis, must be re-established to prohibit psychoanalysis from encroaching where it has nothing to say. Concerning the poetic, the work of art, the symbolic and primitive anthropology, neither Marx nor Freud has been able to say anything unless either has reduced it to the mode of production on the one hand, and to repression and castration on the other. Where psychoanalysis and Marxism come to grief, we must not want to have them fall like angels, or like beasts. They must be pitilessly analyzed according to their failures and omissions. Today, the limits of each are the strategic points of every revolutionary analysis. Marx believed that in economics and its dialectical procedure he rediscovered the fundamental agency. In fact, he discovered, throughout many economic convulsions, what systematically haunted it, the very separation of economics as an agency running through the economic, breeding conflict and making it the site of contradictions is the fantastic autonomization of the economy raised to the level of the reality principle, which these contradictions, however violent, rationalize in their own way. But this is also true of psychoanalysis. Here too, in the term of the unconscious and the labor of the unconscious, Freud gained possession of what, in the form of the individual psychical apparatus, resulted from the page 237. Page 238. Fracture of the symbolic as a fundamental agency. The conflictual relation of the conscious to the unconscious relentlessly translates the haunting of this very separation of the psychical as such. Freudian topography, unconscious, preconscious, conscious, merely formalizes, and theorizes as an original given, what results from a destructuration. This analysis of Marx and Freud is critical. But neither are critical in relation to the respective separation of their domains. They are not conscious of the rupture that founds them. They are critical symptomatologies that subtly turn their respective symptomatological fields into the determining field. Primary processes, modes of production, radical words, irreducible schemata of determination. It is as such that they imperialistically export their concepts. Today, Marxism and psychoanalysis try to mix and exchange their concepts. Logically, in fact, if both fell within the province of radical critique, they ought to be able to do this. This is not the case, as the failure of the Freudo-Marxian phantasm in all its forms testifies. But the basic reason for the incessant failure of this conceptual transfer, and why both remain desperate metaphors, is precisely due to the fact that Marxism and psychoanalysis retain their coherence only within their partial definitions, in their ignorance, and cannot therefore be generalized as analytic schemata. A radical theory can be based neither on their synthesis nor on their contamination, but only on their respective extermination. Marxism and psychoanalysis are in crisis. Rather than supporting one another, their respective crises must be telescoped and speeded up. They may yet do each other great collateral damage. We must not be deprived of this spectacle. They are only critical fields. Notes. 1. But forgotten and covered over by all linguistics with especial care, it was only at this cost that it could be established as a science and ensure its structural monopoly in all directions. 2. For what follows concerning the anagrammatic material we refer to Jean Starobinsky, Les mots sous les mots Paris. Gallimard, 1971. For the basic rules, see Le souci de la répétition, pages 1–ff. 3. The term anathema, which can just as easily be an immolated victim as it can a consecrated object, having drifted in the direction of an accursed object or person, should retain all its importance for the rest of this analysis. 4. The same goes for our perception of space and time, which are unthinkable for us in any other way than infinity, a proliferation that corresponds both to their objectification as value and, here too, to the phantasm of an inexhaustible extension or succession. 5. There is a critique to be made here of what Levi Strauss, in his Structural Anthropology 2 vols, Tr.M. Leighton, Harmonsworth, Penguin, 19779, calls symbolic efficacy, since for him it remains bound, as is the vulgar representation of magic, to the operation of a myth on the body, or on nature, by means of a symbolic exchange or correspondence of signifieds. For example, the difficult birth, mythic speech remobilizes the blocked body along its signified, its content. Instead, the efficacy of the sign must be understood as the resolution of a formula. It is by making the elements of a formula. Page 238. Page 239. Exchange and resolve themselves within this exchange that you induce the same resolution in the sick person's body. The elements of the body, or of nature, enter once again into exchanges with each other. The impact of signs on the body, or on nature, as in the legend of Orpheus, their operating force, derives precisely from not being value. There is no rationalization of the sign in primitive societies, that is to say, there is no separation between its actual operation and a referential signified, no reservoir of meaning where analogies would be conveyed. The symbolic operation is not analogical, it resolves, it is revolutionary, and it concerns the materiality of the sign, which it exterminates as value. There being no more value, the sign actualizes the ambivalence, therefore the total exchange and total reversibility of meaning. Hence its efficacy, since conflicts, including disease, are only ever resolved in the exchange. Actualizing ambivalence, the primitive sign, the affective sign, has no unconscious. It is clear, and equal to its manifest operation. It does not operate indirectly, or by analogy, on the repressed or unconscious representation. Levi Strauss very clearly leans in this direction, in his comparison with psychoanalysis the sorcerer and his magic, as indeed does all psychoanalytic anthropology. It is its own operation, with no residue, and this is how it operates on the world, this is why it is the direct operation of the world. 6. There again the residue of the analysis fuels the field of knowledge, the constructive eros of science, in exactly the same way as the residues of the poetic become enmeshed in the field of communication. Science and discourse speculate on this residue in their imaginary, where they produce their surplus value and establish their power. What is not analyzed and radically resolved in the symbolic operation is what is frozen under the death mask of value, the beginning of the culture of death and accumulation. 7. But the disappearance of every coherent signified is not sufficient to produce the poetic. If this were the case, then a lexical madness would be sufficient, or an aleatory automatic writing. It is also necessary that the signifier is eliminated. In a rigorous, entirely non-aleatory operation, without which it remains residual, and its mere absurdity will not save it. In automatic writing, for example, the signified is indeed eliminated, it means nothing cane voet reindeer, even though it lives entirely on the nostalgia for the signified, and its pleasure consists in leaving every possible signified to chance. In any case, the signifier is produced here without any control, unresolved, instantaneous waste. The third rule of customary discourse, see above, that of the signifier's absolute availability, has been neither shattered nor overcome. But the poetic mode involves both the liquidation of the signified, and the anagrammatic resolution of the signifier. 8. The humor in this story is so successful because, if there is one thing on which the inscription of death has not taken, where the death drive is barred, it is cybernetic systems. 9. The same goes, in a certain way, for Freud's hypothesis of the death drive. Its process and its content remain, in accordance with his avowed wishes, ultimately unverifiable on the clinical level, but its form, as the principle of mental functioning and the anti-logos, is revolutionary. 10. This is the illusion of being able to separate the two articulations, and eventually extract the one from the other. It is the illusion of being able to rediscover, by splitting the primary, significative articulation, the equivalent of non-linguistic signs in language, gestures, sounds, colors. This illusion leads J.F. Lyotard, in Discours, Figure Paris. Klinck-Seek, 1971 to grant the level of the visual or the cry an absolute privilege as spontaneous transgression, always already beyond the discursive and closer to the figural. This illusion remains trapped by the very concept of double articulation, whereby the linguistic order again finds a means to establish itself in the interpretation of what escapes it. 11. Careful here, this all holds for psychoanalysis itself, which also thrives on the rupture between primary and secondary processes, and will die at the end of this separation. And it is true that psychoanalysis is revolutionary and scientific when it explores the page 239, page 240 entire field of channels from the standpoint of this rupture, in the unconscious. But perhaps we will one day see that real, total, and immediate practice does not obey this postulate, or that analytic simulation model, that symbolic practice is from the very first beyond the distinction between primary and secondary processes. To this day, the unconscious and the subject of the unconscious, psychoanalysis and the subject of psychoanalytic knowledge, has lived. The analytic field will have disappeared as such into the separation that it instituted itself for the benefit of the symbolic field. We can already see many signs that this has already taken place. 12. This speech has nothing to do with linguistic sense of the word parole, since the latter is trapped with the longue parole opposition and is subject to the longue undivided, symbolic speech itself denies the longue parole distinction, just as undivided social practice denies the theory practice distinction. Only linguistic parole says only what it says. But such speech has never existed, unless in the dialogue of the dead. Concrete, actual speech says what it says, along with everything else at the same time. It does not observe the law of the discrete sign and the separation of agencies, it speaks at every level at the same time, or better, it undoes the level of the longue, and thus linguistics itself. The latter, by contrast, seeks to impose a parole which would be nothing but the execution of the longue, that is to say, the discourse of power. 13. Cf. Charles Malamud, Sur la notion de reste dans le brahmanisme, Wiener Zeitschrift für die Kunst des Sehens, Vol. 16, 1972. 14. In jokes and their relation to the unconscious, Freud cites Kant in the following manner: the comic is an expectation that has turned to nothing. Standard Edition, ed. and Tr. James Strachey, London, Hogarth Press and the Institute of Psychoanalysis, Volume 8, 1960, p. 199, which he takes from Kant's Critique of Judgment, Tr. Werner Pleuer. Indianapolis, in Hackett, 1987, p. 204, from which I have taken the quotation. Tr. 15. It is on the reduction to and the primacy of the economy of the unconscious that the impossibility of ever really theorizing the difference between the phantasm and the work of art rests for Freud. He was able to say that the poets had the intuition of everything he analyzed before him, or even, in Gradova, that psychiatry has no privilege over the poet and that the latter can very well express, without taking anything away from beauty in its works, an unconscious problem in all its profundity. The poetic act remains supplementary, sublime but supplementary. J.F. Lyotard attempts to take Freud up on this point, granting all importance to his distinction between the phantasm and the work of art, while seeking to articulate them rigorously. He first denounces every interpretation in terms of the liberation of the phantasm. To liberate the phantasm is absurd, since the latter is a prohibition of desire, and is of the order of repetition. This is in fact what is currently being produced with the liberation of the unconscious. They liberate it in so far as it is repressed and forbidden, a liberation, that is to say, under the sign of value, of an inverted surplus value, but perhaps this is the revolution. Lyotard writes, the artist struggles to free from the phantasm, from the matrix of figures whose air and whose locus he is, what really belongs to primary process, and is not a repetition. Notes on the critical function of the work of art, in Driftworks New York, Semiotext, E. 1984, p. 74. Translation modified tr. 4. Freud, art must be situated by reference to the phantasm. Only the artist does not hide his phantasms, he gives them the form of effectively real objects, and furthermore, the presentation he makes of them is a source of aesthetic pleasure. Derive à partir de Marx et Freud, Paris, UGE, 1973, p. 56. In Lyotard, this theory takes on inverted ways. The artist's phantasm is not produced in reality as the play, the reconciliation, or the fulfillment of desire, it is produced in reality as a counter-reality. It intervenes only in the lack of reality, hollowing out this lack. The function of art is not to offer a real simulacrum of the fulfillment of desire, it is to show, by way of the play of its figures, what deconstruction of the linguistic and perceptual order must be engaged. Page 240. Page 241. In order that a figure of the unconscious order allows itself to be discerned through its very evasiveness. Presentation of the primary process, Ibid, pages 578. Being the prohibition of desire, however, how can the phantasm suddenly play this subversive role? The same goes for the primary processes. The work of art differs from the dream and the symptom in that in it, the same operations of condensation, displacement, and figuration that, in the dream and the symptom, have the goal of disguising desire. Because it is intolerable, are, in expression, used to push back the bone form of secondary process and exhibit the unform, the unconscious disorder, Ibid, p. 58. How are we to understand that the primary processes can be reversed in this way? Are they not themselves bound to repressed desire, or are they then the mode of existence of a per et or unconscious, an unsurpassable, infrastructural unconscious? So Lyotard, who correctly says that one cannot write on the side of the primary processes. Taking the side of the primary process is still an effect of the secondary processes, would condemn himself. But this is exactly what the artist does. The artist's labor may be assimilated to that of the dream and to the operations of the primary process in general, but the artist repeats them and, in so doing, reverses them, because he applies them to the work of this process itself, that is to say, to the figures that arise from the phantasm, Ibid, p. 65. And, more radically still, the artist is someone who, in the desire to see death, even at the price of his own death, lends it the upper hand over the desire to produce. Disease is not the eruption of the unconscious, it is this eruption, and the furious struggle against it. The genius advances as far as the same figure of depth as the sick, but rather than defending himself against it, he desires it, Ibid, p. 601. But where does this acquiescence to the cruelty of the unconscious come from, if not a reversal of the will from an elusive actual grace? And where does the enjoyment that emanates from this act come from, which must somehow, of course, stem from the form, and not from the content? Form, for Lyotard, is not far removed from the mystic's void. The artist will contrive a deconstructed space. A void, a structure receptive to phantasmatic eruption, meaning comes about through the violation of discourse, it is a force or a gesture in the field of significations, it remains silent. And in this hole the repressed word merges from its subsoil and establishes itself. This void, this silence, the calming before the eruption, constitutes a dangerous analogy with mystical processes. But where, above all, do they proceed from? What is the process of deconstruction? we soon see that it has nothing to do with the primary process on which we here impose an incomprehensible double role, it is both sides of the reversal. Would we not do better here, frankly, to leave repression and repetition to one side, and to clear the poetic act of all psychoanalytic counterdependence? 16. Pleasure, satisfaction, and the fulfillment of desire belong to the economic order, enjoyment belongs to the symbolic order. We must make a radical distinction between the two. No doubt saving, recognition, psychical ellipsis and compulsive repetition are sources of a certain, somehow entropic, involutive, pleasure, simultaneously heimlich and unheimlich, familiar and disturbing, an endless source of anguish, since it is bound to the repetition of the phantasm. The economic is always accumulative and repetitive. The symbolic is the reversal, the resolution of accumulation and repetition, the resolution of the phantasm. 17. Freud thinks, remaining within the logic of economic interpretation, that if one is not the first to laugh, it is because the initiative for the wits requires a certain psychical expenditure, and is therefore, moreover, unavailable for pleasure. He himself admits that this is not very satisfactory. 18. All matter is raw material. That is to say, that its concept only appears dependent on the appearance of the order of production. All those who would like to be materialists, scientific, semiotic, historical, dialectical, etc., ought to remember this. Even the sensationalist materialism of the 18th century is the first step towards a liberation. Page 241. Page 242. Of the body in accordance with the pleasure function, as raw material in the production of pleasure. Matter is only ever a force of production. But production itself is hardly materialist at all, nor, moreover, is it idealist. It is an order and a code, and that's all there is to it. The same goes for science, it is an order and a code, no more or less materialist than magic or anything else. Page 242. Page 243. Next section 4. The body, or the mass grave of signs.